Chapter 2477, You Can Come and Give It a Try. Chapter 2477, You Can Come and Give It a Try. Just what kind of realm did this guy's divine soul reach? Even extermination lightning actually can't harm him? Ancestor Fire opened his mouth wide and said with a shocked face. He really is a crazy fellow. He never takes the usual path when breaking through realms, Lin Chaotian said with an ugly expression. While Tian Qing's brows furrowed slightly and he said with vicissitudes of emotion, really damn it. He's making use of extermination lightning to temper his fleshy body and break through the divine essence realm at the same time. This guy's monstrousness is really unreasonable. Apart from Yi Yuan, no one dared to play like this. The high and mighty Dao ancestors could not. He, a 10 marks powerhouse, similarly could not. Extermination lightning, capable of destroying everything, even though they were paramount existences, in front of heavenly might, they were still incomparably insignificant. The expressions on the faces of the groups of old ancestors were incomparably complicated, completely unable to describe their current feelings. An earth-shattering great battle that had already been planned for a long time was disrupted just like that. Over on humanity's side, they all let out a long sigh in relief. Just now, if not for Yi Yuan's timely appearance, all those present who were under Deva realm would probably have died off. The area that a Dao ancestor-level battle covered was too vast. It was not what they could resist at all. Let alone that they were even hit by the ocular art, and got caught in an illusion. Lord Tian Qing, what should we do now? Profound lineage's progenitor, Origin Smile, said with a frown. Tian Qing mused for a moment and said, I really want to see what level his strength will reach after he breaks through. We've waited far too long for this war. We can't just give up. The few progenitors also nodded their heads slightly. Making them give up just like this and return to the abyss, that was impossible. Furthermore, they currently possessed 2 great 10 marks powerhouses. Their strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath long ago. There was no need to fear anyone. Boom. Crack. Wind, rain, lightning, and thunder crisscrossed. Yi Yuan was situated inside, glimmering and fading indeterminately. That appearance was like a small rowboat in a tsunami. It was just that no matter how big the storm was, he stood firm as a rock. His fleshy body realm and divine essence realm were advancing frenziedly. To him, the divine essence required for breaking through one cultivation realm now was too vast. Cultivating according to the normal routine, he would only be able to cultivate the creation realm to the realm of grand completion after God knows how long. But this heavenly Dao Samsara created an opportunity for him. The Chaos Origin divinity is really useful. Although I still haven't figured out what it is, without a doubt, it's very strong, Yi Yuan said gleefully. Judging from the shock of that mysterious voice, the Chaos Origin divinity was not an ordinary thing too. Looking at it now, not only was the Chaos Origin divinity undying and imperishable, it could even withstand extermination lightning. The extermination lightning that even Dao ancestors and 10 marks powerhouses avoided like the plague, he faced it calmly. Furthermore, he did not go all out. He deliberately leaked a trace of extermination lightning power, and he used it to temper his physical body. With the extermination lightning's power, using it to temper the physical body was most suitable. Yi Yuan's physical body had long already transcended the 9th nirvanic tribulation, reaching the level of perfect 9th transformation. But after reaching the 9th transformation, his progress became extremely slow. Because there were virtually no treasures capable of enhancing his physical strength anymore. Now, with the tempering of the extermination lightning, the strength of his physical body gradually reached grand completion. His strength was growing rapidly. Earth-shaking changes were also occurring to Yi Yuan's chaos world. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers gradually became real. When the 9 great Dao ancestors saw this scene, their gazes revealed extremely envious looks. Especially Lin Chaotian, he was incredibly jealous. He expended so much thought to acquire the lesser Heavenspan mountain. In the end, it was all for naught. Just what kind of cultivation method did this guy comprehend? The commotion of his breakthrough is a little too big, right? Ancestor Fire said in a solemn voice. The commotion of Yi Yuan's breakthrough was seriously too great. Even above the ninth heaven, that powerful pressure made everyone's hearts shocked too. I really don't know what kind of cultivation method can make world power so solid. I have a feeling that this is the key to him being different from us. He doesn't need to transcend the tribulation, Lin Chaotian said in a solemn voice. No matter how Lin Chaotian racked his brain, he also could not imagine that Yi Yuan relied on his own comprehension ability. He forcibly created a small world that was comparable to the Heavenspan world. Hence, they could only be envious. No idea how long had Pares said either. Yi Yuan's aura finally climbed to the peak, and it could not increase anymore. At this point, his Chaos Heavenspan canon was finally cultivated to the realm of grand completion. Yi Yuan did not have any clues about the next realm. He had devoted himself to studying the lesser Heavenspan mountain before but did not have the slightest clue. It seemed like everything ended here. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that his cultivation method should be able to break through to a higher realm. Yi Yuan examined his own small world. Everything was already created completely. A great world had already taken shape. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said to himself, "My world is missing something. Yes, although my world is powerful, it doesn't have the slightest lease of life. No flowers, grass, and trees. Without birds and animals, let alone cultivating martial artists. Even if a martial artist is in my world, they wouldn't be able to cultivate too. But how should I let it have a myriad of lives?" Yi Yuan felt that this was the key to his breakthrough to the next realm. It was just that he did not know where the problem was. Creating a world was not saying that if God wanted light, there would be light. If it were so simple, Yi Yuan also would not have walked with so much difficulty. Although the time that he cultivated was not long, the things that he experienced, ordinary people simply could not imagine it. Not talking about other things, just the comprehension of the Chaos Heavenspan canon was not what ordinary people could understand. When other martial artists cultivate, as long as they reach Divine Lord realm, they will be able to form a small world and can derive life. But it doesn't seem to work for my world. While it's strong, it's missing something, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Forget it. Take it one step at a time. My power of laws isn't perfected yet. After I reach the realm of rule, I should be able to do whatever I want in the Heavenspan world. After the Chaos world had finished evolving completely, his strength also reached an inconceivable level. Ordinary Deva Fifth Blights were utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. Only Dao ancestors relying on the power of rule could have a battle with him. Yi Yuan took a step out and directly returned to the surface of the earth. He looked at Tian Qing from afar and said in a cold voice, "Tian Qing, I don't have objections about your divine race wanting to return to the Heavenspan world. But if you all dare to inflict living things with great suffering or want to continue enslaving the myriad races, this he will definitely kill you with my own hand." With him saying these words, it was equivalent to protecting the 9 great Dao ancestors. Although Yi Yuan was full of unhappiness with these few guys, they could not die yet. Without them, the myriad races would lose their support. His current strength was still not enough to overwhelm the divine race. But it was enough to make the divine race dread him. However, Yi Yuan's words were arrogant to the extreme. Personally killing the divine race's #1 person, only Yi Yuan dared to say these words. Sure enough, Tian Qing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, it depends on whether or not you have the qualifications to say this." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, "You can come and give it a try to see whether I have the qualifications to say this or not." Chapter 2478, Strongest Since Ancient Times. Chapter 2478, Strongest Since Ancient Times. Origin smile, "You go and play with him," Tian Qing said coolly. He had precisely the intention of probing Yi Yuan's strength and naturally chimed in easily. Tian Qing could tell that Yi Yuan's power of laws was not at perfection and did not reach the realm of rule. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan caused was huge, he did not think that Yi Yuan had the capital to pose a threat to him. His dread toward Yi Yuan was primarily still because of Yi Yuan's bizarre movement technique. An unkillable opponent was clearly the most difficult to deal with. However, It was also merely limited to being difficult to deal with. This kind of dread was relative. He was wary of Yi Yuan killing people. But was Yi Yuan not apprehensive of him killing people? It was just that this scene was akin to a bolt out of the blue in the view of the others. Yi Yuan's current realm could at best be regarded as Deva Fifth Blight. Deva Fifth Blight challenging the divine race's progenitor? You got to be kidding. The divine race's progenitors were all 9 marks grand completion realm. Coupled with the divine race's heavenly Tao true martial, their strengths were comparable to that of Tao ancestors. It was real Tao ancestors, and not Tao ancestors after heavenly Tao samsara. Right now, Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge a Tao ancestor level powerhouse. Wasn't this nonsense? Origin Smile voiced his acknowledgement, took a step out, and looked at Yi Yuan as he said with a smile, Yi Yuan, if you reached the realm of rule and became a grand ancestor, this progenitor would still fear you somewhat. It's just that right now, you'd best tuck your tail between your legs and run. In a frontal confrontation, you're not this progenitor's match. Divine race progenitors, each one was a super powerhouse that shook heaven and startled the earth. The doomsday battle back then, only Grand Ancestor Spa Setami could faintly overpower them. The others had to band together before they had the power to fight. But in the end, it was also all the outcome of Peries. Hi plusing and Tao dissipating. They naturally had absolute confidence. Below rules, they would not look someone in the eye at all. Not even Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, if bragging is useful, then still cultivate for what? Moving your lips are enough. Origin Smile was taken aback and said, fine lad, then this progenitor will measure just how much capability you have. Boom. The moment Origin Smile's aura was released, 9 STURDY Tao marks revolved around him. His every action and movement actually carried the might of heavenly Tao. This was the divine race. Swoos. Plus it was only to see Origin Smile's figure flashed, already arriving in front of Yi Yuan in an instant. A fist smashed over, the void trembled. Boundless strength completely locked Yi Yuan down. Even when separated by an extremely far distance, the piercing cold fist wind still howled until people's cheeks hurt. Without any flashy martial technique, this punch was great Tao simplified to the utmost. The first time a divine race progenitor showed his strength in front of the world, it shocked all side. Hiss. Is this the strength of the divine race's progenitors? Really too terrifying. I finally understand why that war 10 billion years ago was called Doomsday Battle. Such horrifying power is virtually world-destroying. Lord Saint Azure is still lacking a bit of skill level. If he can reach the realm of rule, he should be able to have a battle with the divine race's progenitors, right? But it's fine. With that bizarre movement technique of Lord Saint Azure's, the divine race's progenitor can't hurt him. The great battle previously was disrupted by Yi Yuan. Although the human powerhouses were shocked earlier, now the shock they experienced became even greater after directly watching this scene now. Origin Smile's strength erupted completely, shocking the world. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan would avoid the sharp edge. This level of power, apart from Tao Ancestor, no one could block it at all. But in the next instant, an unexpected scene occurred. Yi Yuan gave a roar. The sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky. This dragon roar shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt, shocking until heaven and earth rippled. It was only to see him stomp his feet and similarly slam a punch out. A head-on class. Plus quicker than words could tell. With their movement power, it was merely a matter of an instant. Everyone did not react to it yet and these two people already clashed. Rumble. Terrifying energy undulations rippled out crazily. Those who were weak were directly sent flying. Fortunately, they were far enough away such that they would not be killed by this air billow. Tian Qing extended his sleeves and flicked lightly, swiping this force away. It was just that a shocked expression showed on his face. This blow was evenly matched. What terrifying physical power! Grand completion 9 transformations golden body is what no one could achieve since ancient times, Tian Qing said in a solemn voice. By the side, Tian Qing said in shock, 9 cycles of nirvanic tribulation, 9 life and death samsara. Ordinary people can't even imagine the price that's paid. The ninth transformation nirvanic tribulation is 100 times even more terrifying than Deva fifth blight. Even powerhouses who have transcended the eighth transformation nirvanic tribulation don't dare to transcend the ninth transformation nirvanic tribulation too. Really don't know how he pulled through. Tianqing nodded and said, the world only sees his amazing talent, but overlooked his asterness. Hi plusing will. This is the most terrifying thing about Yi Yuan. Origin Smile's divine sea churned. He was also shocked by Yi Yuan's strike. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would be able to stand up to him as an equal just by relying on the power of the physical body. Is this the strength of the legendary divine race progenitors? Merely thus. Are you really not using heavenly Tao true martial? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Origin Smile's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, Grand completion 9 transformations golden body, the power of a prime Val dragon. It turns out that your physical body has already reached the realm of a prime Val dragon. Furthermore, you're probably the strongest one out of prime Val dragons. Grand completion 9 transformations golden body has never happened since ancient times. What? The power of a prime Val dragon, strongest prime Val dragon. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan already reached the realm of Grand Ancestor in terms of physical body? Ancestor Fire said in shock. Lin Chaotian nodded slightly and said, Extermination lightning tempering the body stimulated all of his potential. Ninth transformation nirvanic tribulation, even if it's successive prime Val dragons, no one dared to cross it too. Not only did Yi Yuan transcend this tribulation, he even tempered his physical body to the extreme. His strength likely isn't inferior to you all already. Ancestor Water frowned and said, I've also heard before that the 8 great supreme demon clans all have inheritance methods for perfect ninth transformation. It's just that successive samsara progenitors could only all transcend the 8th transformation nirvanic tribulation, and were unable to transcend the 9th transformation nirvanic tribulation. Those who attempted to cross the tribulation all died. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan could actually complete the 9th transformation nirvanic tribulation. Before this, no one would care about Yi Yuan's physical strength. Yi Yuan's might was firstly because of his strange movement technique. Secondly, it was because of his law fusion that set the world on fire. But currently, when Yi Yuan punched out, the world was shocked. His physical strength had reached an unprecedented realm. Reaching the realm of a prime Val dragon was already reaching the realm of a grand ancestor. Now, Yi Yuan was even grand completion 9 transformations golden body, becoming the strongest prime Val dragon. His strength was already unimaginable. Hence, that was how he was able to be evenly matched with Origin Smile. I underestimated you. You indeed have the qualifications to fight with this progenitor. Since that's the case, you're worthy of me, this progenitor, showing my heavenly Tao true martial. Origin Smile stomped his feet, the might of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. 9 Tao marks bloomed with a dazzling light. However, nothing changed about Origin Smile. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly grim, his expression also became solemn. No change was maybe even more terrifying than changes. Although he reached the realm of a prime Val dragon, each of these divine race progenitors was an old monster who had lived for countless billions of years. None of them were easy to deal with. Chapter 2479, 3 progenitors battling Saint Azure. Chapter 2479, 3 progenitors battling Saint Azure. Boom. Origin Smile's speed was inconceivably swift. In a blink, it was another punch. The confrontation this time was evenly matched again. On humanity's side, the group of Tao ancestors was puzzled. What kind of heavenly Tao true martial was this? It was totally useless. Continue fighting at this rate, even if they punched a hole in the sky, it could not determine the victor too, no? This profound lineage's progenitor is a fake. His heavenly Tao true martial is actually completely useless. Since Saint Azure reached the realm of a grand ancestor. So how can this bit of attack power do anything to him? This guy is here to play a fool, right? On humanity's side, everyone revealed contemptuous looks. Of course, Origin Smile was very powerful. But they were no longer worried about Yi Yuan. because he already reached the realm of Grand Ancestor. Furthermore, he was even the strongest primeval dragon. This degree of attack could no longer hurt him. It was just that a hint of an imperceptible slight smile flashed across the corners of Tianqing's mouth. Boom! Origin's smile did not stop, throwing another heavy punch. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly. His figure retreated immediately. This punch just now actually gave him an overwhelming pressure. Origin's Smile's movements were unbelievably swift. He threw a punch again, not giving Yi Yuan a chance to catch his breath at all. One punch after another. The expression on everyone's faces finally changed. They discovered that something was amiss very quickly. Yi Yuan could not hold out more and more in front of Origin's Smile. Bang! Finally, Yi Yuan could not bear it, spurting a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. He flew away. Tianqing smiled and said, "Among the divine race's progenitors, which one isn't a veteran of 100 battles? Heavenly Tao true martial, 1,000 martial myriad catis. With each punch thrown, the power is 5 times the previous punch. Stacking it up, the power will be extremely terrifying. Having Origin's Smile unleash more than a dozen punches in a row, even this progenitor will get seriously injured too." This bunch of fools actually ridiculed Origin's Smile for being a fake? Who gave them the courage? Over on humanity's side, the expressions of the group of Tao ancestors changed abruptly. This heavenly Tao true martial sounded average and looked even more ordinary. But it was actually unbelievably terrifying. One had to know, Origin's Smile's one punch already possessed incredibly terrifying power in itself. Wanting to withstand this punch was extremely difficult to begin with. That kind of fist class. Hi+ing, only Yi Yuan, this strongest primeval dragon, dared to do it. How could the other Tao ancestors dare to clash like that? Wanting to deal with this move, unless it was winning with one move, or you could avoid all of his attacks. Except, against a powerhouse standing at the summit of the heavenspan world, how difficult was it to achieve this? Therefore, this move had virtually no flaws. To continue fighting with Origin's Smile, the more the other party fought, the stronger he got. There was no solution at all. Origin's Smile stood in the air and said smilingly, "This trick can't do anything to you. But it's still not your turn to come and be arrogant in front of this progenitor yet. Your threat is no threat. This heavenspan world is our divine race's." He said could not do anything was because he knew Yi Yuan's strange movement technique. But, if Yi Yuan really wanted to threaten them, he needed to bring out sufficient strength, and defeat them head-on. Without sufficient strength, his threat appeared laughable. Yi Yuan stabilized his figure, wiped away the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, and said with a grin, "Is that so? You've already used your heavenly Tao true martial, but I haven't made a move yet." The current Yi Yuan still had extremely exuberant blood vitality, like he had not gotten injured at all. Origin's Smile could not help criticizing in his heart, secretly scolding freak. Grand completion 9 transformations golden body was too terrifying. Even if a Tao ancestor took this punch of his, it was also impossible to be like Yi Yuan, completely fine. However, his face was still very calm and he said, "It's no use. This move of mine, 1,000 martial myriad catis, unless you have absolute strength, otherwise, it has no counter. Back then, your human race had 3 grand ancestors who died under this move." Yi Yuan's smile reined in, a cold light flash. Hi+ing in his eyes. The 18 grand ancestors were like his disciples, but they all died at the hands of the disciples. Now, Origin's Smile actually had a smug appearance. How could Yi Yuan not be angry? It was only to hear a cold laugh. He said, "Is that so? Then take a look at whether you can block it or not." Yi Yuan pressed his palms together, causing an astonished Hi+ing dragon might to rise up to the sky. Rumble. The astounding dragon might desired to compete with heaven's might. Origin's Smile's expression instantly changed wildly. This pressure gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. At the same time, there was also Tianqing as well as the divine race's various lineages progenitors whose expressions changed. This move, could it be 9 dragons descending upon the world? Beside Tianqing, a progenitor said in surprise. Tianqing nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he said, won't be wrong. It's that move. The previous generation Primeval Dragon's strength was lacking and could only summon 3 true dragon spirits. But it already caused considerable problems for us. Looking at Yi Yuan's power, there's likely no less than 6. His voice had yet to fade when 3 golden true dragon spirits flew out from the horizon, traversing indeterminately amidst the strong wind and rain. Roar! The 3 true dragon spirits rushed toward Origin Smile frenziedly under Yi Yuan's guidance. Bang! 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 The 3 true dragon spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws, class HI plussing together with Origin Smile. These 3 true dragon spirits, each one had Grand Ancestor level strength. 3 dragons teaming up actually directly suppressed Origin Smile. Origin Smile's 1,000 martial myriad catties was unable to link up at all. For a time, the battle fell into a stalemate. But at this time, Yi Yuan's hand movements changed irregularly, and palms faced the sky. Roar! 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 Another 3 true dragon spirits flew out, heading straight for Origin Smile. Tian Qing's expression changed wildly and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Feng, you go and help him." Yi Feng was the yellow lineage's progenitor. Yi Feng did not say a word, directly joining the battle. However, the 6 true dragon spirits overlaying together was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. These 6 true dragon spirits, each one had a different attribute. Attacking together, the power multiplied. When Tian Qing saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he said, "This guy is really unreasonable monstrous. If we wait for him to step into the realm of rule, this progenitor won't be able to do anything to him either." Suddenly, his expression changed again, and he cried out in surprise, a 7th one, "Hiss! This guy!" It was only to see Yi Yuan's seals change again. The 7th true dragon spirit stepped out of the sky. With 7 true dragon spirits joining forces, they forced the 2 great progenitors into a fluid US-ter, practically without the strength to fight back. Over on humanity's side, everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a group of powerhouses arrived with a howl. Seeing this scene, one could not help laughing excitedly as he said, "Ha ha ha, it's the Primeval Dragon's supreme innate divine ability, 9 dragons descending upon the world. His Excellency is actually able to summon 7 true dragon spirit. He's really my dragon clan's strongest through the ages." The arrival was precisely Long Yi. With him, there were Bai Chen and the rest. When Long Yi saw the scene of 7 dragons battling 2 progenitors, he yelled excitedly, "9 dragons descending upon the world." However, when casting this move, what each generation of Primeval Dragon could achieve was different. But in the records of the Dragon Clan, the most was also just 5 true dragon spirits. Yi Yuan actually summoned 7 at once. Suddenly, his expression changed and he cried out in surprise, "The 8. It was only to see another true dragon spirit tunnel out of the void, heading straight for the battlefield. Tian Qing's entire body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Minute. This progenitor doesn't believe that you can still summon 9 true dragon spirit. Bo Yi, you go too." Chapter 2480, This was what you said. Chapter 2480, This was what you said. With 3 great progenitors taking action at the same time, the power was truly heaven-shocking. The spectacular sight of the Doomsday Battle was virtually being put on show again. Furthermore, Bo Yi's strength was second only to Tian Qing in the entire divine race. His addition turned the tide of the battle all at once. Even with the 8th true dragon spirit, it was also counter-pressured by the 3 great progenitors. The 3 great progenitors activated their heavenly Dao true marshals, forcing until the 8 true dragon spirits were unable to get close. At this moment, the might of the divine race's progenitors were displayed in its entirety. However, what was even more shocking was still Yi Yuan. Ancestor Fire opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock, This is also too monstrous, right? He actually forcefully resisted 3 great divine race progenitors with his power alone. This is him not entering the realm of rule yet. If he reached the realm of rule, with his fused rule coupled with this kind of earth-shaking physical strength, who can still be his match? Lin Chaotian frowned and said, "To us, it's a calamity, not a blessing." Lin Chaotian's expression flickered incessantly, not knowing whether to be happy or to be sad. Concerning Yi Yuan threatening the divine race with his power alone, they naturally welcomed it. But he similarly knew that his enmity with Yi Yuan was big. The stronger Yi Yuan's strength was, the harder he would find it to eat and sleep. But the other human powerhouses did not have their worries. Each and every one of them danced for joy, seeing the hope of new life. Yi Yuan's strength forcibly hurled them out of despair. Lord Saint Azure is mighty. Lord Saint Azure is overwhelming, suppressing the divine race. Ha ha ha. Lord Saint Azure, it really blinded my dog eyes. With your strength, how can you possibly lose to the divine race? Yi Yuan's prestige was exceedingly high in the human race to begin with. Currently, he made a grand display of invincible might, fighting 3 progenitors by himself. It exerted this glory to the extreme even more. The human race powerhouses, regardless of whether male, female, old, or young, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was like looking at a divine Buddha. Currently, Yi Yuan was no longer a person in their hearts, but a totem. They firmly believed that Yi Yuan would lead them to victory. But at this time, sweat also oozed out of Yi Yuan's forehead slightly. Summoning 8 true dragon spirits, the burden was still too heavy to him. However, his hand seal changed again. Seeing this scene, Tianqing's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in surprise, "Damn it, this brat wouldn't really be summoning 9 true dragon spirits, right?" His voice had yet to fade when there was a violent shaking in the void. A golden dragon head slowly extended out. As if feeling the appearance of the 9th true dragon spirit, the other 8 actually increased greatly in strength and launched a counteroffensive frenziedly. Long Yi, as the dragon clan's highest chief, almost jumped up in agitation. The 9th true dragon spirit. This is a scene that says the ancients and amazes the contemporaries. 9 dragons arriving simultaneously, invincible under the heavens. Once the 9th true dragon spirit arrives, what does Tianqing count as? My dragon race clan will be able to suppress the divine race. Long Yi was agitated until his entire body trembled. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. But at this time, Yi Yuan's complexion became paler and paler, appearing rather strained. The 9th true dragon spirit was not like before, it came out very slowly. But with every little bit that the true dragon spirit came out, the strength of these 8 true dragons would rise by a level. Their strength was skyrocketing. Originally, 3 great progenitors already suppressed the 8 true dragon spirits. But now, both sides were already equally matched in strength. Tianqing's pupils constricted, he was also startled by this scene. Looking at this stance, if the 9th true dragon spirit really came out, it would probably really suppress even him too. He sucked in a cold breath, his expression ugly as he said, "This brat is without an end." He shouted crazily in his heart, "Don't come out, don't come out." If Yi Yuan summoned the 9th true dragon spirit out now, then it would really be over for the divine race. But the 9th true dragon spirit was still slowly coming out. Before long, the 3 progenitors were suppressed by the 8 true dragons again, without the slightest strength to fight back. However, right at this time, all of a sudden, Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his seal directly being interrupted. The 9th true dragon spirit directly dissipated without a trace with a bang. The trembling of the void finally stopped. Yi Yuan's breath being interrupted, those 8 true dragon spirits were also unable to maintain their figures, roaring a few times in the air. They finally disappeared without a trace. Over on humanity's side, there was a uniform sigh. Just a little, just missing one last bit. A pity. What a shame. Long Yi smacked his thigh and said with endless regrets. 9 dragons arriving simultaneously, shaking the heavens and startling the earth. This kind of spectacular and sacred scene, it was missing just a bit more. Origin Smile, Yi Feng, Bo Yi, 3 great progenitors, all had disorderly breathing, looking at Yi Yuan with incomparable shock. They never dreamed that they would actually be forced into such a state. When Tianqing saw this scene, he secretly sighed in relief at his good fortune. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's blood vitality power was not enough to summon the 9th true dragon spirit. Otherwise, they would really have to head back home. Yi Yuan gasped heavily for air, his entire person dead tired. He practically drained his blood vitality empty in order to summon the 9 true dragon spirits. Becoming weak at this time made sense too. But right then, a punk shadow flashed and landed below Yi Yuan's body, and propped him up, putting him on its back. Grunt! Grunt! This ink figure was precisely Treasure Pig. Treasure Pig's appearance also made Tian Qing's expression change. He already heard that this pig could rival 2 great Dao ancestors, its strength fearsome. There was still such a powerful existence by Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan leaned on Treasure Pig, looked at Tian Qing from afar, and said coolly, "Tian Qing, I wonder if my threat is considered a threat or not. You also know that I haven't stepped into the realm of rule yet. After I reach the realm of rule, how much confidence do you have in dealing with me?" Tian Qing's expression was very ugly. He was actually threatened by someone. He, Tian Qing, battled through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even when he encountered Grand Ancestor Spa Setami, that kind of peerless character, he also fought until he perished, his Dao dissipating. But today, he was actually being threatened by someone. But he knew that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. The heaven-span world's myriad races, no one could enter his arcane sights. Even Dao ancestor life, Lin Chaotian, could not as well. He only dreaded one person. That person was Yi Yuan. If it were before, Yi Yuan's threat would naturally have been nothing. But now, Yi Yuan battled 3 great progenitors by himself. This potential was too terrifying. After Yi Yuan stepped into the realm of rule, coupled with such a formidable to the extreme physical body, he could simply be rated as invincible. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan could not be killed. This threat was a real threat. Tian Qing fell silent. Over on humanity's side, all of the powerhouses had invigorated expressions on their faces. Something that even the 9 great Dao ancestors could not accomplish, Yi Yuan did it. He forced the divine race's number 1 person, Tian Qing, to hesitate with his asterness. Hi+ing strength. After a long time, Tian Qing's gaze turned sullen and he said, "The divine race can enter the heavenspan world." "This was what you said." Yi Yuan grinned and said with a nod, "I said it. To the east of Heavenspan Mountain, it belongs to the human race. To the west of Heavenspan Mountain, it belongs to the divine race." Chapter 2481, Heavenspan Token. Chapter 2481, Heavenspan Token dividing a mountain and ruling. This matter was decided just like that. What Yi Yuan said represented the attitude of the myriad races. No one refuted it. Even Lin Chaotian and the rest of the 9 great Dao ancestors did not dare to refute it either. Refuting it would mean that they would be facing the divine race. Concerning the might of the divine race's progenitors, they already had a profound experience. No one would be stupid. Disregarding other things, just talking about the 2 great Tenmark's powerhouses, they were not what the human race could deal with. Of course, none of these mattered. The important thing was that the doomsday battle did not need to be fought anymore. Yi Yuan suppressed the all-powerful divine race that possessed 2 mighty Tenmark's powerhouses with his power alone. No earth-shaking great battle, no abyss of suffering. The divine race accumulated for 10 billion years to stage a comeback. How colossal was the momentum. However, Yi Yuan destroyed the army first, and then he suppressed progenitors afterward, averting a war that would obliterate heaven and decimate the earth to nothing. Such achievements said the ancients and amazed the contemporaries. After this battle, the divine race went on a large-scale migration and entered the heavenspan world. The myriad races also issued a strict order to immediately withdraw from the west of the heavenspan mountain. An unprecedented grand migration unfolded in the heavenspan world. But to the vast majority of the martial artists, not fighting a war was naturally the best. The world of martial artists was full of slaughter. But this kind of doomsday battle was a little too cruel. Under such a war, even if your strength was immensely formidable, you would ultimately be cannon fodder. Back then, how powerful were humanity's 18 grand ancestors? But in the end, they turned to dust too. Once the doomsday war started, it would be equivalent to a meat grinder. Even if many powerhouses were not willing to get involved, it was inevitable to be affected too. Therefore, within the human territories, they were practically all talking about Yi Yuan's great achievements. Talking about information, it was naturally Bao Inquire who was the most well-informed. Currently, Bao Inquire was already surrounded by a large group of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, inquiring from him about the beginning and end of the human and divine war. Bao Inquire had a look of exultation, recounting the scene of Yi Yuan battling 3 great progenitors by himself. His eloquence was good too, talking like it happened to him personally. All around him, the Heavenly Emperors listened with intoxication. Talking until the exciting parts, Bao Inquire himself was also very excited. That 9th true dragon spirit struggled to free itself bit by bit. You all can't imagine the expression of the divine race's progenitor Tian Qing. It was wonderful. He wished to rush forward and crush that 9th true dragon spirit. The 8 true dragon spirits got stronger and stronger, and the 3 great progenitors were looking like they were giving out. Bao Inquire said with a look of exultation. A Heavenly Emperor by the side said nervously, Then after that. Actually, the Heavenly Emperors present already knew the outcome long ago. In the end, the 9th true dragon spirit collapsed and did not appear. But the atmosphere was already built up to this point. They seemed to have already forgotten about the result, and they were only following the plot. After all, a human battling 3 great progenitors by himself, no one was able to imagine this sort of thing before this at all. 9 great Tao ancestors being able to defeat a progenitor one-on-one was already something very impressive. In reality, it was simply impossible for them to be a progenitor's match. Regarding this point, everyone was clear in their hearts too. But Yi Yuan battled 3 great progenitors by himself. Just thinking about it made people feel their hearts leap. Let alone that he nearly defeated 3 great progenitors. Bao Inquire let out a sigh and said, Unfortunately, right at this time, Lord Saint Azure's blood vitality was depleted, and the 9th true dragon dissipated. But you all don't know something. If Lord Saint Azure could really summon the 9th true dragon spirit, the divine race might not even have gotten half of this world currently. You didn't see back then when Lord Saint Azure gave a cold laugh and asked progenitor Tian Qing whether he had the qualification to threaten him or not. Progenitor Tian Qing hurriedly retorted saying that the divine race can enter the heavenspan world, saying that this was what Yi Yuan said earlier. That expression was fearful of Lord Saint Azure going back on his word. Ha ha ha. Feels really invigorating. Yeah. Really feels King awesome. Don't the divine race call themselves the messengers of heaven all day long, invincible under the heavens? Lord Saint Azure really slapped their faces resoundingly. Isn't that so? If they are the messengers of heaven, then as the human race's representative, Lord Saint Azure is heaven. Ha ha ha. The group of heavenly emperors all had excited looks on their faces, feeling honored. Ever since the divine race came into being, the secrets of history were dug up bit by bit. Virtually all of the human powerhouses were living in the shadow of the divine race. The might of the divine race made them unable to breathe. Today, they finally felt exaltation upon fulfillment. It was Saint Azure who gave them the chance to walk with their heads held high. But Bao Inquire reigned in his expression and said with great veneration, Lord Saint Azure's achievements are worthy of all of us to remember. Although he's already respected as a grand ancestor powerhouse, he's completely different from those 9 old thieves. He has Compa S. scion for all life, and is truly fighting for the human race. Even during that war, he didn't forget to warn the divine race to not harm the innocent. If not for him, we'd have already become the divine race's slaves now, and be doomed for all of eternity. The heavenly emperors felt the same way, nodding their heads one after another. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were indeed the heavenspan world's supreme powerhouses. But in front of doomsday battles, in front of this kind of doomsday battle, heavenly emperors were too insignificant. Tao ancestor-level powerhouses were the world's real masters. They already surpassed said the level of ordinary martial artists and would not care about the life and death of ordinary people at all. But Yi Yuan was different. His actions made these heavenly emperors feel respect. That was right. It was respect. Reaching Yi Yuan's level, he completely did not need to care about the life and death of ordinary martial artists. But he still fought for all living things. He did not bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind, but in front of the cardinal principles of righteousness, he would never give in. Lord Saint Azure is well deserving of being a man of great talent and virtue through the ages. If it was me, being framed by the 9 great Tao ancestors and being spurned by numerous people, I'd never have stepped forward. That's right. Lord Saint Azure is a saint. He doesn't refrain from killing, but he also doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. In front of the principle of right and wrong, he proceeds without hesitation. Yeah. Lord Saint Azure created the legend of the human race. His achievements illuminate through the ages. He is really worthy of all of us admiring him. Talking up to here, these heavenly emperors all expressed admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Actually, before this battle, many people had already lost hope. The 9 great Tao ancestors offended Yi Yuan to the core. Their shamelessness had no lower limit at all. But in the end, Yi Yuan still stepped forward and overturned the raging tides. Just as they were chatting idly, a Ma's sieve ripple suddenly set off in the direction of the Heavenspan Mountain. A series of comets flew out from the Heavenspan Mountain, tore across the horizon, and flew to each corner of the Heavenspan world. A powerhouse said in surprise, "Amen? What happened to the Heavenspan Mountain again? Ever since Heavenly Tao Samsara, the Heavenspan Mountain couldn't be entered anymore. Now, I don't know what's happening." Bao Inquire's gaze flickered and he said, "Heh, looking at this appearance, it should be the Heavenspan token. The Doomsday battle has just subsided. I'm afraid that another sanguinary slaughter is about to be set off again." The gazes of the heavenly emperors turned intent and they asked, "What's this Heavenspan token for?" Bao Inquire smiled and said, "You all should not think much about it. This thing is a calamity. It is not a blessing for you guys. Without Deva 4th or 5th blight strength, better don't think about it." Chapter 2482, Conjecture. Chapter 2482, Conjecture. What's the Heavenspan token? Yi Yuan asked with a curious face. The appearance of the Heavenspan token made the entire Heavenspan world seethe with excitement again. Currently, the outside world was already in chaos. Each Deva realm powerhouse was mobilizing the heavenly emperors and empyreans under them to go out and search for the Heavenspan tokens, stirring up a sanguinary slaughter. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret said, "Heavenspan token is the key to enter the Heavenspan mountain during Heavenly Tao Samsara. Only with it can one have the qualification to contest for the qualifications of a Tao ancestor, and then dominate the next Samsara." When Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. After the war, he attempted to enter the Heavenspan mountain. But upon reaching the borders of the Heavenspan mountain, he was pushed away by a powerful force. Even a powerhouse like him was unable to resist it. This was heaven's might, mortals could not resist it. Presumably, those few are already raring to move out, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Those few that he spoke of were naturally referring to the 9 great Tao ancestors. The 9 of them had been in control of the Heavenspan world for an epoch. How could they be willing to submit to others? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, "That's of course. In reality, they have already prepared for a very long time. Right now, the nest has long already been cast, right? With their 10 billion years of management, obtaining a Heavenspan token is naturally nothing difficult. But this time, if they want to obtain the position of Tao Ancestor again, it would likely not be so easy anymore. Furthermore, attaining the position of Tao Ancestor also doesn't rely on just strength only. Luck is very important too. The last Heavenly Tao Samsara, the divine race's progenitors were already beaten down by the 18 grand ancestors until they did not have the strength to fight back. That was how they had the opportunity to take advantage of. This time, the divine race's progenitors have all returned. They would naturally join in the fight for Tao ancestor qualifications. It would naturally be doubly difficult for the few of them to want to become Tao ancestors again. Oh, why do you say that? Yi Yuan asked out of curiosity. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret said, "The Heavenspan Mountains area is extremely vast. Where the rule crystal appears, nobody knows either. Furthermore, even if you obtain it, you might not be able to become a Tao ancestor either. Back then, Tao Ancestor Light was the weakest among them, being only Deva Second Blight. But the powerhouses competing for the rule crystals all died out in the end. But he slipped through and became Tao Ancestor Light. Therefore, he's also the weakest one among Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly tongue-tied when he heard it. A Deva Second Blight actually obtained a rule crystal. This luck was insane. But this time, the divine race would also join in the contending army. Furthermore, the Tao ancestors who retired this time, each of them was shockingly powerful. The compet. One Taion would surely be even fiercer. Although luck was very important, strength was more important. With so many grand ancestor-level powerhouses joining in, it was obvious that the weaker ones had even small chances. Yi Yuan, during this heavenly Tao samsara, you must win and return with the position of Tao ancestor. Only by becoming a Tao ancestor can you suppress the divine race, and make them not dare to behave wildly. Of course, those few guys will avenge grievances if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges. The shamelessness of the few Tao ancestors also disgusted him badly. He was filled with displeasure towards those few. Tao ancestor? Who? I'm definitely going to the Heavenspan Mountain. It's just that this status of Tao ancestor, I don't have any interest in it. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed and he said, Yi Yuan, this isn't the time to decline out of modesty. With your strength, coupled with a rule crystal, you'll absolutely become the #1 Tao ancestor. Without you, the human race wouldn't be able to suppress the divine race too. Just based on the few of them, they aren't qualified enough at all. On the divine race's side, once they become Tao ancestors, their strength will become unimaginably strong. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I have my own path. I don't need the enhancement of rule crystals. Furthermore, don't you feel that this Heavenspan world is like a giant cage, imprisoning everyone here? Talking up to here, Yi Yuan lifted his head to look at the sky, his gaze revealing a complicated look. At present, Yi Yuan was practically already standing at the very summit of the Heavenspan world. The scenery before his eyes was already completely different. Lin Chaotian they all would lament about what was above the Heavenspan mountain. Then how could Yi Yuan not be filled with vicissitudes of emotion? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Could it be that the thing Lin Chaotian they all worried about would actually come true? Yi Yuan would break the shackles and become an existence above Tao ancestors? But how was this possible? There had never been such a record in the Heavenspan world, let alone such a legend. Even Tian Qing back then was also unable to break the shackles with the augmentation of the rule crystal. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's words earlier were earth-shattering. He actually said that the Heavenspan world was a giant cage. What do your words mean? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets felt that his breathing became somewhat ragged. Yi Yuan was filled with vicissitudes of emotion as he said, You know, I avenge grievances if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges. I and the divine race shouldn't be able to coexist under the same sky. Then why did I take the initiative to let them enter the Heavenspan world? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was taken aback and said, Yeah, I was very curious too. This isn't your style. The enmity between Yi Yuan and the divine race could be said to have stretched for 10 billion years. If he really thought of it, the 18 grand ancestors were all his disciples. These 18 people, all had fallen. Let alone that the divine race forcibly abducted Yu Mengli, making the pair of them lovers unable to accept each other despite meeting. With Yi Yuan's personality, he should have suppressed the divine race firmly in the abyss world. But he did not. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I made a trip to the divine race this time. Only then did I discover that they are also a bunch of pitiful people. Maybe the things that they did were all against their own will. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted and he said, What on earth did you discover? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I haven't got a clue right now yet. But I have a feeling that everything in the Heavenspan world seems to have been manipulated. Tao ancestors, divine race, human race, everyone and everything, all seems like it's being manipulated by an Ent. One tie in secret. And we're living, fighting, falling into samsara over and over again according to this rule. A raging storm was stirred up in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' heart. Yi Yuan's words really subverted his understanding of this world. All along, his life's creed was to guard the heavenspan world and not let the divine race re-enslave the human race. But Yi Yuan's words made him think deeply. Who was overlooking the world? Who was deciding their fate? They were merely a bunch of piglets reared in pens. But who's controlling all these? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said rather fluid turdly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know, but I feel that it should be related to the divine race's totem statues. Maybe the day when I break the statues, there will be an answer. But, no matter who's controlling us, we're too insignificant in front of him. Therefore, I need even greater power. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets muttered, even greater power. Could it be that Tao Ancestor isn't enough yet? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, a strength capable of controlling the heavenspan world, can you imagine how powerful it is? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' complexion turned deathly pale, and he said, Does this mystery really need to be uncovered? Chapter 2483, Forsaken by Friends and Allies. Chapter 2483, Forsaken by Friends and Allies. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was afraid. A power capable of controlling a world was seriously too terrifying. Therefore, he would rather not go and uncover this lid. Because uncovering it would mean going to confront it. Just like the mortals in his small world, no matter what boundary they cultivated to, it was also impossible to defeat him. How could they possibly defeat such an existence? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Sorry, I have to do this thing. Because if I don't do it, I won't be able to save Leah. Relax. Regardless of who he is, he will be faced by me. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled bitterly and said, Face? What will you use to confront him? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Maybe I can really break the shackles. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' entire body trembled and he said in alarm, Is this really true? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I have a feeling that my cultivation realm hasn't reached the end yet. It's just that, for the time being, I haven't found the way to break through yet. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had a look of astonishment and he said, How is this possible? Deva Fifth Blight is the end. How? How did you do it? Yi Yuan said, Actually, Lin Chaotian guessed half of it correctly. I indeed became powerful because of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. It's just that my greatest reliance isn't the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain, but a set of cultivation methods that I comprehended from the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. It's precisely this set of cultivation methods that made me who I am today. But unfortunately, your small worlds have already been set, and you can no longer cultivate this set of cultivation methods anymore. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted and he said, A cultivation method capable of breaking the shackles. Could it be that our cultivation was all wrong? Yi Yuan nodded and said, My small world isn't opened up by myself, but it evolved and formed naturally. When you all cultivate to the Deva realm, the small world already reached the end form. But my small world isn't fully formed yet. This is also why I don't need to cross the Deva Blight tribulation. Monstrous waves were set off in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' heart. The impact that Yi Yuan's words had on him was seriously too strong. Yi Yuan's small world actually had not taken shape yet. The cultivation method of everyone in the Heavenspan world was actually wrong. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan actually walked out a path that belonged to himself. This talent simply rendered people speechless. Others all used 1 in a million to describe talent. But Yi Yuan was the only one in the Heavenspan world. Among trillions of living beings, he was the only one. After a long time, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets shook his head and said with a bitter smile, No wonder. No wonder how this emperor divined it. I wasn't able to see through your destiny too. Your destiny has already jumped outside of heavenly Tao. How can it be what a mortal could divine? Whatever unpredictable child, whatever talks of destiny, it doesn't exist to you. The two people were currently chatting when Jian Yunshin came. Lord Saint Azure, Father, there's a Deva Fourth Blight martial artist outside called Zhong Zhun, who says that he has an urgent matter to see Lord Saint Azure, Jian Yunshin said. Yi Yuan said, did he say anything? Jian Yunshin shook his head and said, he didn't say anything. He says that the matter is of utmost importance and must see you in person. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, let him come in then. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing a navy blue robe walked in under Jian Yunshin's lead. The moment the arrival saw Yi Yuan, he knelt down and said, this lowly one Zhongzhen pays respect to Lord Saint Azure, Lord Profound Secret. Yi Yuan nodded and said, get up. What are you looking for me for? Zhongzhen fished out a very strange-looking stone. But the moment this stone appeared, an aura of great Tao immediately filled the great hall. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's pupils constricted and he said, Heavenspan token. Yi Yuan asked rather curiously, this strange stone is the Heavenspan token? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded and said, this aura can't be wrong. Zhongzhen said, this lowly one came here to offer the Heavenspan token to Lord Saint Azure. Yi Yuan said in surprise, such a treasure, you actually want to offer it to me? Zhongzhen nodded and said, yes. Yi Yuan frowned and said, can you tell me the reason? Zhongzhen said, to be candid, this lowly one is Tao Ancestor Life Subordinate. This Heavenspan token was also SNATC head from the hands of numerous powerhouses under his orders. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he became even more curious. Lin Chaotian's subordinate was actually giving the Heavenspan token to him? Only to see Zhongzhen continue, but this lowly one doesn't want to work for that shameless man anymore. Lord Saint Azure understands and sympathizes with martial artists of my generation, making contributions high until it shocks the world. This lowly one admires Lord Saint Azure greatly. Therefore, this lowly one is willing to offer this token to your excellency. Furthermore, to be honest with you, this lowly one still has another Heavenspan token in my hands. I hope that I can get Lord Saint Azure's protection and bring me into the Heavenspan mountain. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately understood. The struggle for Tao Ancestor this time was totally different from last time. These Deva realm martial artists, could only be the vassals of the various great Tao ancestors. Otherwise, there would not even be a chance to enter. Hence, regardless of who obtained the Heavenspan token, they would probably have to choose to join a faction. Over on the 9 great Tao ancestors' side, their reputation already went sour. Even their own subordinates were actually unwilling to follow them anymore. This Zhongzhen actually wanted to seek his protection. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets heard that, he could not help laughing as he said, ho ho, the public attitude. Lord Saint Azure's name of being a saint already reigns supreme in the Heavenspan world. I reckon that Zhongzhen is just the beginning. In the future, I'm afraid that there will be even more martial artists coming here to seek your refuge. Zhongzhen followed up, yes. Lord Saint Azure had extremely high prestige in the eyes of martial artists of my generation. Whoever mentions Lord Saint Azure all can't help but give a thumbs up. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help being speechless too. He also did not expect that such a thing would actually happen. However, he shook his head and said, leave, I can't protect you. Zhongzhen was taken aback and his expression immediately changed drastically and he said, Your Excellency, why is this? Could it be that Your Excellency looks down on me because of my background? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it has nothing to do with your background. It's just that when I enter the Heavenspan mountain, I won't be taking part in the struggle for Tao Ancestor. I'll naturally be unable to protect you. Zhongzhen opened his mouth wide and said with a look of disbelief, why Your Excellency is actually not competing to be a Tao Ancestor? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'll enter the Heavenspan mountain, but it's just in order to obtain the Tear of Life. I'm not interested in the position of Tao Ancestor. Zhongzhen was utterly speechless. Presently, the entire Heavenspan world was crazy for the position of Tao Ancestor. Outside, blood already flowed like rivers for a single Heavenspan token. But this big shot actually turned his nose up at the position of Tao Ancestor. He thought about it and said, Your Excellency, accept this Heavenspan token. I only request for Your Excellency to bring me into the Heavenspan mountain. After entering the Heavenspan mountain, this lowly one will naturally go and find lucky chances on my own. What does Your Excellency think? Yi Yuan was just thinking of opening his mouth to refuse when Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret said, Lord Saint Azure, if you reject, they can only choose the 9 great Tao ancestors. With these people's SHI plus TTY characters, they will definitely only be making use of these people. I'm afraid that in the end, they won't be able to avoid the end result of dying. Right now, apart from you, no one can guarantee their safety. Moreover, you definitely won't let those few people off. There has got to be someone replacing them so that you can make a move. Isn't that so? Chapter 2484, Bear the Consequences Yourself. Chapter 2484, Bear the Consequences Yourself. Bang! The seat under Ancestor Lightning shattered into dust. He had a gloomy look. It could be seen how furious he was at this time. This bunch of animals, this ancestor treated them well, why did they betray this ancestor? Ancestor Lightning said furiously. Below, Pang Zhen stood proudly and said indifferently, Ancestor, it is public sentiment. The things that you all have done already chilled the hearts of the martial artists under the heavens. Why would they stand on your side? Ancestor Lightning's gaze turned sharp and he said angrily, Shut up, you unfilial child. Are you planning to go to his side too? Yes. Pang Zhen said without hesitation. Boom. A terrifying pressure immediately erupted. Ancestor Lightning's palm was already pressed on top of Pang Zhen's head. Just a bit more and it could take his life. But Pang Zhen's expression did not change, and his heart did not race. He stared straight at Ancestor Lightning just like that. As if he did not care about his own life at all. Ancestor Lightning had a look of thunderous rage. But he could not press this palm down no matter what. Scram. Get lost for this ancestor. In the future, you're no longer a member of my Pang family. Ancestor Lightning said with an angry roar. Pang Zhen knelt down and did 3 kowtows toward Ancestor Lightning, and said, No matter whether ancestor acknowledges or not, I'm a member of the Pang family. Finished talking, he got up and left. Similar scenes were happening to the various great Tao ancestors. The 9 great Tao ancestors were forsaken by friends and allies, virtually becoming completely solitary. Their fury could be imagined. There were even many of their direct lineage martial artists, such as the likes of Pang Zhen, who defected from their camp. Because they had a better choice now. On this day, in front of the Heavenspan Mountain, the 9 great Tao ancestors and the divine race's 8 great progenitors were shockingly present. Over on the divine race's side, there were roughly over 100 people. While on the 9 great Tao ancestors' side, it appeared rather deserted. When Tian Qing saw this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, the exalted Tao ancestors actually only have these few people by their side, it's beneath your dignity. Lin Chaotian's expression was very ugly. Giving a cold snort, he said, there are only just a few rule crystals. Why do I want so many people for? Tian Qing had an expression of sudden enlightenment and he said, Oh, so that's how it is. Ha ha ha, amidst the laughter was full of mockery. Lin Chaotian and the rest were angered until their expressions were livid. Right at this time, many small black dots appeared on the horizon. Everyone's expression turned intent. Yi Yuan arrived. The little black dots gradually grew bigger. A large dense group of people was following behind Yi Yuan. There were likely 600 to 700 people. Treasure Pig was sleeping soundly in Yi Yuan's arms. Beside him, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, and the rest were shockingly present. Among the others, Deva Fifth Blights were not in the minority too. There were only a total of 1080 pieces of Heavenspan tokens. But Yi Yuan's side occupied more than half and was even more than the sum of the other 2 parties. It could be seen what kind of shocking level Yi Yuan's prestige reached. Seeing those familiar figures behind Yi Yuan, the expressions of the few Tao ancestors became very ugly. Zhongzhen, Wang Jin, Shuzheng. You guys are excellent. Very good. Lin Chaotian's eyes wanted to spew fire as gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Zhongzhen, Wang Jin, and Xu Zheng were all generals under Lin Chaotian that were held in high regard. Lin Chaotian also knew that his reputation had gone bad now. So the ones he sent out were all his trusted confidants. But he did not expect that even these trusted subordinates turned their backs on him. The The confidants that he sent out, in the end, only a scanty few people returned. Seeing Zhongzhan and the rest currently, coupled with Tian Qing's jeering remarks earlier, it could not help but upset him greatly. Feeling Lin Chaotian's powerful pressure, the expressions of Zhongzhan and the rest also changed slightly. After all, Lin Chaotian's account humiliated or was too strong. Humph. Lin Chaotian, that thing that you all did, don't you all have any idea in your hearts? As long as one isn't a fool, they won't continue to work themselves to the bone for you, Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a cold snort. Lin Chaotian's power of rule blossomed and actually had an appearance like he was all set for a showdown. Is that so? Then this ancestor wants to see whether or not he can protect you all. The moment Lin Chaotian's aura released, that terrifying pressure made everyone's expressions change abruptly. Yi Yuan was very strong, but he had not reached the realm of rule after all. Furthermore, casting a big move like 9 dragons descending upon the world might not be able to deal with Lin Chaotian too. Lin Chaotian could not kill Yi Yuan, but if he wanted to kill Zhongzhan, these people, Yi Yuan probably could not protect them either. They sought Yi Yuan's protection but did not expect that Lin Chaotian was so decisive, planning on going on a killing spree outside of the Heavenspan mountain. On the other side, Tian Qing looked at this scene calmly, an appearance of watching a joke. The human race's internal friction, he naturally welcomed it greatly. There's also this ancestor. Ancestor Fire gave a cold laugh. The power of flame rule also bloomed quietly. Such a good thing, how can this ancestor miss it? Dao Ancestor Destruction also joined in. The 9 great Dao ancestors were actually going to join forces again. These few people's subordinates had practically all run off. They had a stomach full of grievances to begin with. Now that there was a chance to make Yi Yuan suffer a loss, they were naturally happy to see it happen. The few people were all looking like a cat that ate the canary, an appearance of cornering Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm expression from beginning to end. It was as if these few people did not exist at all. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly moved. It was only to see his figure suddenly disappeared from where he originally was, already appearing in front of Ancestor Fire in a blink of an eye. Ancestor Fire's expression changed and he shouted, courting death. Terrifying flame power erupted in an instant. The entire sky seemed to have been burned red, incomparably terrifying. But Yi Yuan actually ignored this horrifying temperature and pointed a finger at Ancestor Fire. The current Yi Yuan, his entire person seemed to be a sharp sword that could cut through heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Lin Chaotian and the rest changed wildly. Sword Dao rule. He already reached the realm of Grand Ancestor. Lin Chaotian cried out in surprise. The current Yi Yuan had a terrifying power of rule surrounding his body. That sharpness tore straight through the firmament, making people unable to look straight at it. The Tian Qing, who was originally harboring the attitude of watching a show, his pupils shrunk too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan advanced to the realm of Grand Ancestor so quickly. This guy's improvement was simply unreasonable. Just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan and Ancestor Fire faced off. Boom! A terrifying to the extreme force directly swept out. Ancestor Fire spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. Tian Qing's pupils constricted and he exclaimed, "What a swift and fierce sword! What an overbearing finger!" This finger of his condensed without releasing, condensing sword Dao to the extreme. Exploding it at one point, it's far more brilliant than Ancestor Fire's technique. The moment Yi Yuan entered the realm of Grand Ancestor, his strength already far surpassed, said the Grand Ancestor proud sword back then, reaching an unimaginable realm. Among the 9 great Dao ancestors, I'm afraid that apart from Dao ancestor life, there's already none who is his match. This review was transmitted into everyone's ears. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Just one finger defeated Ancestor Fire. This level of strength stunned everyone, including Lin Chaotian. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Chaotian as he said coolly, "You make a move then. But bear the consequences yourself." This domineering declaration made everyone feel shocked. Lin Chaotian's expression was even ugly to the extreme. What a huge loss of face. Chapter 2485, Universe. Chapter 2485, Universe. Damn brat, this ancestor wants you dead. Right at this time, Ancestor Fire's angry roar came over. A flame power even more terrifying than just now suddenly erupted. There were terrifying flames everywhere in the sky. Clearly, Ancestor Fire was already thoroughly enraged. Fire dance, frenzied demon. Die for me. Die. Die. Balls of flames exploded around Yi Yuan, shaking the void until it trembled. In an instant, Yi Yuan was engulfed. It's Fire dance, frenzied demon. This move. I heard that this move is Ancestor Fire's ultimate big move. The power is indeed terrifying. This move can incinerate all things in the world. Lord Saint Azure will be fine, right? When everyone saw Ancestor Fire blow his top and unleash his ultimate big move, each and every one of them was extremely worried too. Against Tao ancestors, there were none who were easy to deal with. Especially if it was their ultimate trump card, those were all magnitudes that could obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. The moment this move Fire Dance Frenzied Demon was unleashed, the surrounding spiritual energy was burned into a vacuum zone. It could be seen how terrifying this move was. But right at this time, Lin Chaotian's gaze turned intent, suddenly firing out a spell. Spring Wind for 10,000 miles. Powerful wood attribute power was directly injected into Fire Dance Frenzied Demon. Wood begets fire. Ancestor Fire's Fire Dance Frenzied Demon suddenly became incomparably berserk under Spring Wind for 10,000 miles. This move. That boundless fire sea actually started blackening, gradually turning black color. The temperature of this world suddenly rose to 10 times more than before. The void was being incinerated by flames. When Ancestor Fire saw this scene, he could not help having a look of wild elation, and he said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, DM guy. See if you still don't die this time." Everyone's faces changed wildly. No one would have thought that Lin Chaotian's sudden attack could actually make Fire Dance Frenzied Demon Hit's move undergo such a terrifying change. Lin Chaotian's control of wood attribute rule had clearly already reached a transcendent degree. The wood attribute power that he injected was like a catalyst, making Fire Dance Frenzied Demon this move reach the point of qualitative change. This terrifying flame had long already surpassed, said the Tao ancestor himself. Damn. This Lin Chaotian is really despicable. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's expression changed as he said. Even Tian Qing's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "I underestimated this Lin Chaotian. This move is really impressive." If Yi Yuan comprehended 3 great laws to the realm of rule at the same time, perhaps he would be able to block this move. But right now, he's probably fraught with grim possibilities. By the side, Yu Mengli's expression changed slightly too, revealing a worried expression. PFFFT. But right at this time, there was a tremor in the fire sea. A figure dashed out of the fire sea, pouncing straight for Ancestor Fire. Who could this figure be if not Yi Yuan? Within a 30-feet radius around him, countless motes of starlight surrounded him, like there were countless diamonds decorated around him, magnificently beautiful. Tian Qing opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock, This guy is really a genius. He actually laid Sword Tao rule densely in the domain, forming an impermeable sword net. This domain is his Sword Tao domain. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually using this kind of method to SHI plus ELD the flame rule outside. Yi Yuan's speed was immensely fast. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ancestor Fire. He was currently being excited on his own, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But in a blink, Yi Yuan appeared in front of him completely unscathed, making him jump in fright. Then, it was already too late to think about escaping. Yi Yuan's Sword Tao domain suddenly enlarged, directly covering Ancestor Fire inside. Universe. Yi Yuan spat a word out of his mouth without the slightest emotion. While the stars around him that filled the sky suddenly bloomed. Ancestor Fire's pupils constricted. There was no time to think too much. The domain power in his body bloomed. Terrifying power of flames attempted to force Yi Yuan's Sword Tao domain out. It was just that those countless stars seemed to be countless sharp swords. This place became Yi Yuan's absolute domain, Those one sword intent after another pierced right through Ancestor Fire's domain, slicing onto his physical body. Arg! Miserable screams came out from within the Sword Dao domain, being incomparably shrill and forlorn. Each sound seemed to be crying in everyone's hearts. Everyone looked at this scene in extreme shock, their thoughts falling into stagnation. No idea how long had Pa said either, the miserable screams gradually stopped. Yi Yuan put away universe. A figure fell down feebly. Bang! Ancestor Fire's body fell onto the ground, twitching non-stop. His body seemed to have been serrated by a saw, sword wounds everywhere. His aura was already extremely weak, only one last breath remaining. Hiss, all around, came a series of sounds of cold air being sucked in. This kind of scene was seriously too soul-stirring. A Dao ancestor was actually beaten until he lost human form. How long had it been since such a thing had happened before? Even Tian Qing also felt that his breathing became somewhat ragged. Fineness. Plussing off a Dao ancestor so neat and tidily, even he could not do it too. Universe is it? Within the domain, I am the universe. A fine move, universe. What a domineering universe. This Sword Dao domain is simply an absolute domain. Entering inside, one will definitely die without a doubt. Tian Qing could not resist praising. He really had his breath taken away by this move of Yi Yuan's. Yi Yuan only just stepped into the realm of rule. But his application of Sword Dao rule already reached a transcendent realm. This move seemed to only be a Sword Dao domain. But with Tian Qing's knowledge and experience, how could it be just like that? This move, universe, was the perfect amalgamation of Yi Yuan's world power and power of law. This was also to say that Yi Yuan unleashed the power of Sword Dao rule to the extreme with the Chaos Heavenspan cannon. Within this domain, Yi Yuan's offensive power practically had no upper limit. The endless Sword Dao rule was like an endless sea of swords, only giving up after all of your strength was depleted. Lord Tian Qing, this is merely a Sword Dao domain. Is it really so formidable? Tian Qing said with refusal to give in. Tian Qing gave him a glance and said, even if this ancestor gets caught inside, I'll likely lose a layer of skin if I want to escape too. His power doesn't lie with the Sword Dao rule, but the application of Sword Dao rule, as well as his powerful world power. If my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan's world power is likely more than 10 times that of ordinary martial artist. It's on completely different levels. When the divine race's people heard that, each and every one of them was incomparably shocked. They did not expect that progenitor Tian Qing's appraisal of Yi Yuan would actually be so high. In that case, it was tantamount to acknowledging that Yi Yuan already had the strength to threaten progenitor Tian Qing. This was simply inconceivable to them. Yi Yuan still had his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Chaotian as he said coolly, "Now, do you still want to see whether or not I can protect them?" Lin Chaotian opened his mouth wide, instinctively wanting to refute. But the words reached the tip of his tongue and were swallowed back down. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed already reached the acme of perfection. Yi Yuan, who reached the realm of rule, even if it was only a Sword Dao rule, he was already at the level of standing shoulder to shoulder with him too. See, consider yourself ruthless. Brat, let's each stay out of the other person's business. Lin Chaotian gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 2486, Death of Dao Ancestor. Chapter 2486, Death of Dao Ancestor. So strong. Ancestor Fire and Dao Ancestor Life, two people joined forces and were actually unable to even trap him. Cruise. Plussing Ancestor Fire with one move. The present Lord Saint Azure is really truly worthy of this title. Yeah. Lord Saint Azure corroborating his Dao is the blessing of martial artists of our generation. After the shock, everyone was extremely excited. Dao Ancestor Life had capitulated. The deterrence was mutual. Yi Yuan's strength could clearly stand shoulder to shoulder with him already. He had long expected that there would be this day. It was just that he did not expect that it would arrive so quickly. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan had the nominal title of Saint Azure but did not have the strength to match it. But now, with Yi Yuan defeating Ancestor Fire in a single one move, being virtually on par with Dao Ancestor Life, he was already completely worthy of the title of Saint Azure. He was that Saint Azure who created an eternal legend. Boom. However, right at this time, a shocking change occurred again. A piercing cold to the extreme fist wind swept past. It was only to hear a bang. The place where Ancestor Fire collapsed directly turned into nothingness. The high and mighty Ancestor Fire actually perish. Everyone was shocked to the extreme, opening their mouths wide, disbelief on their faces. Who, weaklings don't have the qualifications to live on. Rather than living painfully, better to let this progenitor send you off, Tian Qing said with a faint laugh. The punch earlier was launched by Tian Qing. Tao Ancestor Fire Spirit who had been unrestrained for an epoch actually perished in front of the Heavenspan Mountain. Just now, with Yi Yuan inflicting heavy wounds on Ancestor Fire, everyone was just amazed at Yi Yuan's strength. But the impact that Ancestor Fire's death brought to everyone was too strong. Everyone realized that an era of heroes vying for supremacy had already arrived. In this era, Tao ancestors had a possibility of dying too. Yi Yuan gave Tian Qing a glance, still very calm. He did not express too much. Ancestor Fire was Lin Chaotian's #1 lackey. If he died, then he died. Yi Yuan did not have much sympathy. His strength had recently improved further. His reliance on the 9 great Tao ancestors was not that strong anymore. Furthermore, very soon, new Tao ancestors would be born too. Whether or not Ancestor Fire died was not important. But to Lin Chaotian as well as the other 7 great Tao ancestors, Ancestor Fire's death had clearly touched their most sensitive nerves. Lin Chaotian exploded at once. Yi Yuan, you colluded with the divine race and killed my human race's Tao ancestor. What is your intention? Lin Chaotian shouted angrily. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian like looking at a fool and said coolly, Tian Qing murdered people, but you don't dare to shout at him. So you're yelling at me? This matter arose because of you. Now, Ancestor Fire was killed, but you're blaming it on me? Do you not want face? Yi Yuan had just arrived and Lin Chaotian and Ancestor Fire were like lunatics, wanting to target him. He was merely forced to fight back. Now, Lin Chaotian pinned another large charge on his head. Truly laughable. Lin Chaotian's eyes wanted to spit fire and he said angrily, Brat, you wait for me. We'll showcase our true abilities on Heavenspan Mountain. Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Rumble. Suddenly, the Heavenspan Mountain gave a strong undulation. An enormous light door appeared slowly. The Heavenspan Mountain opened. Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted and he said, Go. It was only to see his figure moved, and he already arrived in front of the light door. Lin Chaotian held the Heavenspan token in his hand and walked into the light door first. Clearly, he was already too impatient to wait. The 7 great Tao ancestors also followed closely behind, entering the Heavenspan Mountain. Tian Qing gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a smile, You taking your own sweet time, aren't you afraid that they will SNTCH the position of Tao ancestor? Yi Yuan said coolly, I'm not interested in the position of Tao ancestor. Tian Qing's expression choked and he said with a frown, Not interested? Who, interesting? Do you know what kind of level this progenitor's strength will reach when I attain the position of Tao ancestor? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, My spatial law and formation Tao law are also both almost reaching the realm of rule already. Tian Qing almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He originally wanted to mock Yi Yuan but was choked to death by Yi Yuan. You, this fellow, really aren't cute at all. Let's go. Tian Qing gave a cold snort and entered the Heavenspan Mountain. After waiting for the divine race to enter the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan said coolly, After entering the Heavenspan Mountain, everyone relies on your own lucky chance here. I'll say it again. Whoever helps me find the tear of life, I'll help him ascend to the position of Tao ancestor. The hundreds of Deva powerhouses were invigorated and said in unison, Yes, Lord Saint Azure. Originally, Yi Yuan did not want to get involved in the struggle for Tao ancestor. But later on, he still heeded Heavenly Emperor profound secret suggestion. At least, if there were more people, there was a greater chance of finding the tear of life. As for the rest, he did not care. Arriving before the light gate, Yi Yuan stopped and did not advance, his mood fluctuating a little. After many years of hard work, He was finally nearing this step. Restraining his emotions, Yi Yuan stepped into the light door. In front of his eyes were balls of grey fog. Above the void, there were blue bolts of lightning flash. Hi plus ing. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Wasn't this scene precisely what was inside the realm fog? What's wrong, Yi Yuan? Sacred Ancestor High Priest came afterward. Seeing Yi Yuan's abnormal state, he could not resist asking. Yi Yuan said, Heavenly Tao Samsara, the realm fog floods the Heavenspan mountain. I think it should be the rules getting reshuffled. Looking at it this way, each epoch will be a little different. Sacred Ancestor High Priest said in surprise, Is this the realm fog? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I've once entered the realm fog before and seen this scenery. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave Yi Yuan a glance and could not help being speechless. This guy was really freakish. Plus Sacred Ancestor High Priest felt the realm fog a bit. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly and he said, DM, there's the power of great Tao suppressing in this place. We can't fly in the air or shuttle through the void. We can only walk forward on foot. This place is a huge cage. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, Really? Finished talking, his figure flashed, appearing several dozen feet away. Then, he kicked his feet and rose into the air. Following that, a bolt of blue lightning struck. He grabbed it casually and actually grabbed that bolt of lightning in his hand. The treasure pig in Yi Yuan's arms suddenly sniffed his nose and swallowed the lightning in one bite. Then, he went to sleep again contentedly. Sacred Ancestor High Priest opened his mouth wide, an expression like he had seen a ghost. These two fellows were simply not human. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and the rest who just came in saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked speechless. How did you do it? Could it be that you're actually not suppressed by the power of Great Tao? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said in surprise. Lord Saint Azure is too amazing. He can actually fly on the Heavenspan mountain. Monstrous. Truly monstrous. Being able to teleport, able to fly, it's simply being established in an undefeatable position. Indeed, we were right in following Lord Saint Azure. When everyone saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked. The moment they entered, they were suppressed by the power of Great Tao, thoroughly becoming mortals. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan was actually not affected in the least bit? Yi Yuan smiled and said, My small world is a little special. This power of Great Tao can't suppress me. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said, No wonder you look down on Tao ancestors. Chapter 2487, Heaven-Defying Luck. Chapter 2487, Heaven-Defying Luck. In the grey fog, on many narrow, winding trails, hundreds of Deva powerhouses had all already entered the Heavenspan mountain. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was clearly not unfamiliar with this place and said, These narrow, winding paths all lead above 1,000,000 miles. Each small path, you'll encounter all sorts of different lucky chances. But further up, these small paths will merge randomly, and eventually lead to 9 exits. At that time, you all will encounter other martial artists. The killing will also kick off at that time. The breathing of the numerous powerhouses also became quicker. Stepping onto this path, they would be opponent. In order to become a Tao ancestor, the final fight would be extremely tragic. There were no friends on the path of becoming a Tao ancestor. Everything was all for the sake of obtaining the rule crystals. Now, you guys each choose a path and set off. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. The moment his voice faded, the 600 to 700 powerhouses rushed away one after another. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, as well as Pang Zhen, Wn Zhen, and the rest, and said, Are you all with me, or setting off by yourselves? Heavenly Tao Samsara, there would be all kinds of lucky chances on this road, just like the Tear of Life. Previously, the Tear of Life had never appeared. But under Heavenly Tao Samsara, it would definitely appear. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would come to the Heavenspan mountain. Your Excellency, we want to try it ourselves. Pang Zhen and Wn Zhen said in unison. Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head and said, Go on, The two were overjoyed and also each chose a small path. As for Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, their strength was even stronger. They naturally had to personally tackle the Heavenspan Mountain. To them, following Yi Yuan could naturally ensure their safety. But it was impossible for Yi Yuan to always be by their sides protecting them. At times, people had to face things themselves. Furthermore, walking together with Yi Yuan was equivalent to that they would not be able to encounter lucky chances belonging to themselves. After everyone left, Yi Yuan brought Treasure Pig and also set foot on a narrow, winding trail. Yi Yuan walked very carefully, looking very meticulously, not willing to miss a single detail. Yi Yuan had never seen the tear of life before. The people around him also had not seen it before. Only the 9 great Tao ancestors had seen the tear of life before. Therefore, Yi Yuan would rather be slower than to miss it. Woos. H. Plus woos. H. Plus woos. H. Plus all of a sudden, one grey shadow after another dashed out of the fog, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Each of these grey shadows was extremely powerful, comparable to Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses. When there was an opportunity, there would naturally be danger. On this Heavenspan Mountain, apart from the ever-present blue lightning, there were also other lurking dangers. For example, these grey spirits. Their names were called grey spirits, a creature unique to the Heavenspan Mountain during the Heavenly Tao Samsara period. These grey spirits were extremely powerful. The weakest was also Deva 1st or 2nd Blight. To powerhouses who entered the Heavenspan Mountain, it was naturally incredibly dangerous. But currently, the strengths of these grey spirits that dashed out were far from just Deva 1st and 2nd Blight. Among them, the weakest was Deva 4th Blight too. Furthermore, it was a large group. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "I've just started, how come I encountered so many grey spirits? Seems like something isn't quite right." Roar. Right at this time, the treasure pig in Yi Yuan's arms suddenly gave an angry roar. The grey spirits that were originally trying to attack Yi Yuan actually trembled all over in the air, suddenly stopping. Treasure Pig directly flew out of Yi Yuan's embrace with a whoosh. Then he swallowed a grey spirit in one mouthful. Each and every one of those grey spirits trembled heavily, fleeing frantically into the grey fog. Treasure Pig had clearly discovered the deliciousness. So how could he be willing to let them go? It was only to see him whoosh again, burrowing into the mist. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not suppress his laughter. This treasure pig was really becoming more and more gluttonous. Yi Yuan could feel that although these grey spirits had intelligence, they were extremely pure energy bodies. They were absolutely great tonics to Treasure Pig. And Treasure Pig's strength was extremely terrifying. It was virtually equivalent to 2 great Tao ancestors joining forces. There were really not many existences capable of harming him in this fog. Therefore, he was also very at ease. Roar. 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 In the mist, Treasure Pig's angry roar came from time to time, from varying distances and different directions. Clearly, he was hunting down those grey spirits crazily. No idea how long had Pares said either. The roars in the fog became thinner and thinner. Suddenly, a pink shadow rushed into Yi Yuan's arms. He was still holding a white sphere in his mouth. Yorp. Treasure Pig burped contentedly and the white ball also dropped in Yi Yuan's palm. Then he went to sleep on his own. Clearly, he ate until he was very full. But Yi Yuan's eyelids twitched wildly. This thing, it wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Yi Yuan looked at the white ball in his hand and could not help smiling bitterly as he said. An extremely strong water attribute rule was emitting off of the white ball. That was right, it was precisely the power of rule. This power of rule surged like the bright moon in the dark night, unable to hide at all. Even if Yi Yuan was a fool, he also guessed what this was. Rule crystal. Yi Yuan did not expect that he just went out of the gates and already encountered the rule crystal that everyone yearned after even in their dreams. Judging from the power of rule coming from the rule crystal, it should be the water source crystal. He looked at the water source crystal in his hand and could not help being speechless. Intentionally planting flowers but not blooming. Unintentionally planting a willow tree and the willow tree became a shade. He was originally not inclined to the position of Tao Ancestor, but he encountered the rule crystal right after he left the house. How could one make sense of this sort of thing? The rule crystal could appear in any corner of the Heavenspan mountain. But encountering it at this location was extremely rare. Even the Tao Ancestor Light back then also only encountered it above 10,000 miles. But Yi Yuan just stepped out of the house, being less than a mile out. This luck was simply heaven-defying. Treasure Pig was also impressive. Entering the grey fog and wandering around leisurely, he returned with a rule crystal in his mouth. Yi Yuan could not help feeling helpless. He looked at Treasure Pig and said, "You this fellow, if you brought me a tear of life back, how great would that be?" Treasure Pig seemed to have felt something in his heart and opened his sleepy eyes and gave Yi Yuan a disdainful look. Posturing was not done like how you're doing it. Treasure Pig was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent. How great the value of a rule crystal was, he naturally knew. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly. Who could understand his pain? However, he was not pretentious either. After all, it was a seat of Tao Ancestor. Since he acquired it, it was naturally impossible to throw it away. He put the water source crystal away. But no matter what he did, he was not able to suppress the water source crystal's power of rule. When he carried this thing on him, it was like carrying a lighthouse. On the lighthouse, there was even a sign stating it's here. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless again and grumbled, "No wonder in the last struggle for Tao Ancestor, of the few remaining human race powerhouses, another large group died. How is this thing some rule crystal? It's simply a death-hastening crystal. No matter who it was, having obtained this thing, they were bound to suffer the besiegement of everyone." The allure of the position of Tao Ancestor was seriously too strong, no body could resist it. Therefore, this was simply a death-hastening talisman. Chapter 2488. You guys, get lost. Chapter 2488. You guys, get lost. Hand over the mysterious rune and I'll spare you from death. Get lost. Just based on you. Kill. Kill. On the main road, there was chaos. The sound of fighting rose and ebbed. Along with the merger of the narrow, winding trails, more and more martial artists started meeting and fought endlessly for lucky chances. Those who dared to come to the Heavenspan mountain were not weak. The fighting was very fierce. On this main road, more than 10 Deva powerhouses were currently undergoing a miserable fight for a mysterious rune. Fierce undulations scattered the grey fog a little. Suddenly, a powerful rule undulation came from below. Everyone's expressions changed wildly and actually stopped the battle at the same time without prior agreement, looking down below with looks of antic. 1P Asian. Who did not know what happened? Rule crystal. Somebody obtained a rule crystal. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that the rule crystal appeared so early. No body is allowed to snatch with me. The rule crystal is mine. No matter who it is, go up and kill first before talking. The group of powerhouses mustered up killing intent fully, preparing to take action. In the grey fog, that figure advanced unhurriedly, becoming clearer and clearer. Kill. No idea who shouted. More than 10 powerhouses rushed over one after another. Although it was not possible to fly here, how fast was the foot strength of a Deva fifth blight? In a blink, they arrived in front of that person. But, when they saw that person's face clearly, everyone's movements abruptly stopped. Everyone seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, freezing there. Lord Saint Azure. When the powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, their eyes went wide. No one could have thought that the struggle for Tao Ancestor just started and Lord Saint Azure was already holding the position of Tao Ancestor in his hand. The rule crystal in Yi Yuan's hand and in their hands were two different concepts. Those able to shake Yi Yuan were only Grand Ancestor level characters. Furthermore, it was even not ordinary Grand Ancestors. Who was tired of living, to dare snatch the rule crystal from his hands? Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces. Everyone only felt their entire body turn stiff as if they were being stared at by heavenly Tao. How could they dare release any hint of greed toward Yi Yuan? They could only bury all of their emotions at the bottom of their hearts, not daring to divulge it in the slightest. Among these people, There were many who were brought in by Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan said it very clearly. He was only responsible for bringing in and nothing else. As for who could become an ancestor, it each relied on lucky chances. In reality, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to interfere even if he wanted to manage it. Facing the opportunity to become an ancestor, who could let it go? Becoming an ancestor meant reaching the heavens in one step. You guys continue, Yi Yuan said a sentence with a smile and Pares said through the crowd. We send Lord Saint Azure off respectfully. Everyone sweat profusely, seeing Yi Yuan off with their eyes. It was only after Yi Yuan's figure completely disappeared from everyone's line of sight did everyone feel relieved from the tremendous pressure. They discovered that their backs were already drenched. The present Lord Saint Azure was too terrifying. In the crowd, a martial artist's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, Tear of life. We still have hope. As long as we find the Tear of life, with Lord Saint Azure's sainthood name, he'll definitely hand the rule crystal over to us. Another person said, right. There's still the Tear of life. As long as we obtain the Tear of life, not only will Lord Saint Azure give us the rule crystal, he'll even protect us all the way until we corroborate our Tao and become an ancestor. Suddenly, the martial artists that Yi Yuan brought looked toward the other few people with pity. These few people came in with the 9 great Tao ancestors. You all can forget about it. This us doesn't include you all. Lord Saint Azure is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Even if you all obtain the Tear of life, the 9 great Tao ancestors will definitely kill and seize the treasure too. Therefore, don't think about it. The martial artists that Yi Yuan brought in had a strong sense of superiority at this time. While those few people had gloomy faces and were extremely depressed, they were really somewhat regretting it. This was a chance to corroborate one's Tao and become an ancestor. Finding a Tear of life was much easier than finding a rule crystal. At least, the Tear of life would not be a moving beacon like the rule crystals that could attract endless killing. Yi Yuan advanced along the way but did not find traces of the Tear of life. Fate seemed to be playing a joke with him. He could easily find a rule crystal, but he could not find the Tear of life. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, incomparably strong undulations came from ahead. In addition, a vast and colossal power of flame rule also came from ahead. No need to go, and Yi Yuan already guessed what happened. The fire source crystal came into being. In front, there were 5 powerful auras, all acquaintances. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he said, interesting. All encompa. Sing tide. Immortal rebuking true lightning. Destruction heaven shocking palm. Brahma true body. Yi Yuan advanced slowly. 5 grand ancestor level powerhouses were currently in the heat of battle. The human race's 3 ancestors coincidentally faced off against the divine race's 2 great progenitors, fighting until the grey fog shook endlessly. Far away, many powerhouses kept a wide berth and did not dare to approach at all. Among the 5 people, there was a small flame-like ball, flickering indeterminately. Regardless of who obtained the rule crystal on both sides, they would suffer frenzied attacks and could not hold it at all. Suddenly, the 5 people felt something and stopped fighting one after another. It was undeniable that the water source crystal on Yi Yuan was too eye-catching. The 5 people originally thought that another rule crystal appeared. But upon seeing that it was Yi Yuan, their expressions could not help changing. They were fighting here endlessly and Yi Yuan had already gotten hold of the water source crystal. When Ancestor Water saw Yi Yuan, he said without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan, the matter previously was all this ancestor's fault. Help me obtain this fire source crystal. In the next 10 billion years from now on, this ancestor will be at your beck and call. This was a super helper. Ancestor Water's mind spun the fastest, immediately judging the current situation. The moment Ancestor Lightning heard, how could he be willing to show weakness? He immediately said, Yi Yuan, you and I are rather deeply connected. You help this ancestor this time. The Pang family will serve you as our master in this epoch. The moment Tao Ancestor Destruction heard, how could he be willing to give in, hurriedly saying, Yi Yuan, what they can do, this ancestor can do the same. This ancestor requests for you to take action and help me once. Opposite, the divine race's two great progenitors were dumbstruck with amazement from listening. They did not expect that the human race ancestors did not even want their morals anymore for the sake of obtaining the fire source crystal. Weren't these few people still fighting it out to the death with Yi Yuan previously? How did it become such a situation in a blink of an eye? They discovered that they were somewhat unable to understand the way humans thought. However, their faces also became solemn. If Yi Yuan joined the battle, they would be under a lot of pressure. Ever since Yi Yuan cut Ancestor Fire down with his sword, the deterrence that he gave everyone was seriously too strong. Yi Yuan, we stay out of each other's business. You already obtained one rule crystal. If you're getting involved in the struggle for the fire source crystal too, you'll be making too many enemies. Yellow lineage's progenitor, Yi Feng, said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan had a calm face when suddenly, he smiled at this time and said, I'm not interested in being a Dao ancestor, but since I ran into a rule crystal, I can't turn a blind eye to it too. I'll be taking the fire source crystal. You guys, get lost. Chapter 2489, Battling 5 Ancestors. Chapter 2489, Battling 5 Ancestors. Get lost. Regardless of whether it was the 5 great ancestors or the powerhouses in the distance, they were all somewhat doubting whether or not their own ears heard wrongly. Yi Yuan was actually making 5 grand ancestor level powerhouses get lost. Yes, Yi Yuan was strong. But it was also impossible for him to deal with 5 people at the same time, right? Yi Yuan, you're also too arrogant, right? Do you think that by killing Ancestor Fire, you can ignore all of us Dao ancestors? Ancestor Water said in a solemn voice. But the corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled slightly and he said with a smile, rather interesting, are you provoking the 5 of us? Yi Yuan said indifferently, I only want the rule crystal. Of course, if you think that it's a provocation, you can too. Yi Yuan's words were boundlessly domineering. Ha ha ha, when Yi Feng heard that, he could not help bursting into laughter and said, I didn't expect that one day, this progenitor will actually be looked down upon like this by someone. I also never thought that I would join forces with humans one day. What do the 3 of you think? Yi Feng was laughing, but he was already genuinely enraged. What kind of figure was he? A progenitor who had once laughed proudly at the summit, monopolizing all life. Now, he was actually being looked down upon by someone to the point of asking him to get lost. If this could be endured, what else could not be? Of course, the one who was angry was not just him alone. The other 4 were all enraged, especially Ancestor Water 3 people. They put aside their egos to beseech Yi Yuan but did not expect to be humiliated by Yi Yuan like so. Ancestor Water had a black face and said in a solemn voice, although this ancestor isn't willing, right now, there seems to be no other choice. This brat is too arrogant. Ancestor Lightning also had a dark look as he said, humph. Refusing face when it's given. Originally, we're very apprehensive of you, but you insist on forcing the 5 of us to join forces. This place is the Heavenspan Mountain. You can't fly and can't teleport. This ancestor wants to see whether or not you can survive under the 5 of us teaming up. Dao Ancestor Destruction sneered and said, Yi Yuan, after you attained the position of a grand ancestor, you seem to have become more and more puffed up with conceit. Since that's the case, then this ancestor doesn't mind sending you off. Crazy. Utterly crazy. Lord Saint Azure was going to forcibly resist 5 great Dao ancestors joining forces. Yi Yuan had once escaped with ease from under the joint forces of the 9 great Dao ancestors. It was just that, escaping and frontal confrontation were 2 totally different concepts. The surrounding Deva powerhouses were all dumbstruck with amazement, not understanding why Yi Yuan would make such a choice. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, refusing face when it's given? Who, do you guys have face? Not anybody can be this Yi's servant if they want to. It was not that Yi Yuan was showing off his ability, but that he did not have a favorable impression of any one of these people. To these Dao ancestors, there were no forever friends, and also no eternal enemies. But to Yi Yuan, kindness was kindness, enmity was enmity. These few guys were nauseating to the extreme. Now, they were actually still thinking of turning around to cooperate with him. Dream on. Furthermore, Since he ran into the fire source crystal, it was naturally impossible to let it go. Holding the rule crystal in his own hands was clearly the best option. There were many people around him suitable to be the next Tao ancestor. The expressions of the human race's 3 Tao ancestors all turned black like the bottom of a pot. Yi Yuan did not take them seriously at all. In order to obtain the rule crystal, they already gave up the dignity of a Tao ancestor. But Yi Yuan did not buy it at all. Humph. Talk about after you can survive from under our hand. All encompa. Sing tide. Ancestor Water did not say another word and directly made a move. Instantly, Yi Yuan was engulfed by the tide. Furthermore, there was even a strange power in this tide, making people unable to shake free. Immortal rebuking true lightning. Destruction heaven shocking palm. Brahma true body. 5 great Tao ancestors each executed their means. It was either an earth-shaking big move or a heavenly Tao true martial. The 5 people's power superimposing together was truly terrifying to the extreme. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, and he casually threw Treasure Pig to one side and joined in the battle. Treasure Pig rolled dozens of times on the ground, ending up under a rock. But he still did not have the intention of waking up. This guy had just eaten to his fill and was dead asleep right now. Universe. Yi Yuan gave a low cry. Universe appeared again. The pupils of Ancestor Water and the rest all shrunk, revealing looks of dread. Ancestor Fire died under this move. The 5 great Tao ancestors were very fearful of Yi Yuan, not daring to get into close quarters with Yi Yuan at all. Once they got caught in Universe's range, they would also not be far from death. But very soon, they were shocked. Universe's defense was similarly solid as a metal bucket. The 5 of them working together actually could not breach Universe's defense. Yi Yuan propped Universe up and moved freely among the 5 of them. Occasionally, he could even pose some threat to them. These terrifying moves, Yi Yuan received all of them as they were. Sword Tao Rule was originally mightier than the unitary 5-element laws. Even Destruction Rule was also slightly inferior when compared to Sword Tao Rule. Of course, more importantly, Tao Ancestor Destruction's strength was inadequate. What the few people were even more unaware of was that Yi Yuan's Chaos World had currently reached grand completion already. His world power was unbelievably strong. World power coupled with the universe's sword art executed with Sword Tao Rule, it was virtually the Heavenspan world's strongest swordsman's. HI+P already. Wanting to breach Universe, unless you forcibly broke through from outside with absolute strength. But very clearly, these 5 people were all not qualified enough. Each and every one of the onlooking Deva powerhouses was dumbfounded with shock. This is also too strong, right? Universe, this move simply has no weakness to exploit. Hiss. This is the legendary Sword Tao moving the gods, right? Yi Yuan's fissomeness deeply shocked everyone present. Previously, when killing Ancestor Fire, Universe only appeared for an instant. Everyone did not feel its might. But now, the might of Universe was exhibited beyond a doubt. Invincible defense, harrowing attack. This kind of move could be rated as without weaknesses to exploit. The more the 5 great Tao ancestors fought, the more alarmed they got. Yi Feng 2 great progenitors had already each displayed 2 heavenly Tao true martials but were still unable to break Universe. Damn it. How can this boy be so strong? Gentlemen, stop holding back. Otherwise, no one can obtain the rule crystal. Ancestor Water said with a low roar. As a Tao ancestor, how could they not have any trump cards up their sleeves? Just like Ancestor Fire's fire dance frenzied demon, this kind of big move could virtually obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. The other 4 people nodded one after another and said, okay, looks like we got to bring out our true abilities. The seal in Ancestor Lightning's hand suddenly changed, and he shouted coldly, boundless heavenly fiend lightning prison. All of a sudden, the surrounding became a sea of lightning. An enormous cage wrapped Yi Yuan up tightly. Inside were incomparably thick electric snakes, flying around everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. These electric snakes attacked Universe frenziedly, attempting to break through. Tao Ancestor Destruction put both hands together, A horrifying power that could obliterate heaven and decimate the earth erupted from his body. Only to see him throw a punch out ordinarily. That terrifying power even opened up a gap in the lightning prison. SHI plus VA celestial deity eradicating palm. At the same time, Ancestor Water and the two great divine race progenitors unleashed their strongest attacks one after another. Universe finally loosened up a little under this terrifying power. Chapter 2490, Dual Polarity. Chapter 2490, Dual Polarity. When Ancestor Water saw this scene, he could not help being overjoyed as he said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha. Did you see that, Yi Yuan? This is the power of Tao ancestors. Death is the outcome of you provoking Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan, you looked down on us 8 great progenitors too much. Have you forgotten how many grand ancestors died under our heavenly Tao true marshal back then?" Yi Feng also said with a cold smile. In reality, among these 5 people, the combat strengths of the 2 great progenitors were even above the 3 Tao ancestors. When they unleashed their full strength, the power was truly boundless. Only then did the 3 Tao ancestors know that previously, Yi Feng 2 people did not use their full strength at all. Fortunately, Yi Yuan finally forced out these 2 people's hidden strength fully with his formidable strength. When the Deva powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help sighing heavily. Sigh. Lord Saint Azure was still overly confident. Each of these ancestors is an old monster who has lived for 10 billion years. Who doesn't have some trump card? Lord Saint Azure played too big this time. Not only did he fail to get the fire rule crystal, but also probably even the water rule crystal can't be protected. With regards to the current situation, everyone felt pity for him. Yi Yuan's might naturally could be seen clearly. It was just that, facing the strongest few people in this world, he was a little too overbearingly haughty. But currently Yi Yuan who was inside Universe had a calm look. He did not feel panic. Facing Ancestor Water and Yi Feng's cynicism, he just said coolly, "You all seem to be very pleased with yourself. Is this all you have? But I haven't even used my full strength yet." The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 5 great Tao ancestors changed wildly. But very soon, Ancestor Water smiled coldly and said, "Who, did we grow up being intimidated? This move of yours already exerted Sword Tao to the extreme, breaking the joint efforts of Lin Chaotian and Ancestor Fire. This ancestor doesn't believe that you still have an even stronger move." Yi Feng also said, "You're also looking down on us, these few old fellows, too much. Who, if you still have some trump card, feel free to use it." Not that they did not believe it, but that Yi Yuan's universe move was indeed too strong. They simply could not imagine what kind of level a sword move that was even stronger than this move would reach. Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "Rest assured, you'll be able to see it right away." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's universe actually started spinning. The originally invulnerable universe suddenly had an extremely large hole appeared after it started spinning. When the 5 great Tao ancestors saw this scene, their entire bodies shook. Courting death. They were currently like flies. Suddenly seeing a crack on the egg, how could they let it go? Immediately, their big moves all rumbled towards that gap. But at the same time, Yi Yuan's body radiated with a resplendent golden light. Terrifying dragon might instantly rippled out. True dragon profound armor. Yi Yuan's body was actually covered by a layer of powerful dragon scales. These dragon scales were all transformed from blood vitality. Boom. The 5 great Tao ancestors' big moves bombarded onto this true dragon profound armor in their entirety. Yi Yuan tasted sweetness at his throat, his innards already sustaining serious injuries. But he forcefully suppressed his injuries. The divine essence within his body poured out crazily, injecting into Universe. Right as Yi Yuan was under attack, Universe already converted into 2 blades. The 2 blades started rotating crazily at this time. The terrifying cutting edge of the swords directly split the fog into 2. A scent of death instantly diffused in the air. Originally, the 5 great Tao ancestors all had delight on their faces for having inflicted serious wounds on Yi Yuan. But very soon, their expressions became very ugly. This was the scent of death. Yi Yuan really still had a final hit move. The originally rock-solid and calm universe revealed its sharp edge at this time, the murderous aura without restraint. The swift and fierce sword intent was exerted to the extreme at this moment. Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, the sword was the intent in his chest. There was no need to deposit it inside a material object. His divine essence could similarly be a sword. Dual polarity. Kill. These 3 words popped out of Yi Yuan's mouth. 1. Those crazily spinning 2 blades cut straight through the air, carrying an incomparably sharp edge. At this moment, the cutting-edge intent of the sword was practically going to slice this heaven-span mountain's cage completely apart. And this sword was heading straight for Ancestor Water. Ancestor Water's heart was almost jumping out. The scent of death hit him head-on. How many years had it been? How many years had he not faced the threat of death already? Ever since corroborating his Tao and becoming an ancestor, death, this word seemed to have already left him. But at this moment, he seemed to have found it again. How could he dare to have the slightest hesitation? Ancestor Water revolved his divine essence and power of rule madly, attempting to block dual polarity. A turn of the tide. Continuous without ceasing. PFFFT. PFFFT. No matter how he blocked, dual polarity was like a cutting machine. Wherever it said through, it mowed down all resistance. Dual polarity gradually enlarged in his eyes. Finally, bang! Dual polarity breached his domain and broke through his final layer of defense, completely garroting him. Places where it said through, no corpse or bones remained. Ancestor Water, dead. Pewalk. Only now did Yi Yuan spurt out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, he did not care. He said indifferently, "Now, I'm collecting the fire rule crystal. Who else still has objections?" Each and every one of the remaining 4 great Tao ancestors' complexions turned deathly pale. They were frightened by this scene earlier. Yi Yuan killed someone under the siege of 5 great Tao ancestors. Just now, in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan forcibly resisted the ultimate moves of the 5, and executed the swift and fierce to the extreme big move, dual polarity. This kind of strength made people daunted at the sight of it. The current Yi Yuan was akin to an undefeatable god of war, giving people a feeling of invincibility. The 4 great Tao ancestors actually took several steps back without prior agreement. Very well. It seems like nobody has any objection. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, walked in front of the fire rule crystal, and put it away. From start to end, not a single one of the 4 great Tao ancestors dared to step forward to stop him. Putting away the fire rule crystal, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Do you all want to continue, or scram?" The current Yi Yuan was full of energy when speaking. Although his aura was somewhat unstable, he did not seem to have suffered too much damage. Yi Feng's expression was ugly to the extreme. Although he was a divine race progenitor and his power was boundless, wanting to kill a Tao ancestor was not an easy matter. Defeating and killing were 2 completely different things. Tao ancestors had experienced the baptism of rule crystals. Their strength was more than a magnitude stronger when compared to grand ancestors. You're really a freak." Yi Feng gritted his teeth and turned around, merging into the grey fog. The other person also followed closely behind. Ancestor Lightning's expression was ugly as he said, "The 5 of us struck with our full power, and yet you actually only suffered light injuries. See, consider yourself ruthless. This ancestor will stay a respectful distance from you in the future." Finished saying, he also turned around and merged into the grey fog. When Tao Ancestor Destruction saw Ancestor Lightning leave, he also did not bother to speak, hurriedly running away. The feeling that Yi Yuan gave them was really extremely monstrous. Corroborating one's Tao and becoming an ancestor, this signified eternal life. To the 9 of them, death was already a distant noun. But now, Yi Yuan had the strength to kill Tao ancestors. Furthermore, it was killing Ancestor Water under the besiegement of 5 great Tao ancestors. How strong was this impact on them? 1. I translated this as dual polarity, but it actually means yin-yang without using the words yin-yang. Chapter 2491, Transaction. Chapter 2491, Transaction. This is too strong. Really too strong. 5 great Tao ancestors. Those were 5 great Tao ancestors. One was killed just like that. Originally I thought that universe was already Lord Saint Azure's strongest move. Who would have expected that he actually still had more cards up his sleeves? The Deva powerhouses present were all staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Yi Yuan's dual polarity move killing Ancestor Water also announced the arrival of a new era. Tao ancestors would die. In reality, this dual polarity move was not some new trick. It was just a derivative move of universe. The universe was all-encompassing. Therefore, universe this move in itself was even and calm, having no weakness to exploit. However, this move also sacrificed the cutting edge and fierceness of Sword Tao. Dual polarity this move was derived from universe. It divided universe into two, transforming it into 2 poles. With 2 poles circulating, continuous reproduction in an endless succession, they unleashed the cutting edge of Sword Tao to the extreme. Therefore, the offensive power of this move was formidable to the extreme. Of course, universe turning into dual polarity was tantamount to sacrificing defensive power. But this was nothing to Yi Yuan. His physical body already reached the realm of a grand ancestor. Who could rival it in this world? Even Tian Qing's physical body was also far inferior when compared to him. At that moment, Yi Yuan activated the dragon race Samsara progenitor's other innate divine ability, True Dragon Profound Armor. True Dragon Profound Armor was the dragon race's strongest defensive divine ability. He forcefully resisted the all-out attacks of 5 great Tao ancestors and unleashed his strongest sword art, killing Ancestor Water and scaring 4 ancestors away, shocking everyone present. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. Lord Saint Azure already obtained 2 of the 9. In this struggle for Tao ancestor, he's virtually in an undefeatable position. Suddenly, someone reacted with a look of surprise. Each rule crystal was extremely precious. In the last struggle for Tao ancestor, no idea how many Deva powerhouses died. The killing was tragic to the extreme. After that battle, humanity's major powers virtually fell into a disjointed generation. But now, Yi Yuan was almost certain to be the biggest winner. By the side, someone nodded and said, with Lord Saint Azure's present strength, when rule crystals reach his hands, no body can sech it away at all. Even Tian Qing and Tao ancestor life can't as well. Lord Saint Azure himself already possesses Tao ancestor class' terrifying strength. Coupled with 2 great Tao ancestors, this heavenspan world will be Lord Saint Azure's world in the future. The present situation was what everyone did not expect. Less than halfway through the Par-S Sageways, Yi Yuan already had 2 rule crystals in his hand. The crux was that when rule crystals reach his hands, it would be difficult to spit it out. To say that Yi Yuan was unlucky, he actually acquired 2 rule crystals in a row. But to say that he was lucky, walking along the way, he never found news about the tear of life. Regardless of whether it was him or anyone else. Currently, he already arrived above 800,000 miles. Along the way, virtually everyone knew that he had rule crystals in his hands. If someone obtained the tear of life, they would definitely come to find him to exchange. It was just that sadly, there wasn't. The mountainous paths became wider and wider. The originally narrow, winding trails already became main roads that led to heaven. But Yi Yuan's mood inexplicably became irritable. He was not interested in other lucky chances. Because to him, these lucky chances were already of little use. Only the tear of life was what he was determined to get. Along with the mountain paths getting higher and higher, the pressure in Yi Yuan's heart also grew increasingly greater. Yi Yuan Par-S said through the fog and finally arrived above 1,000,000 miles. Ahead, 9 main roads gradually became clear. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. A familiar figure was currently sitting cross-legged, blocking in the middle of the main road. And on the ground in front of him, 3 people were lying on the ground. The 3 people's hand and leg ligaments were all severed. The auras on their bodies were also incredibly frail, having only left with one last breath. These 3 people were none other than precisely Pang Zhen, Wn Zhen, as well as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret. And that figure sitting cross-legged was none other than precisely Dao ancestor life, Lin Chaotian. Seeing Yi Yuan appear, Lin Chaotian did not seem surprised and said smilingly, "You're finally here?" Yi Yuan's gaze turned sullen and he said in a cold voice, "What do you want?" Lin Chaotian smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to make a deal with you." Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, "Speak." The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth curled slightly and he said smugly, "I know that you have 2 rule crystals on you. Hand them over and exchange for 2 people. The remaining person dies." After Lin Chaotian entered, he did not put his heart and soul into finding rule crystals. On the contrary, he scattered the people under him out, to search for the whereabouts of the people around Yi Yuan. Among the people around Yi Yuan, there were many who entered this time. Apart from Pang Zhen and Wen Zhen, there was also Long Yi, Bai Chen, and the rest. Heaven rewarded the faithful. Lin Chaotian found Pang Zhen, Wen Zhen, as well as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was personally captured by him. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, a piercing cold killing intent instantly bloomed. This Lin Chaotian was really shameless to the extreme. However, when Lin Chaotian saw Yi Yuan's expression, he enjoyed it very much and said with a faint smile, "You seem to be very furious. Weren't you very arrogant when you were outside? What about now? Continue being arrogant. Amen. This ancestor knows that the people around you will always be your greatest weakness. You fool, to actually still dare to bring them in. Forget that you brought them in. But you actually dared to let them run around recklessly on the Heavenspan mountain. Are you very conflicted right now?" The current Lin Chaotian felt a delight of having taken revenge. For so many years, he, this Dao ancestor, had suffered no idea how many losses under Yi Yuan's hand. His hatred toward Yi Yuan had long already reached the limit. So what if Saint Azure? He was a Dao ancestor. He was the #1 Dao ancestor. But now, he was like a dog who lost its home. This was thanks to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he wanted to return all these pain to Yi Yuan, who, entering the Heavenspan mountain this time, "I never thought of going to find the rule crystals at all. Because I know that you'll help me find it. Your destiny is too heaven-defying." Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Not only did you obtain the rule crystal, you even obtained 2. But very sadly, you only obtained 2. Ha ha ha, you have to abandon one person, you should be very pained, right? But this sort of pain is precisely what I hope for. Talking about how he was pleased with himself, Lin Chaotian could not resist raising his head to the sky and laughing loudly. These few years, he had never felt so happy before. Suddenly, he flipped his palm over. A crystal-clear crystal appeared in his palm. The moment this thing appeared, a powerful life force instantly spread out. This extremely clear crystal took on a water droplet shape. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, immediately guessing the origin of this crystal. Tear of life. This thing was the tear of life he had been searching bitterly for. It was actually in Lin Chaotian's hands. Lin Chaotian said smugly, "You didn't see wrongly. It's the tear of life. I know that you're looking for it, but very unfortunately, it was obtained by me." Chapter 2492. What are you scared of? Chapter 2492. What are you scared of? TSK, really touching. Your brothers barely escaped death to obtain the tear of life for you. But in the end, it was obtained by me. Would you feel very angry? Lin Chaotian smiled faintly. His smugness was practically exuding. But right then, a figure walked out of the fog, looking at Yi Yuan with a proud look. Lord Saint Azure, are you still satisfied with this big gift? The one talking was none other than precisely Zhongzhen. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, a wave of evil fire immediately welled up in his heart. This Lin Chaotian really exhausted his abilities. Zhongzhen smiled and said, I know that Lord Saint Azure won't trust me. I also don't need Lord Saint Azure to trust me. As long as your brothers trust me, it will do." Lin Chaotian also smiled and said, "Apart from Zhongzhen, the Deva realms under this ancestor have sincerely turned to you for protection. A mixture of truth and falsehood makes it difficult to distinguish. Plus furthermore, you seem to have forgotten, This ancestor entered the Heavenspan mountain once. Back then, this ancestor fought all the way, narrowly escaping death, before I attained the position of Tao ancestor. No body is more familiar with the Heavenspan mountain than me. Although Zhongzhen they all didn't take the same path, they will definitely run into each other. Hence, the whereabouts of these brothers of yours have actually all been within my control. Yi Yuan's existence made Lin Chaotian feel a tremendous threat. This kind of threat even Serpa said the divine race. Hence, during these few years of heavenly Tao samsara, Lin Chaotian racked his brains to think, not about the struggle to be Tao ancestor this time, but how to deal with Yi Yuan's revenge. Lin Chaotian was a sensible person. He knew that a battle between him and Yi Yuan was unavoidable. Therefore, he practically hollowed his brain out these few years, wanting to find a way to deal with Yi Yuan. But in the end, he discovered to his dismay, this was an unsolvable problem. Yi Yuan could not be killed. As long as he could not kill Yi Yuan, he would continuously grow stronger and eventually Serpa himself. Lin Chaotian thought of corroborating his Tao and becoming an ancestor again. But he thought it over. Being a Tao ancestor could not provide him with a sense of security at all. Yi Yuan's potential was endless. Then, what was Yi Yuan's weakness? His friends. Last time, he was ill-prepared. But this time, he would not fail. On the ground, Pang Zhen vomited blood and said with an angry roar, "Zhongzhen, you despicable villain. I definitely won't let you off." Zhongzhen was indifferent and said with a smile, "You're thinking too much. He only has 2 rule crystals. How do you know that he'll pick you? According to what I know, it seems like your standing on his side is inferior to these 2. Pang Zhen's pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth and said, "Wn Zhen, Lord Profound Secrets, after I die, you guys must avenge me and kill this DM dog." Wn Zhen's gaze flickered and he roared, "Your Excellency, save Lord Profound Secrets and Pang Zhen." Profound Secrets had blood in his mouth as he laughed loudly and said, "You 2 little babes are actually vying with this old man. This old man has lived for 10 billion years and has long already lived enough. Yi Yuan, although I didn't achieve what father has done, being revered for generation after generation, but I still have this bit of bearing. You save them." Yi Yuan frowned. He did not make a sound from start to end. He could feel that Lin Chaotian performed some tricks on their bodies. As long as he made the slightest unusual movement, these 3 would die without a burial ground. But these 3 people, he was unable to accept losing any one of them. TSK, how touching. At this time, you guys can actually still think of helping the others. But don't you all feel that this will make it even harder for him to choose instead? Lin Chaotian had a smug face as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Why? Can't choose? Why don't this ancestor help you choose?" Boom. Lin Chaotian pointed a finger out. Pang Zhen's 2 legs directly exploded into nothingness. Ugh, Pang Zhen hurt until he sweat cold bullets, gasping the cold air in pain. But he refused to scream from start to end. Although this was not fatal, it was painful to the extreme. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he shouted coldly, "Lin Chaotian, you're courting death." Lin Chaotian was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "Oh? Is that so? Swooze. Plus his figure suddenly moved, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, universe suddenly unfolded. "You dare to block?" Lin Chaotian was all smiles as he said. Yi Yuan's expression changed, immediately withdrawing universe. Bang! Lin Chaotian's palm was embedded into Yi Yuan's chest firmly. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, flying out backward. Against that palm, Yi Yuan withdrew universe and the power of domain. Hence, it landed firmly on his body. Regarding Lin Chaotian's 1 palm, how terrifying was the power. The number 1 Tao ancestor did not come from boasting. His strength might be even greater than those 5 people Yi Yuan fought with previously. "My Lord Saint Azure, you're also nothing more than this." Lin Chaotian looked at the Yi Yuan who fell to the ground and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you look down on this ancestor? Get up. You, fight back." Bang. While talking, Lin Chaotian's figure moved swiftly, another palm imprinting onto Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan flew backward again, receiving 2 palms in a row. Even if Yi Yuan's physical body was exceedingly strong, his innards also suffered a tremendous impact, his injuries extremely severe. One had to know, he did not have the slightest defense, relying entirely on his physical body to forcibly resist 2 palms. If it were others, Lin Chaotian's these 2 palms landing, they would have long already been beaten into nothingness. Ha ha ha, indeed deserving of being Lord Saint Azure, really resistant to hit. Your divine soul can't be killed, but if this ancestor destroys your physical body, then I wonder if you can still break the shackles or not. Lin Chaotian laughed savagely, a palm slamming onto Yi Yuan's body once again. All the bones in Yi Yuan's body seemed to have been broken up, his internal organs practically ruptured. Ah! Lord Saint Azure, leave us alone, fight back. Pang Zhen had tears in his eyes, enduring the intense pain as he bellowed. Wen Zhen clenched his jaws tightly and said with an angry roar, Lord Saint Azure, our death isn't regrettable. Fight back. Kill this damn dog and revive the human race. They understood that Yi Yuan already had the strength to challenge Lin Chaotian presently. But, for their sake, he would rather be beaten into serious injuries by Lin Chaotian. At this rate, Yi Yuan's physical body would really be ruined. With his physical body being ruined, Yi Yuan naturally would not die. But, wanting to reach his present peak would require far too much effort. And Lin Chaotian would not give him this chance. When Lin Chaotian heard that, he laughed loudly and said, yeah, fight back. Why aren't you fighting back, Lord Saint Azure? Fight back. Swooze. H. Plus Lin Chaotian's figure moved again, a palm slamming toward Yi Yuan again. This feeling of toying with Yi Yuan made him enjoy it greatly. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly lifted his hand, his eyes full of coldness. A feeling of immense danger suddenly rose. Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly, his figure retreating explosively. He was frightened. Yi Yuan struggled to stand up. Looking at Lin Chaotian indifferently, he said, come on, what are you scared of? Only then did Lin Chaotian know that he had been tricked. Yi Yuan did not dare to retaliate at all. Just now, he was just scaring him. And he was really scared. Damn it. Brat, you're courting death. Lin Chaotian turned angry from embarrassment, a palm thrusting toward Yi Yuan again. Chapter 2493, Who's Faster? Chapter 2493, Who's Faster? Die. Die for this ancestor. DM thing, to actually dare trick this ancestor. This ancestor wants you dead. Lin Chaotian practically went mad. One palm after another landed on Yi Yuan's body. Each palm was stronger than the last, continuously without ceasing. Wood attribute rule had a tenacious life force to begin with, stretching long and unbroken. His palm force was like a huge wave, scouring Yi Yuan's body over and over again. Yi Yuan still did not fight back. He just gritted his teeth and persevered. His internal organs were practically almost shattered already. His body of steel had also been broken in many sections. But he still did not fight back. Pang Zhen 3 people had tears pouring down their faces, not even daring to look over. Alas! 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 Your Excellency, you should fight back. I'm begging you, fight back. Pang Zhen used his fist to smash on the ground fiercely as he wept bitterly. By the side, Zhongzhen's expression flickered indeterminately. Even he was also somewhat envious of Pang Zhen 3 people. With such a brother, what did you need to ask for? Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to become Yi Yuan's brother. Kneel for this ancestor. All of a sudden, Lin Chaotian kicked Yi Yuan's calf bone. It was only to hear a crack. Yi Yuan's calf bone broke at the sound of it. However, he did not kneel. His complexion turned white from pain, but he still did not kneel down. Tui. Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood, carrying sword Dao Will. Lin Chaotian actually could not evade it and had his face spat at. Lin Chaotian, you've vented it out too. But you'd best not touch some bottom line. Making this you kneel down, you aren't worthy. Yi Yuan's words were ice-cold to the extreme. Lin Chaotian, having his face spat at, immediately flew into a great rage and said, "If this ancestor insists on making you kneel, then, at the risk of the three of them dying, this he will cut you down here too." Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion. Lin Chaotian's gaze turned dark, furious but not speaking. He understood Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was too proud. No matter what the circum stances, it was impossible for him to submit. Making Yi Yuan kneel, that was something absolutely impossible. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's words at all. Because he knew that Yi Yuan would really do it. He only said that because he was extremely angry just now. Calming down at this time, he discovered that he had the tempo led by Yi Yuan a little instead. The teasing earlier made him burn with fury. But now, he felt rather disinterested. Yi Yuan, this person could be killed, but he could not be humiliated. Humph. Now, have you decided how to choose? Lin Chaotian said with a cold snort. This was equivalent to him compromising. Zhongzhen stared dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Yi Yuan was already almost dying. Yet, Lin Chaotian was actually stopping. This kind of feeble threat could be effective too? How could he know that Yi Yuan could not be killed at all? Even if he destroyed his physical body, it was useless too. Yi Yuan could not die. I've decided. I'll save the two of them. Yi Yuan lifted his finger with difficulty and pointed towards Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Wn Zhen. This time, he did not hesitate. Wn Zhen's entire body shook and he said angrily, "Your Excellency, I don't need your help." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also greatly enraged and said, "Yi Yuan, this emperor doesn't want you to save them." But Lin Chaotian laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. What bulls. Hi+T brother. Pangzhen boy, saw that? You're not even a fart in his eyes." Pangzhen was covered in blood and similarly laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. How can a self-centered, despicable, and shameless villain like you understand the feelings between us brothers? Your Excellency, well done." He did not have any complaints about Yi Yuan. In reality, no matter who Yi Yuan saved, the other two would not complain. Just as Pangzhen said, the feelings between them brothers, Lin Chaotian would never understand it. Because in Lin Chaotian's eyes, there was only self-interest. They could stab 2 knives into their ribs for their brothers, could throw away their lives, and could give everything up. This sort of feeling already penetrated deep into the bone marrow long ago. How could a cold-blooded person understand? On the contrary, not only would Pangzhen not resent Yi Yuan, but he would also feel heartache for Yi Yuan instead. Because he knew how much courage Yi Yuan needed to make this decision. The pain in Yi Yuan's heart was probably even more serious than the injuries on his body right now. Yi Yuan closed his eyes painfully and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I only have 2 rule crystals." The current Pangzhen seemed to have forgotten the pain on his body, and he said with a loud laugh, "My lord, thank you. It was a great honor for this Pang to be able to follow your Excellency in this lifetime. It was you who taught me how to be an upright person. It was you who let me grow. In the next life, I hope that I can continue following your Excellency." Lin Chaotian discovered that his inciting act did not take any effect at all. He indeed could not quite understand why Pangzhen was still loyal and devoted toward Yi Yuan under this kind of circumstances. Swooze. Plus a rule crystal flew toward Lin Chaotian. He reached his hand out and grabbed it in his hand. His face was full of joy. Fire rule crystal. Ha ha ha. Fire rule crystal, really a good thing. The fire rule crystal being placed with ancestor fire, that fool was really too wasteful. Now, this ancestor obtained the fire rule crystal. Even if I am facing Tian Qing, what do I have to fear? Lin Chaotian let out a burst of wild laughter after he obtained the fire rule crystal. What he wanted to obtain the most was the fire rule crystal. Wood begets fire. Obtaining the fire rule crystal, his strength would increase exponentially. Previously, he helped ancestor fire with wood attribute power of rule, causing Fire Dance Frenzied Demon this move to become unbelievably strong. However, that was only because his application of wood attribute rule reached a transcendent level. If he controlled wood attribute rule and fire attribute rule at the same time, what did Fire Dance Frenzied Demon count for? When the Heavenspan mountain opened, one person could only refine one rule crystal. But, after Heavenly Tao Samsara, they could refine a second rule crystal. Mastering two great rules, Lin Chaotian's strength would reach an extremely terrifying realm. Release them. Yi Yuan said with a cold yell. Lin Chaotian smiled slightly and waved his hand casually. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was directly swept in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fired out a stream of divine essence, catching Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. He did not care about his own injuries, immediately checking Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' body, and his expression could not help changing. Within Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' body, an incomparably powerful wood attribute power of rule was hidden in the divine sea. Clearly, it was done by Lin Chaotian. As long as his mind stirred, this wood attribute power of rule would immediately explode, blowing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets into smithereens. When Lin Chaotian saw this scene, he could not help but smile slightly and said, "Who gave up? See if it's your sword that's faster, or my thought that's faster. Alright, there's still a water attribute rule crystal, hand it over." Hearing this, Zhongzhen's entire body trembled. A look of wild ecstasy brimmed over on his face. The reason why he agreed with Lin Chaotian was for this rule crystal. What bulls! Hi+T brotherhood, what loyalty! In front of Tao Ancestor, what did it count for? Yi Yuan took out the water rule crystal and threw it to Lin Chaotian without the slightest hesitation. Lin Chaotian was also full of joy. He and Zhongzhen both swore a heavenly Tao oath. He would obtain a rule crystal and give it to Zhongzhen. And when Zhongzhen became a Tao ancestor, he would pledge loyalty to him forever. He swept his sleeves grandly, sweeping the rule crystal over. But right at this time, his divine soul suddenly felt an intense stabbing pain, as if it was being pierced by 10,000 fine needles. In an instant, his consciousness fell into stagnation. Chapter 2494, Breaking the Deadlock. Chapter 2494, Breaking the Deadlock. Pew, pew, pew. It was also at this moment that Yi Yuan flicked his fingers repeatedly. 3 streaks of sword energy penetrated into the 3 people's bodies respectively. Following that, his divine essence did the leading. A powerful suction force swept Pang Zhen and Wan Zhen over. All of these were completed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Clearly, Yi Yuan had long already made a plan. Only all the way until this time did the water rule crystal land on the ground quietly. The change was too fast. Apart from Yi Yuan himself, everyone did not react to it. Even Pang Zhen and Wan Zhen themselves were also dumbfounded at this moment. Zhongzhen was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. He did not understand why Lin Chaotian did not make a move to stop it. With Lin Chaotian's strength, he could definitely make it in time. But at this time, Lin Chaotian shook his head suddenly, only to feel a stabbing pain in his divine soul. He was taken aback, recovering to his senses. Divine soul attack. He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan and discovered that the people were actually all rescued, and his pupils could not help shrinking. Die. His thoughts stirred, and he was going to detonate the wood spirit divine essence within Pang Zhen's body. However, Pang Zhen did not even move, not even an eyelid. Lin Chaotian's heart thumped, being taken by surprise, and secretly thought that it was not good. How was this possible? His wood spirit divine essence was resolved so quickly. Yi Yuan's means were also too heaven-defying, right? But currently, Yi Yuan's pair of ice-cold eyes were currently looking over toward this side. No need to try. Your wood spirit divine essence has already been sealed by my sword energy. You can't detonate it. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Lin Chaotian had a look of shock on his face and said, "This is impossible. How can you possibly do it within such a short time?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. My law comprehensions are inferior to yours, but you're far worse in quality of divine essence. You think that I suffered so many palms of yours in vain?" Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly and he said in a solemn voice, What on earth did you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "That mouthful of blood essence was tainted with my chaos origin divinity in it. I handed a rule crystal over to you just to exchange one person over. It didn't matter who. As long as someone comes over, I'll naturally have a way of stopping you from making a move. So when I tossed out the second rule crystal, the Chaos Origin divinity turned into a soul sword and sneak attacked your divine soul, making you absent-minded temporarily. And this period of time is enough for me to inject sword energy into their bodies. Everyone present was stunned from listening. This was also too monstrous. Within such a short time, Yi Yuan actually thought of such a meticulous method. It was truly inconceivable. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was hesitating to take action out of fear of damages, not daring to fight back. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually making concessions in order to gain advantages, concealing his means? Everyone thought that Yi Yuan had no choice but to hand over the rule crystals. Who could have thought that he was actually trying to grasp Lin Chaotian's method? From start to end, Lin Chaotian thought that he held absolute dominance, thinking that it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to make a comeback. But Yi Yuan led the direction of the whole thing without him noticing it. By the time Lin Chaotian reacted, the situation had already completely reversed. Advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Incredibly meticulous. Bizarre means. Lin Chaotian only felt that he was battling in magic with a monster, losing so thoroughly. This move was set up by him painstakingly over many years. Each detail involved, he took it into consideration. Yi Yuan was completely dealing with it par-sively. However, it was under such a par-siv situation that Yi Yuan thought of a solution so quickly, and reverse schemed against Lin Chaotian, succeeding in breaking the deadlock. This sort of cunningness, this kind of means, it was truly undefeatable. Talking about this soul sword again, it was a utilization method of the Chaos Origin divinity that Yi Yuan found out. With regards to the Chaos Origin divinity, Yi Yuan understood too little. But its might was beyond all doubt. So, these few years, Yi Yuan had always been trying to unearth some of the Chaos Origin divinity's functions. This Origin divinity decomposition technique was one of the methods that Yi Yuan found out. Lin Chaotian, this kind of old monster who had lived for so many years. His divine soul had long already reached the extreme. Although Yi Yuan's Chaos Origin divinity was powerful, wanting to attack this level of powerhouse head-on, it was clearly rather inadequate. After all, No body was a fool. Lin Chaotian knew that Yi Yuan's Origin divinity was powerful. How could he possibly not take precautions? But, decomposing the Origin divinity and hiding it in blood essence, incubating within Lin Chaotian's body to suddenly launch a sneak attack, it was absolutely impossible for him to guard against. Sure enough, Lin Chaotian fell for it. He thought that Yi Yuan just spat in anger. But he did not know that failure was already destined at that time. Lin Chaotian opened his eyes wide. Until now, he still did not quite dare to believe it. He never planned on handing over the hostages to Yi Yuan at all. Just now, he planned to directly detonate the wood spirit divine essence and kill Profound Secrets and Wan Zhen. As for Pang Zhen, as long as he was around, Yi Yuan would not dare to be unbridled. He had determined Yi Yuan's weakness, that was why there was the scheme this time. But, before he made his move, the hostages were already rescued. You're really a monster. Lin Chaotian only felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow in front of him was really too scary. Yi Yuan's eyes gradually grew cold and he said, "Is that so? Including chatting so much with you just now, my injuries have already recovered by 50% too. Now, you can go to Hell. Boom." His voice had yet to fade when universe was already unleashed. Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly, turning around and fleeing with a whoosh, merging into that main road. Yi Yuan did not pursue, but he bent down and stuffed a medicinal pill each for the three of them. Then he healed their injuries for them. Profound Secrets' 3 people were too heavily injured. Furthermore, Lin Chaotian's wood spirit divine essence was also just temporarily suppressed. If it was not removed in time, there was a danger to their lives. "Your Excellency, I ignore us. Go and kill that damn dog. Having obtained the fire rule crystals, he'll definitely refine it right away. If you wait for him to refine it, he'll be even harder to deal with." Pang Zhen gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Shut up." Pang Zhen was helpless and could only shut up. But in his heart, a warm current was flowing through. This was a brother, no need for more words. Lin Chaotian left, but Zhongzhen did not. This sudden change rendered his entire person stupefied. He did not expect that Lin Chaotian actually did not even fight, directly slipping away. He was left alone. What to do? His gaze landed on the water rule crystal not far away. Greed overflowed from his eyes. But he just had the thought of moving when Yi Yuan's devilish voice came over. If I were you, I'd stand there obediently and not think about anything. The more you think, the faster you'll die. Zhongzhen's entire body shook, his eyes full of unwillingness. Swooze. Plus he still moved. The temptation of Tao Ancestor was too great. Furthermore, it was death either way. So why not risk his life? Zhongzhen's speed was extremely fast. In a breath, he arrived in front of the water rule crystal. His gaze revealed a look of wild ecstasy. Sure enough, Yi Yuan was scaring him. How could the wood attribute divine essence that Tao Ancestor life left behind be that easy to remove? However, just as his hand was about to touch the water rule crystal, a streak of cold light flashed past. PFFFT. His hands were directly gone. Chapter 2495. Who is number one? Chapter 2495. Who is number one? With a miserable scream, Zhongzhen fell to the ground. From start to end, Yi Yuan never lifted his head once. Dealing with Zhongzhen's level of strength, it only needed a burst of sword energy and it was enough. He was only a foot away from the water rule crystal. Close at hand, but far away at the horizon, Zhongzhen looked at the water rule crystal in front of him, still desperately crawling forward. He extended his severed arms, attempting to grab the water rule crystal. But right at this time, another streak of cold light flashed past. His two arms were gone. In the distance, came Yi Yuan's ice-cold voice. Yi Yuan said, "Man dies in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. It's just that you got to have a bottom line as a person. Yesterday's karmic cause, today's karmic effect. Everything was you bringing trouble upon yourself." Pang Zhen laughed wildly when he saw the situation and said, "Ha ha ha. Zhongzhen, you also have this day. Gratifying. How gratifying." Zhongzhen was very smart. These few years, he did not deliberately be friendly with Pang Zhen. But some things, he would always do it thoughtlessly. He would let Pang Zhen see it or know about it by chance. In the course of time, Pang Zhen was firmly convinced of Zhongzhen's character. So along the way, he did not doubt Zhongzhen at all. But in the end, he was still deceived by Zhongzhen. He experienced a narrow shave with death, obtaining the tear of life. But in the end, it benefited Lin Chaotian. That burst of fury almost drove him crazy. Now, finally venting this frustration, how could he not be happy? Zhen snorted coldly and said, "Just now, you probably also didn't expect that you'd have such an end, right? Serves you right." Sword energy seeped into Zhongzhen's body through his wounds, overwhelming him to the point where he wished that he was dead. Despair. The disparity between him and Yi Yuan was too great. He also understood that Yi Yuan did it on purpose. Able to see, unable to eat. Nothing was more despairing than this. He was only a step away from Tao Ancestor. But he would never become a Tao Ancestor. Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned. The rule crystal flew into his hand. Zhongzhen could only watch this scene, powerless to do anything. Done with these, Yi Yuan no longer cared about him, treating Pang Zhen and the rest dedicatedly. Zhongzhen sprawled on the ground just like that, not daring to move. Yi Yuan's action was too terrifying. Zhongzhen did not have any possibility of running away at all. Currently, he was terrified to the extreme in his heart. The taste of awaiting death was not good. Time slowly trickled by. The wood spirit divine essence within the three people's bodies, all were forced out of their bodies bit by Yi Yuan. The three people's injuries also gradually recovered. Pang Zhen's severed limbs also slowly grew out under Yi Yuan's treatment. "Your Excellency," Lin Chaotian obtained the fire rule crystal. "He'll definitely refine it right away. Once he refined the fire rule crystal, his strength will definitely increase greatly," Pang Zhen said worriedly. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said coolly, his appetite. 1T is very big, but he has to be able to swallow it too. The scores between me and him should also be settled now. The three of you stand guard over me. I'll go into closed seclusion here. Closed seclusion? The three people were stunned when he heard that. Others came to the Heavenspan mountain in order to compete for the position of Tao Ancestor. Yi Yuan was exceptionally different, to actually come up the mountain to go into closed seclusion and cultivate. Was this competing in cultivation speed with Tao Ancestors? One had to know, the time needed to refine a rule crystal was not considered long. At most 1 month and you could digest it fully. With Yi Yuan going into closed seclusion now, could he surpass Lin Chaotian within a month? After Lin Chaotian refined the fire rule crystal, his strength would not be 1 + 1 = 2 so simple. Wood attribute rule plus fire attribute rule, the power produced was seriously too terrifying. Even if Yi Yuan went into closed seclusion and broke through now, could he surpass Lin Chaotian who had 2 great rules gathered onto one body? The few people all felt rather baffled by Yi Yuan's choice. Right now, the most important thing should be catching up to Lin Chaotian and not let him refine the rule crystal. However, Yi Yuan's authority had long already penetrated deep into the marrow. Regarding his decision, the few people naturally would not resist. Yi Yuan made them stand guard, then they would stand guard. Your Excellency, what about this guy? Pang Zhen pointed at Zhong Zhen and said. I'll leave him to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan knew that the one who hated Zhong Zhen the most was Pang Zhen. This opportunity to take revenge, he naturally had to leave it to Pang Zhen. Sure enough, Pang Zhen rubbed his fists and wiped his palms. His gaze when looking at Zhong Zhen was full of ill intent. He had been stifling this frustration until now. After handing over this matter to him, Yi Yuan ignored him and started cultivating on his own. His sword energy already seeped through the body, destroying Zhong Zhen's life force. With these three people's strength, it was naturally impossible to let him run. Yi Yuan's realm already reached the limit, it was impossible to make any more breakthroughs. What he wanted to break through was naturally law comprehension. Between time and space, these two great laws, Yi Yuan's time law fell into a state of stagnation, but his spatial law became stronger and stronger. Before entering the Heavenspan mountain, his spatial law actually already reached the level of rank 5 source. After entering the Heavenspan mountain, the spatial law here was virtually the Heavenspan world's supreme law. In this place, even Tao ancestors were unable to teleport. It could be seen how powerful the spatial rule here was. Walking along the way, the spatial rule here was also of great inspiration to him. What he had to do now was to pool all these inspirations together, then make a breakthrough. The realm of rule was already not far away. At the end of the road was a deep and quiet Par-S sageway. When Lin Chaotian saw this Par-S sage, he was immediately wildly elated. Outside of this Par-S sageway, it was impossible to refine rule crystals. To become a Tao ancestor, you must enter this Par-S sageway to refine the rule crystal. But now, he was only a step away from becoming a Tao ancestor a second time. He believed that as long as he became a Tao ancestor again, his strength absolutely would not be inferior to Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan could really break the shackles, it was also impossible for him to be weaker than Yi Yuan. Because his might was endowed by heaven. Thinking up to here, he gripped the fire rule crystal in his hand a little tighter. Yi Yuan, you'll never be able to imagine how powerful this ancestor will be after possessing 2 great powers of rule. No matter how great your talent is, heaven is an obstacle that you'll never be able to overcome. Lin Chaotian laughed loudly as he entered the Par-S sageway. Time went by day, Lin Chaotian's aura also grew with each Par-S sing day. A month later, Lin Chaotian's imposing aura surged to the sky. A terrifying power of flames made his entire person look like a god ha ha ha. This ancestor transformed from Tao ancestor life to Tao ancestor fire spirit. I'm likely the number 1 person since ancient times. Yi Yuan, this ancestor wants to see how strong you are, and whether or not your divine soul can be shattered by this ancestor. Lin Chaotian was incomparably wild at this time. He felt that he was unbelievably powerful. Yi Yuan's bizarreness previously was utterly not worth mentioning under his power. With 2 great rules augmenting him, the position of Tao Ancestor descended. He already became the number 1 person in the world. It was just that he did not know that currently, spatial rule descended upon Yi Yuan. His entire person became incomparably illusory. Chapter 2496, Humanity's Number 1 Person. Chapter 2496, Humanity's Number 1 Person. The second Par's sageway opened. Another person corroborated their Tao and became an ancestor. Ancestor Tian Qing has already become Tao Ancestor Destruction. Coupled with his own strength, he's already absolutely invincible. I wonder who this second Tao Ancestor is. Sigh, I hope that humanity can get a few more spots. Otherwise, the days ahead will be tough to get by. The struggle for Tao Ancestor was already nearing its end. Many Deva powerhouses already came out of the Heavenspan Mountain. Those 9 Par's sageways, only by obtaining a rule crystal could one stay inside. The others were transported out automatically. Some people only entered the Heavenspan Mountain to try their luck. They could not obtain the rule crystal, so they fumbled for some lucky chances, and then came out. There were 9 Par's sageways above the void. When a Par's sageway opened, a new Tao Ancestor was born. So far, only the first Par's sageway had opened. And the one who walked out of it was precisely the divine race's 10 marks powerhouse, Tian Qing. Tian Qing refined the destruction crystal and became Tao Ancestor Destruction. This Tao Ancestor Destruction was on a completely different level from the previous Tao Ancestor Destruction. 10 marks powerhouse plus destruction rule, he was simply capable of destroying any strongholds. The human powerhouses present virtually lost all hope. At present, the periphery of the Heavenspan Mountain was not just the powerhouses who entered the Heavenspan Mountain. Many people who did not enter the Heavenspan Mountain were also looking about. After all, the birth of new Tao ancestors was an unprecedented grand occasion. Tian Qing currently had his eyes closed and was regulating his breathing when he saw a second Par's sageway suddenly erupt with rays of brilliant light, and he could not help opening his eyes. He was also very curious about who would be the second to come out. A figure slowly walked out. A powerful flame rule was akin to the blazing sun high above in the sky, SHI plus Ning until everyone could not open their eyes. His appearance was as if the divine Buddha was alive, illuminating the world. That Astonis. HI plusing bearing made everyone daunted at the sight of him. Seeing the arrival, Tian Qing could not help frowning. Clearly, this new Tao ancestor flame surprised him a little. IIT's Tao ancestor life, Lin Chaotian. He became the new Tao ancestor fire spirit. DAM in it. How could it be him? He's in possession of wood and fire, 2 great rules. After this, who is still his match? I didn't expect that he actually became a Tao ancestor a second time. Furthermore, he's the most terrifying Tao ancestor fire spirit. Lin Chaotian's appearance immediately caused a stir. This result was what they were not willing to see. Disregarding the divine race's side, a person like Lin Chaotian becoming humanity's number 1 person was absolutely a calamity and not a blessing to the human race. How could the human race who experienced the Doomsday Battle not understand this point? The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth curled slightly, and he looked at Tian Qing and said, "Tian Qing, you seem to be very surprised by this ancestor's appearance." The current Lin Chaotian no longer had that overcautious and timid mood. Facing Tian Qing, this divine race's number 1 person, he exuded indescribable self-confidence. Tian Qing's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You seem to be very proud of yourself." Lin Chaotian laughed loudly and said, "Yes, this ancestor is really very pleased with myself right now." Tian Qing, didn't you claim to be the divine race's number 1 person? This ancestor currently really wants to see just how strong you are. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. No one expected that Lin Chaotian would actually say such unbelievably domineering words. In the entire Doomsday Battle, he cowered in the rear, not daring to rear his head at all. But now, he was actually taking the initiative to provoke Tian Qing. Furthermore, the present Tian Qing was not the Tian Qing before anymore. He already became a Tao ancestor. Everything came so suddenly. Two new Dao ancestors were just born, and they were actually standing ready to cross swords. But many people present also saw it clearly. These two people's victory or defeat would likely determine the arrangement of humanity and divine, two races, in the future. The divine race's strongest versus the human race's strongest. Even Tianqing also did not think that Lin Chaotian would be so arrogant. He could not help laughing from extreme fury and said, "Very good. This ancestor also wants to take a look at how much ability the new Dao ancestor fire spirit has. Heavenly Dao true martial, myriad Dao annihilation, boom." It was only to see Tianqing threw a punch out ordinarily, carrying a biting cold fist wind, heading straight for Lin Chaotian. Myriad Dao annihilation, this was the divine race's most terrifying heavenly Dao true martial and not one of. One punch shattering myriad laws. Under this punch, Tianqing was able to borrow the power of heavenly Dao, and make all Dao laws return to tranquility. You could only take a beating. Moreover, this punch of his even fused the destruction rule that he just acquired. With this move, Tianqing already unleashed 70% of his strength. It was unbelievably terrifying. His high regard for Lin Chaotian could also be seen. Myriad Dao annihilation. Back then, this move made Shong Hang that guy suffer many hearts. Hi+PS. However, this ancestor isn't a mediocre person like Shong Hang. Lin Chaotian gave a cold laugh. Wood and fire, two kinds of power of rule, suddenly erupted from his body. Heaven-wielding golden crow. Myriad fire consecration. Only to see him hold his palm out, a large golden bird suddenly flew up. The moment this golden crow appeared, everyone's breathing became ragged. They felt like they were about to melt. This kind of means was really more than 10 times stronger compared to the ancestor fire back then. Even Tianqing's expression changed abruptly too. His myriad Dao annihilation was actually unable to slaughter this large golden crow. Boom. The two people's peak collision reduced SPACE to fragments. Many powerhouses, some powerhouses who were in the distance, were actually directly annihilated by this terrifying power. They had already gone far enough but still did not evade this fallout. Everyone's complexion turned deathly pale, looking at this scene with incredible shock. Above the void, Lin Chaotian and Tianqing each fell back several tens of thousands of feet. They were actually evenly matched in strength. Tianqing's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the Lin Chaotian who became Dao ancestor fire spirit was actually strong to such an extent. He already became a Dao ancestor and was actually unable to take him down. This is also too strong, right? What a move. Heaven-wielding golden crow. He's the god of flames. Wood and fire in perfect harmony. It's truly boundlessly terrifying. Even Tianqing actually can't do anything to him. This power is practically going to smash the sky already. I'm afraid that they are not far from heavenly Dao anymore. Shocked voices lingered on incessantly. The impact that the scene before their eyes brought to them was seriously too strong. Previously, when Lin Chaotian was arrogant, they still held much disdain in their hearts. After all, Tianqing's might had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. But no one expected that Lin Chaotian was actually so strong. Ha ha ha. How is it, Tianqing? This Dao ancestor fire spirit, can still enter your sights, right? Lin Chaotian looked at Tianqing and said with a loud laugh. He had never felt so good before. Only a short while ago, the divine race was like a large mountain, pressing on his heart. But now, he could already stand up to Tianqing as an equal. Furthermore, it was even under the situation where Tianqing became a Dao ancestor. He was already the well-deserved humanity's #1 person. Tianqing's gaze turned slightly dark, and he said, "Very good. That's right. You have the qualification to be on equal footing with this ancestor." These words were tantamount to acknowledging Lin Chaotian's status. Lin Chaotian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "All of you, listen up. From now on, everyone of the human race, all will heed my orders. Whoever dares to disobey me will die." Chapter 2497, The Arrogant Lin Chaotian. Chapter 2497, The Arrogant Lin Chaotian. He's going to unify the human race. Listen to his orders. Then what about Lord Saint Azure? Can't you tell yet? He's targeting Lord Saint Azure. A series of indignant voices immediately came from inside the crowd. Yi Yuan's name of sainthood had long already spread throughout the human race. Everyone obeyed Lord Saint Azure's orders spontaneously. But now, Lin Chaotian was oppressing people by force. He already considered himself to be humanity's number one person. Tian Qing gave Lin Chaotian a glance and slowly retreated. Tian Qing did not speak. He would not care about the human race's affairs. Lin Chaotian gave a cold snort and said, "This ancestor knows what you all are thinking. After Yi Yuan comes out, this ancestor will personally suppress him. Not submitting, then it's death. Not just Yi Yuan, all of humanity's Dao ancestors have to submit to this ancestor. In the future, there will be no other great Dao ancestors. Only me, Lin Chaotian." His words leaked overbearingness, reverberating throughout the sky. Heavenly Dao Samsara, it was already not the era where 9 great Dao ancestors existed side by side any longer. From now on, there was only Tian Qing and Lin Chaotian. As for Yi Yuan, Lin Chaotian did not take him seriously anymore. Being unkillable in the past, that was just because he was not strong enough. Now, he believed that he absolutely had the strength to kill Yi Yuan. The human powerhouses present dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. The present Lin Chaotian was too strong. Right at this time, the third Par's sageway lit up. The third Dao ancestor was born. Everyone's gazes looked towards that Par's sageway. IIT's sacred ancestor high priest. He actually obtained the light crystal, becoming Dao ancestor light. Not good, Lin Chaotian probably won't let him off. Seeing sacred ancestor high priest, everyone's gazes landed on Lin Chaotian naturally. Sure enough, the corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth curled slightly. Clearly, he harbored ill intent. Sacred ancestor high priest was Yi Yuan's man now. He became Dao ancestor. How could Lin Chaotian possibly let him off? Wing, come over and pay respects to this ancestor. Lin Chaotian's words carried a sternness that brooked no intervention. Sacred ancestor high priest's brows furrowed, immediately getting annoyed. He was already a Dao ancestor. And yet, there was actually someone who dared to speak to him like that. However, the moment his gaze landed on Lin Chaotian, his pupils could not help shrinking. This guy actually became the new Dao ancestor fire spirit. Before sacred ancestor high priest entered the Heavenspan mountain, he was already a rule powerhouse. Now, he became Dao ancestor light. His strength was also a tyrannical existence among Dao ancestors already. Lin Chaotian actually spoke to him like that. This made him very displeased. Combined with the previous grudges, how could sacred ancestor high priest lower his head? Lin Chaotian, you're regarding yourself too highly, right? Even if this ancestor pays respects, it won't be your turn too. Sacred ancestor high priest said with a cold snort. But Lin Chaotian just smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Looks like you haven't figured out the current situation yet." Sacred ancestor high priest said disdainfully, "The current situation is that I'm a Dao ancestor too. After Yi Yuan returns, plus treasure pig, what do you count as?" Wing was very clear that he might not be Lin Chaotian's match currently. But Yi Yuan already possessed Dao ancestor level strength to begin with. Coupled with treasure pig who could rival 2 great Dao ancestors, their side was absolutely the strongest in the Heavenspan world. Therefore, he did not fear Lin Chaotian at all. However, Lin Chaotian just smiled faintly and said, "You didn't hear it earlier. Then this ancestor will repeat this sentence again. From now on, humanity will hold me in the highest esteem. All Dao ancestors must submit to this ancestor. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Sacred ancestor high priest snorted coldly and said, "Who the hell do you think you are? To also dare be conceited enough to proclaim supremacy? Bear the consequences yourself? This ancestor wants to see how I'll bear the consequences." Lin Chaotian nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I'll let you see how." Finished talking, his figure moved, a palm already smacking over. Without that earth-shaking great battle just now, it was just an ordinary palm. In fact, People could not even feel the undulation of fire attribute rule on Lin Chaotian's body. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was unperturbed and not afraid. He just gave a cold snort, and similarly smacked a palm out. Immediately, a light rule power overflowed from his palm area. The terrifying energy undulation shocked the world. It was just that the powerhouses present all sighed slightly. Clearly, they were not optimistic about Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Bang! The two great Tao ancestors exchanged a blow. Sacred Ancestor High Priest only felt a terrifying flame power directly penetrated his body and entered. PFFFT. Sacred Ancestor High Priest spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, his figure directly flying out backward. One move and he was already seriously injured. Wing looked at Lin Chaotian in great shock and exclaimed, "This? How is this possible?" He was the same as Lin Chaotian, a Tao ancestor. But the two people's strengths were too far apart. Lin Chaotian said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. Do you think that Yi Yuan and that pig will be able to save you? After he comes out, this ancestor will personally end him. Now, tell me your choice, submit, or die." Sacred Ancestor High Priest's gaze was gloomy, and he shouted coldly, "Want this ancestor to submit to you? Dream on." Lin Chaotian just shook his head slightly and let out a sigh as he said, "You really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." It was only to see his figure moved, appearing beside Sacred Ancestor High Priest as if out of thin air. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's hair stood on end, a feeling of extreme danger welling up in his heart. Instinctively, he was about to teleport away. Corroborating his Tao and becoming an ancestor, his application of spatial law had similarly reached the extreme. Furthermore, as Tao Ancestor Light, his movement technique was extremely fast to begin with. Between Tao Ancestor and Tao Ancestor, there was deterrence, because among them, it was very hard to kill the other person. Otherwise, for so many years, it would also have been impossible for the 9 great Tao ancestors to get along peacefully. Evading this blow, Wing breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, right at this time, a voice exploded in his ears. "It's useless. You can't escape in front of this ancestor." No idea since when, Lin Chaotian actually caught up to him already, and he actually did not even know it. Terrifying. Too terrifying. How could this be? But he did not have time to think about it. Lin Chaotian's palm was already imprinted onto his chest. PFFFT. Wing spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his entire innards like they were incinerated. This palm practically shattered his internal organs. Wing fell heavily to the ground, his aura weak, already unable to move. He looked at Lin Chaotian with a shocked face, full of unwillingness. Why? Similarly a Tao ancestor, why is Lin Chaotian so strong? Lin Chaotian stood with his hands behind his back. Trampling a foot on Wing's face, he said with contempt, "I'll leave you your life first. The light crystal will be stored in your body first. After this ancestor kills Yi Yuan, I'll send you guys off together." Once a Tao ancestor died, the rule crystal would condense anew. A new Tao ancestor would also be born. It was just that in the last epoch, no Tao ancestors died. There naturally also would not be changes in Tao ancestors. But this era was different. He, Lin Chaotian, was too strong. Each and every one of the human race powerhouses present was dumbfounded with shock. They all did not expect that the disparity between Tao ancestors would actually be so great. Chapter 2498, Unreasonable. Chapter 2498, Unreasonable. The entire world fell deathly silent. Only the blood from Sacred Ancestor High Priest's mouth gurgled as it kept flowing. His injuries were extremely serious, he was only left with a breath. Lin Chaotian's fire attribute power of rule was ravaging his body wantonly. This is also too strong. It's over, Heavenspan World's arrangement will really be changing in the future. Damn it. In the future, we can only submit to him. Lord Saint Azure was too willful. He was actually not willing to become a Tao ancestor. So how can he possibly be Lin Chaotian's match? Hearing everyone's discussion, Lin Chaotian was seriously pleased with himself. He understood awe and fear, these two words, very well. Since or could not be achieved, then let people fear. Strength was everything. Time Par-S said little by little. Very soon, the fourth Par-S sageway lit up. Yu Mengli walked out of it. Currently, her body was augmented by wind rule. She already became Tao Ancestor Storm. Her appearance naturally added a powerful balancing weight to the divine race. Two mighty Tenmark's powerhouses became Tao ancestors at the same time. The human race would naturally have a hard time. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was, there was still internal strife on the human race's side. When Yu Mengli saw the seriously injured sacred ancestor high priest, her brows could not help furrowing slightly. Arriving at Tian Qing's side, Tian Qing whispered a few words in her ear. She could not help revealing a look of surprise, looking towards Lin Chaotian. Before long, the fifth Tao ancestor appeared. The fifth Tao ancestor was still the divine race. The earth lineage's Bo Yi became Tao ancestor darkness. The sixth Tao ancestor was still the divine race. The profound lineage's progenitor, Origin Smile, became Tao ancestor earth. At this point, the divine race already occupied 4 out of the 9 great Tao ancestors. Humanity's 2 great Tao ancestors still had one who was seriously injured on the verge of death. Humanity's powerhouses virtually lost all hope. Even Lin Chaotian's expression did not look good either. It was true that he was strong, but if this situation continued developing at this rate, it would be difficult for him to salvage the situation alone. Tian Qing and Yu Mengli were both existences not inferior to him. Furthermore, the divine race's progenitors were extremely powerful in their own right. Becoming Tao ancestors again, their strength soared. It was not what humanity could compare to at all. Soon after, the seventh Tao ancestor appeared. This time, it was finally humanity's turn. However, this seventh Tao ancestor exceeded everyone's expectations. He was not a former Tao ancestor, but a newcomer. This person was originally Ancestor Fire's subordinate called Wang Cheng. He did not expect that with Ancestor Fire's fall, Wang Cheng actually became Tao Ancestor Lightning. Having just become a Tao ancestor, Wang Cheng was full of high spirits too. But right at this time, Lin Chaotian opened his mouth. Wang Cheng, from now on, I reign supreme over the human race. Come over and offer greetings to this ancestor, or die. Lin Chaotian said coolly. Wang Cheng's expression changed and he instinctively wanted to blow his top. He already became a Tao ancestor and actually still had to be a dog for Lin Chaotian. But right then, he saw the injured sacred ancestor high priest not far away from Lin Chaotian, and his pupils could not help shrinking. How could he not tell that sacred ancestor high priest already corroborated his Tao and became ancestor? But he was actually beaten until like this. Furthermore, sacred ancestor high priest was even a grand ancestor who corroborated his Tao, his strength significantly stronger than his. Linking it to Lin Chaotian's relations. HI plus P with Yi Yuan, Wang Cheng immediately hesitated. Seeing Wang Cheng hesitated, Lin Chaotian said with a cold snort, "You don't need to have any doubts." He was taken down by this ancestor. "If you don't believe me, you can come and give it a try too." Wang Cheng's expression changed wildly, already having a plan in his heart. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Why you got to be kidding? You're a senior, unifying the human race is ought to be. From now on, Wang Cheng will follow Tao Ancestor Fire Spirit's lead." Finished saying, he arrived in front of Lin Chaotian with a flash and bowed in salute. Lin Chaotian revealed a playful look and said, "At least you're sensible," Wang Cheng said with a flattering expression, "Who, even the Ancestor Fire back then wasn't Brother Chaotian's match too. I, this junior, newly corroborated my Tao and took the position of Tao Ancestor. How can I dare to be impudent in front of you?" This Wang Cheng already treated himself as Lin Chaotian's lackey very consciously. As for everyone's contemptuous gazes, he directly ignored it. What did the scorn of ants count for? Although the present situation was very different from what he expected, he was invincible under Lin Chaotian. Wang Cheng was a clever person and also a sly person. He understood that now, the situation was already not what it used to be. Times had already changed. Tao ancestors might not be able to disregard everything too. Putting Lin Chaotian aside, those few divine race Tao ancestors opposite, any random one that came out could trample on him. Finding a powerful backer was naturally the most reliable. Lin Chaotian nodded his head with satisfaction and said, "Amen, a lot of the people around Yi Yuan have already come out. Go and get them all docile and obedient. When Yi Yuan comes out, this ancestor will make you regret being born in this world." Wang Cheng's eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Chaotian is mighty." Currently, Long Yi, Bai Chen, and the rest, already came out of the Heavenspan mountain. Seeing Lin Chaotian's domineering appearance, each and every one of them dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. At the same time, they faintly started to get worried. After all, the current Lin Chaotian was too strong. Reaching Tao ancestor this realm, even improving one's strength by a tiny bit was extremely difficult. It was true that Yi Yuan was strong. But he had also reached the bottleneck. Could he still surpass Lin Chaotian? Wang Cheng, having received the order, looking toward Long Yi and the rest with ill intent. The expressions of the latter changed greatly. In the Heavenspan mountain, a powerful rule power suddenly descended. Feeling this vast rule power, they were all moved. The might of this power made them not dare to look directly at it. Is this spatial rule? Indeed ridiculously strong. It feels like within this space, His Excellency can kill me with a single thought. Pang Zhen exclaimed. Profound Secrets had a shocked face as he said, back then, when Senior Shong Hang corroborated his Tao as a grand ancestor, the undulations were also not so strong. Looks like he really has hope of defeating Lin Chaotian. When the trio saw this intense rule undulation, they could not help becoming more hopeful. But right at this time, another power of rule descended. Pang Zhen was dumbstruck with amazement and said, "Tea time rule. When did power of rules become so easy to comprehend?" Laws reaching rule, this step seemed to only be a difference of a word. But the effort and time required could not be calculated at all. Too difficult. For 10 billion years, no one had been able to step into the realm of rule. Just based on this, it was sufficient to explain everything. But Yi Yuan broke through two great power of rules at the same time in a short 1 month's time. Such freakishness, even if they understood Yi Yuan extremely well, they were also shocked speechless. Furthermore, the two great rules that Yi Yuan comprehended were even the supreme laws, time and space, two great laws. However, his voice had yet to fade when dense auspicious clouds gathered above the grey fog. Another two power of rules. The three people exchanged glances, already unable to describe the shock in their hearts currently. For power of rules. This is really unreasonable. Time, space, formation Tao, alchemy Tao, for great rules breaking through at the same time. This is really unprecedented and unrepeatable. Even with Wen Zhen's calm personality, he was also dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan at this time. Chapter 2499. Was there your contribution? Chapter 2499. Was there your contribution? Outside of the Heavenspan mountain, the 8th Par's sageway already opened. The 8th Tao ancestor, that was Tao ancestor life, was ultimately obtained by the divine race's world lineage's progenitor, Cheng Kuei. So far, out of 9 great Tao ancestors, the divine race occupied 5 of them. Humanity only had a scanty 3 people. However, due to Lin Chaotian's sudden emergence to the fore, although the human race was weak, the divine race did not take advantage of the situation to enter. But on humanity's side, it was very chaotic. Under Wang Cheng's feet, laid a group of powerhouses who collapsed on the ground, their appearances very miserable. These people were all people who followed Yi Yuan. Long Yi, Bai Chen, Ni Xian, and the rest were all beaten until they were severely wounded and vomiting blood. Some people had all the bones in their bodies broken, white bones visible at the wound areas, the whole course very miserable. However, this group of people was surprisingly silent. Even when seriously injured and dying, these people all did not make a sound. Wang Cheng also felt very bored after he finished teaching these people a lesson. He did not experience the pleasure of teaching people a lesson. He tried to force these people to beg for mercy, but no one begged him for mercy. Rather die than surrender. Pooh. A bunch of madmen, WNG Cheng spat and said with a sneer, "You fools, still counting on Yi Yuan to be able to save you guys? When he comes out, he'll probably be unable to even fend for himself. The era of Saint Azure will become the past very soon." After he came out, he already had an understanding of Lin Chaotian's strength. Lin Chaotian actually fought to a draw with Tian Qing after corroborating his Dao. This made him have extremely strong confidence in Lin Chaotian. Pooh! Shameless villain. If you have the ability, go and act wildly to the divine race. Only know how to show off your power to your own people. Such an impressive Dao ancestor. Ni Shen spat. He was someone with great integrity. Otherwise, he also would not have become humanity's chief commander back then. Now, seeing Wang Cheng's shameless face, his lungs almost exploded from anger. Crack! Wang Cheng broke Ni Shen's arms like lightning, causing him to howl with pain. Seeing Ni Shen's painful expression, Wang Cheng had a look of delight as he said, stubborn mouth. When Yi Yuan that fellow comes out, let you all take a good look at his dead dog appearance. At that time, I'll send you all off together." Suddenly, the last Par sageway suddenly lit up. The ninth Dao ancestor was born. Everyone's gazes focused on the ninth Par sageway. The last Dao ancestor water source. Wonder who has this great destiny. Very soon, a figure slowly walked out. It's him. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret. He finally became a Dao ancestor. Not good. With Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets becoming a Dao ancestor means that Saint Azure didn't become a Dao ancestor. Lin Chaotian won't let him off. Profound Secrets becoming ancestor was in favor with the general public. The powerhouses present all knew the contributions he made to the human race over the years. However, after the pleasant surprise, there were deep concerns. Lin Chaotian currently had aggressive arrogance that billowed to the sky. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was Saint Azure's people. Hence, Lin Chaotian definitely would not let him off. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets appear, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth. This Yi Yuan was really a stubborn child. He probably did not know how strong he had become after he became Dao Ancestor Fire Spirit, right? Before this, Lin Chaotian was actually still a little worried. If Yi Yuan fused with the Water Rule Crystal and became Dao Ancestor Water Source, he would really pose a considerable threat to him. It was just that when he thought back, with Yi Yuan's character, since he said that, it was definitely not shooting at a non-existent target. Currently, it was indeed the case. At this very moment, Lin Chaotian's last bit of worry also dissipated with the wind. What remained was settling the scores. The moment Profound Secrets exited the Par sageway, his gaze could not help turning intent. A piercing cold killing intent surged straight to the sky. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was seriously injured on the verge of death. Long Yi had a large hole in his chest, seriously injured. Bai Chen had an arm that went missing. Ni Xian's arms were forcefully broken. Yi Yuan's line of people was all extremely miserable at this time. Not needing Lin Chaotian to instruct, Wang Cheng welcomed Profound Secrets, saying with a jeer, "Profound Secrets, you're also a Dao ancestor now. Go over and pay respects to Brother Chaotian, and then apologize. Swear to be loyal to him. Maybe if he's happy, the events in the past will be considered over. If you refuse to come to your senses, they will be your outcome." Profound Secrets glared at Wang Cheng and spat, "Kaput. Wang Cheng, you also became a Dao ancestor powerhouse now, to actually be willing to be a dog. You're barking really happily." Wang Cheng did not get angry and said smilingly, "He who understands the times is a wise man. Profound Secrets, you're a clever man too." Brother Chaotian corroborating his Dao and becoming a Dao ancestor a second time, his strength is already exceedingly formidable. Even progenitor Tian Qing can't do anything to him either. When Yi Yuan comes out, his death date will be approaching. When Profound Secrets heard that, his heart thumped. Hearing Wang Cheng, this meant that Lin Chaotian and Tian Qing had already fought. Furthermore, neither side had the better of the other. This was impressive. One had to know, Tianqing also corroborated his Dao and became an ancestor a second time. Seeing that profound secret's expression changed, Wng Cheng was even more pleased with himself and said, "Who, are you scared?" That sacred ancestor high priest couldn't even last 3 moves under Brother Chaotian's hand. Similarly, being a Dao ancestor, the disparity is too great. Therefore, following Brother Chaotian is the only way out. You're a clever man, you should know how to choose, right? Choose your mum. Profound Secrets suddenly flew into a rage and could not resist bursting into a swear and said, "Shameless thing, get lost to one side for your father." When Lin Chaotian heard that, he frowned slightly and said with a cold snort, "Looks like you also won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." Finished talking, he was about to make a move to deal with Profound Secrets. Rumble. Right at this time, the Heavenspan mountain was in upheaval. One figure after another was transported out of the Heavenspan mountain. Those 9 Paras sageways also turned into nothing after Profound Secrets came out. Heavenly Dao Samsara ended. With 9 great Dao ancestors returning to their positions, the new epoch has begun. Tianqing looked at this scene and said with an emotional sigh. Suddenly, a familiar figure landed in everyone's eyes. When Lin Chaotian saw the arrival, the corners of his mouth could not help curling slightly, revealing a hint of playfulness. This person was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan returned, swept a glance over, and discovered the tragic states of sacred ancestor high priest and the rest. A surge of fury welled up from his heart. "Yi Yuan, this ancestor has waited very long for you. Who, if not for letting them witness your death, this ancestor would have long sent them on their way." Lin Chaotian stood with both hands behind his back as he said with a confident smile, "You deserve death." Yi Yuan glared angrily as he said in a cold voice, "Ha ha ha, in this world, there's no body who deserves death or doesn't deserve death. The weak is the original sin. You're too weak. So, the one who deserves death is you." Lin Chaotian said with a loud laugh. "Heh, Yi Yuan, Heavenly Dao Samsara ended. Your era has also completely ended. From now on, it's the dualistic era where progenitor Tianqing and brother Chaotian exist side by side. You're already behind the times. Originally, you had the opportunity to touch the sky. But unfortunately, you were too conceited and weren't willing to refine the rule crystal. Now, you already have no chance." Wng Cheng burst into laughter when he saw the situation. At this time, it was clearly the best timing to pick sides. Hearing this, Yi Yuan turned to look at Wang Cheng, pointed at Ni Xian and the others, and said in a cold voice, "Was there your contribution in this?" Chapter 2500. This ancestor is talking to you. Chapter 2500. This ancestor is talking to you. Yes. Of course there was. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Wng Cheng could not resist being pleased with himself and said, that guy, and that guy, all were done by me. Why? You want to come to find me to take revenge? Ha ha ha, what a joke." Wng Cheng laughed very wildly, very arrogantly. He was already very sure that Yi Yuan was not Lin Chaotian's match. Heavenly Dao Samsara was already over. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Yi Yuan could only be eliminated by the times. Therefore, he did not care about Yi Yuan's attitude at all. Not only did he not care, but he was also very proud of himself instead. The person who abused Saint Azure made him feel great. Not far away, Lin Chaotian also smiled as he said, "Who, if you feel that you have the capability, you can very well take revenge on Wng Cheng under this ancestor's eyelid." Swooze. H. Plus Lin Chaotian's voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure already disappeared. That speed already Serpa. S said thought. Crack. Everyone still had not understood what was going on when they heard a brittle sound came over. Ah. My arm. Only after a breath, Diwang Chang's pig slaughter-like scream suddenly came out. Everyone followed the voice and looked over, and they could not help being filled with fear. It turned out that one of Wang Cheng's arms had already been forcibly broken by Yi Yuan, without the strength to fight back. A Dao ancestor actually did not have the strength to fight back in front of Yi Yuan. Far away, came a series of sounds of cold air being sucked in. This bit earlier was seriously too fast, quickly until everyone did not react. Many people also looked at Lin Chaotian with strange expressions. He just finished talking and Wang Cheng's bones were broken. This face was slapped too resoundingly. It was even more resounding than Wang Cheng's screams. Tian Qing's pupils constricted slightly, having a look of surprise on his face. He also did not expect that things would actually have such a dramatic change. "It will be easy to discuss things with you," Yi Yuan's nonchalant words sounded out in Wang Cheng's ears. Lin Chaotian's eyes turned dark, a fiery burning feeling on his face. The prestige that he had just established was wiped away with Yi Yuan's slap. Fury. "Yi Yuan, let Wang Cheng go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly," Lin Chaotian said in a chilly voice. Yi Yuan ignored him. He just said to Wang Cheng indifferently, "The things that they suffered, you need to bear it tenfold. Relax, you won't die so quickly." Wang Cheng was alarmed and enraged, his fear reaching the extreme. Just now, he did not see how Yi Yuan made his move at all. A Dao ancestor could not see clearly how his opponent made his move. This sort of thing was simply too crazy, and too chilling. "Be brother Chaotian, save me." Wang Cheng endured the intense pain and shouted. Crack. Another crisp bone snapping sound. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Yi Yuan forcibly broke Wang Cheng's other arm just like that. He did not employ divine essence, he just used the power of the fleshy body crudely. This kind of breaking was not fatal, but it made the physical body feel very painful. Wang Cheng's scream lingered on incessantly. With this, Lin Chaotian was genuinely enraged. Yi Yuan actually dared to make light of him. "Humph. Looks like you're really seeking death." Lin Chaotian gave a cold snort, his figure moving swiftly, suddenly thrusting a palm towards Yi Yuan. His speed was quick to the extreme. Being conferred ancestor a second time, Lin Chaotian's improvement was all around. Just in terms of the application of spatial law, he also far surpassed said other Dao ancestors. Boom. Lin Chaotian's palm smacked onto Yi Yuan's body. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Sure enough, the current Yi Yuan was already not his match. A series of exclamations came from all around. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure slowly became illusory, akin to the moon's reflection in the water, dissipating without a trace. At the same time, another scream came over. It turned out that Wang Cheng's chest directly had a large hole opened up. It was forcibly punched through by Yi Yuan with one punch. The current Wang Cheng was miserable to the extreme, having cold sweat pouring profusely from pain. He only felt that every cell in his body was hurting from head to toe. "Were you yelling for him to come to save you just now?" A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. It was just that the smile was somewhat cold. Yi Yuan was really enraged. Lin Chaotian provoked his bottom line time and again, making him reach the limit of his patience. Now, there was even a Wang Cheng who jumped out to bounce around. He naturally did not mind cleaning them up together. Looking at the Yi Yuan in front of him disappear bit by bit, Lin Chaotian's eyes suddenly contracted. He was a little surprised in his heart. This disappearance was completely different from that strange disappearance in the pat. Was it possible that this boy already reached the realm of spatial rule? Damn it. This ancestor wants to see how much you can avoid. Endless fire HELL. Lin Chaotian was enraged too. It was only to see that the moment he released his law, it instantly turned into a sea of fire within 100 miles. Yi Yuan as well as Sacred Ancestor High Priest and the others were shockingly encased inside. Wood and fire, two laws activated, the temperature of this sea of fire was 10 times more terrifying than the fire dance frenzied demon back then. In this sea of fire, ordinary Dao ancestors would be incinerated into nothingness too. What a terrifying sea of fire. This is the true ancestor fire. Yeah. The former ancestor fire is simply like a baby when compared to Lin Chaotian. It's over. This is an indiscriminate attack. I'm afraid that Lord Saint Azure is unable to escape, right? Even if he can escape, those friends of his likely can't escape too. The moment the sea of fire appeared, everyone's expressions changed wildly. Even Tian Qing's gaze also flashed slightly. Clearly, the power of this fire sea made him view it in a different light. But at this time, an indifferent voice came from beyond 100 miles away. Kneel down. PFFFT. PFFFT. The sound of two bones cracking came over. Wang Cheng directly knelt down. And opposite him was Ni Xian and the rest. Lin Chaotian's eyes immediately became wide saucers. How did he escape? This is impossible. My endless fire L doesn't have a dead angle at all. Even if he reached the realm of spatial rule, it's impossible to escape too. Lin Chaotian looked at this scene, full of shock and disbelief. This sea of fire was vastly different from an ordinary sea of fire. Even if you escaped into the void, the sea of fire could burn you too. This move was an indiscriminate attack. But this formidable move was actually dodged by Yi Yuan so casually. Lin Chaotian was full of puzzlement in his heart. Wang Cheng's knee bones had already been completely crushed and he could not help kneeling down in front of Ni Xian and the others. Seeing this scene, Ni Xian and the others felt incomparably delighted. Previously, Wang Cheng's lackey appearance was still vivid in their minds. Now, he was finally taken care of by Yi Yuan. So what if Dao ancestor? Apologize. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, his words carrying a majesty that brooked no intervention. Wang Cheng broke down. He discovered to his dismay that Lin Chaotian could not save him at all. In fact, he was almost killed by Lin Chaotian indiscriminately just now. He appeared outside of the sea of fire bafflingly. I was wrong. Your Excellencies, just treat this lowly one as a far and let me off, Wang Cheng said to the few people with tears and snorts running down his face. But right then, a terrifying to the extreme power of rule surged to the sky behind everybody. This power made everyone feel despair. Yi Yuan. This ancestor is talking to you. Are you deaf? Lin Chaotian bellowed angrily. Chapter 2501. Playing with fire, you're no good. Chapter 2501. Playing with fire, you're no good. Lin Chaotian's right hand had a centiliter US tur of pale white flames, emitting a buzzing sound. Just looking at it gave people a scorching hot feeling. In his left hand, a BL US tur of black flames jumped irregularly, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. 2 centiliter US turs of flames made everyone present, including Tian Qing and Yu Mengli, have a feeling of incredible danger. Those are Tsungli heavenly fire and Nihility karmic fire. In the legends, they are the strongest fire seedlings of fire attribute rule. Among these 2 flames, one is incomparably blazing hot and can incinerate all things. The other is dark and deep and can crush all thought. 2 flames, one ethereal and one corporeal, they can burn everything. These 2 flames are both legendary flames. I didn't expect that he's able to condense them as soon as he became a Dao ancestor, Tian Qing said gloomily. His eyes also exuded dread. Becoming a Dao ancestor, there were really not many existences capable of making him apprehensive anymore. These 2 centiliter US turs of flames were one of the few existences. In his heart, he already acknowledged Lin Chaotian as his opponent. Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly and she said worriedly, then Yi Yuan Tian Qing nodded and said, the Nihility karmic fire isn't like these corporeal flames. It's incredibly harmful to the divine soul. Even if it's this ancestor, if I get hit by the Nihility karmic fire, the chances of survival are very slim too. Yi Yuan's divine soul is very strange, but wanting to resist the Nihility karmic fire, I'm afraid that it isn't realistic. No wonder this guy dared to proclaim to reign supreme over the human race. These words weren't bragging. Yu Mengli's expression changed slightly and she instinctively wanted to make a move but was grabbed hold of by Tian Qing. It was only to hear him say indifferently, if he wants to kill Yi Yuan, I'm afraid that it isn't enough yet. But if Yi Yuan is seriously injured on the verge of death, this ancestor will make a move. Heh, dodge, dodge, dodge. Dodging when at Deva realm, now that you achieved Grand Ancestor realm you're still dodging. Yi Yuan, just the likes of your cowardly appearance, you also dare to call yourself Saint Azure in vain? You are merely a coward. Lin Chaotian had a contorted expression as he said with a sneer. Yi Yuan still did not turn back and suddenly pointed with his fingertip. A streak of sword energy penetrated into Wang Cheng's body, snuffing out his life force. Wang Cheng's pupils were currently turning lax. He never dreamed that he would die just after becoming a Dao ancestor. Perhaps he was the saddest Dao ancestor in history, right? One silk thread after another gushed out of Wang Cheng's body. Finally, they condensed into a light blue stone. Rule crystal. Yi Yuan casually picked up the rule crystal and threw it to the Pang Zhan, who was not far away, and said coolly, "This position of ancestor lightning is more suitable for you." Pang Zhan looked at the rule crystal in his hand, his brain somewhat short-circuiting. This. Did a pie drop from the sky? No, wait, this was the pie that His Excellency gave to him. Heavenly Dao Samsara already closed, but he actually obtained a chance to become Dao ancestor. At this moment, countless envious gazes were cast towards him. With Heavenly Dao Samsara closing, whoever refined a rule crystal would be a Dao ancestor. It was just that, wanting to kill a Dao ancestor was easier said than done. However, Yi Yuan killed one casually just like that. Yi Yuan, this, better give it to Wang Zhan. Pang Zhan was rather excited but still did not lose his senses as he looked at Yi Yuan and said. Wang Zhan's expression turned dark, and he said, "His Excellency said to give it to you, so just take it." What nonsense is this? But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "His path isn't suitable to become Dao ancestor. Later on, I'll help him customize his path of cultivation. In the future, when his 5-element laws reach the realm of rule at the same time, what would Dao ancestors count for?" The moment these words came out, everyone revealed shocked expressions. Wang Zhan himself was even agitated until his heart was almost jumping out. With regards to the future of the people around him, Yi Yuan had naturally considered it. Pang Zhan specialized in the path of lightning. His best outlet was naturally becoming a Dao ancestor. Furthermore, it was Dao ancestor lightning. Actually, before leaving the Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan already had the idea of killing people. It was just that at that time, he still did not know who was Dao ancestor lightning. Now, it was just nice that there was Wang Cheng who came out to jump around. He naturally would not be courteous. What Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets learned was too heterogeneous and the Tao of divination was too illusory and vague. Yi Yuan had no clue as to how to proceed too. Therefore, a Tao ancestor water source was naturally most suitable for him. As for Wang Zhan, he naturally had to follow the path of 5 elements to corroborate his Tao. He could expedite the birth of 18 grand ancestors with array formations. So what was hard about making Wang Zhan become Grand Ancestor 5 elements? Moreover, his present formation Dao already reached the realm of rule. The array formations that he laid down now were God knows how many times stronger than back then. It was just that he had always been overwhelmed by the matter of the Doomsday battle previously until he could not breathe. He naturally did not have time to set up array formations too. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said, "You look at that fellow. He only mastered 2 power of rules and haven't fused them yet and is already so strong. In the future, your achievements will likely be above Tian Qing's." Who he was referring to was naturally Lin Chaotian. At this time, Lin Chaotian currently had such blus tur that it billowed to the sky. 2 centiliter US turs of shocking flames made everyone give sidelong glances. But Yi Yuan ignored him. This kind of contempt, probably even a fool could see it. It was just that everyone did not understand where his confidence came from. One had to know, this one ethereal flame and one corporeal flame, they made even Tian Qing incredibly fearful. Lin Chaotian cussed Yi Yuan for being a coward, but Yi Yuan completely ignored him. This kind of slighting finally made Lin Chaotian unbelievably angry. "Damn thing, it's you who are seeking death yourself. You can't blame this ancestor. Go to Hell for me." Lin Chaotian gave a roar, Tsangli Heavenly Fire and Nihility Karmic Fire being released at the same time. Places that the 2 centiliter US turs of flames pares said through, 2 long trails were actually drawn out. The void was being burned. It was currently right beside the Heavenspan mountain. SPACE was extremely stable. Being able to burn the SPACE, it could be seen how terrifying these 2 centiliter US ters of flames were. 2 centiliter US ters of flames carried Lin Chaotian's fury and headed straight for Yi Yuan. But it was like Yi Yuan did not see it, still talking away to Pang Zhen without any care. Ha ha ha. Tsungli heavenly fire and nihility karmic fire are like bone-infesting maggot. Wherever you go, they will follow there. This ancestor wants to see where you run. Lin Chaotian laughed wildly as he said. When Pang Zhen saw that Yi Yuan was completely clueless, his expression changed slightly as he warned, "Be careful, Your Excellency." Yi Yuan seemed to be oblivious and still said to Wn Zhen, 5 rules fusing, heh. Even thinking about it makes people somewhat look forward to it. If you succeed, our human race will be able to suppress the myriad races forever. Yi Yuan had a look of excitement, but the others all had their hearts leap to their throat. Wn Zhen's expression changed drastically and he bellowed, "Your Excellency, fire!" As he said, the 2 centiliter US ters of flames already arrived before Yi Yuan. Lin Chaotian saw that Yi Yuan actually did not avoid it and could not help saying with wild elation, "Fool! You're also too careless." Boom! Boom! The 2 flames virtually landed on Yi Yuan's body at the same time. The nihility karmic fire burrowed into Yi Yuan's body with a whoosh, while the Tsungli heavenly fire burned on Yi Yuan's body. Ha ha ha, die. Foolish fellow, you've avoided for so many years. But in the end, you actually didn't dodge. You really deserve this. Lin Chaotian said with a wild laugh when he saw the situation. However, amidst the flames, a voice came out faintly, "Playing with fire, you're no good." Chapter 2502, You seem to be scared. Chapter 2502, You seem to be scared. Under the watchful gazes of the people, the Tsungli heavenly fire on Yi Yuan's body gradually extinguished. As for that terrifying nihility karmic fire, it was akin to a rock falling into the sea, not stirring up any waves at all. Recalling back then, that unknown existence's 8 extreme heavenly fire did not even refine Yi Yuan, and let Yi Yuan achieve the chaos origin divinity instead. Although the nihility karmic fire was strong, compared to the 8 extreme heavenly fire, it was worlds apart. How could it threaten the present Yi Yuan? This nihility karmic fire was a joke. And Yi Yuan's physical body was the limit of existence in the heavenspan world. The Dragon Clan's paramount cultivation method coupled with the perfect 9 transformations golden body, was there any kind of flame in this world that could incinerate him? Furthermore, talking about playing with fire, Yi Yuan was the ancestor of playing with fire. Although he did not cultivate fire attribute law and was unable to condense all kinds of terrifying flames, his fire-controlling technique had long already reached the acme of perfection. Wanting to use fire to burn him was easier said than done. Originally, everyone was doubtful and trying to guess what kind of means Yi Yuan would use to face these 2 mighty flames. But no one could have thought that he actually did not block them. He did not care at all. Tian Qing had an inert face and blinked his eyes fiercely, thinking that he had a misconception. He is actually completely unscathed. Completely unharmed. How is this possible? Those are Tsungli heavenly fire and nihility karmic fire. He actually didn't even employ divine essence. I'm not dreaming, right? He felt that his understanding had been seriously challenged. These 2 legendary flames could not be seen randomly. But the result was too surprising. It's impossible, right? It was so far away and I even had a feeling of being evaporated just now. Yet, Lord Saint Azure is actually completely unscathed. 2 legendary flames and they were actually unable to make Lord Saint Azure take action. It's really too impressive. No wonder Lord Saint Azure kept on ignoring Lin Chaotian. It turns out that he really doesn't care. The powerhouses around were all marveling with admiration endlessly. Even if they did not understand the origins of these 2 mighty flames, they could also feel the horror of these 2 centiliter US ters of flames. But Yi Yuan's casualness really shocked him. Of course, the one who was most shocked was none other than Lin Chaotian himself. He used his most terrifying means in a state of extreme fury. As a result, Yi Yuan did not even have any interest in making a move. How could this not frighten him? He was really scared. Are you the devil? Even this and you are fine? Impossible. You must be forcefully enduring it. Lin Chaotian bellowed. For the first time, Yi Yuan looked Lin Chaotian in the eye and said coolly, "You seem to be scared." Lin Chaotian's expression changed and he said angrily, "Scared? This ancestor is currently humanity's #1 person, the human race's sovereign. Would I be scared of you, a guy who isn't even a Dao ancestor? Yi Yuan, if you have the capability, let's fight upright and openly." He was really scared. Anyone could tell that what he was yelling was threatening in manner but inwardly shaky. The feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was too strange. He boasted that he already understood Yi Yuan very well. But that scene earlier, he suddenly discovered his understanding of Yi Yuan was actually extremely limited. This person was always outside of your understanding. Each time, he felt that everything was under control. However, things never developed in the direction that he imagined. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian with interest and he said with a faint smile, "Okay." That smile carried indescribable contempt. Lin Chaotian was greatly triggered. Two power of rules surged frenziedly once more. Heaven-wielding golden crow. Myriad fire consecration. Lin Chaotian roared, carried a large golden bird, and rushed toward Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan was still taking his own sweet time. It was only to see him reach his hand out and grab in the void. A transparent long sword impressively appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Is that sword a sword of void? Insane. Really crazy. He's actually using SPACE as a weapon. Can it still be played like this? There were shocked voices all around. Tian Qing's pupils constricted, and he said, "The void as a sword, this boy indeed comprehended spatial rule. However, if it's merely spatial rule, it's not a great threat to this ancestor too." He weighed it over and felt that he should not fear Yi Yuan. After all, back then when Shonghang fused SPACE and time, two great rules, Shonghang could not do anything to him. Now, he corroborated his Dao to become an ancestor, his strength increased greatly. A sword Dao rule, a spatial rule, was not enough to pose a threat to him. Swoosh. Plus at this time, Yi Yuan finally moved. Only to see his figure flash, already arriving in front of the golden crow. Facing the human who provoked him so much, that golden crow roared, as if wanting to completely devour Yi Yuan. Roar. The golden crow's two wings shook, swallowing directly towards Yi Yuan. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he did not unleash some earth-shaking big move either. Plussing straight for the golden crow. Kai. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, that golden crow was directly hacked into countless chunks, dissipating into nothing. Lin Chaotian opened his mouth wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. He relied on this move to reach a draw with progenitor Tian Qing. In front of Yi Yuan, it actually did not even have excess strength to fight back. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Is this the strength of humanity's sovereign? Aren't you afraid of people laughing their heads off by being the human race's sovereign?" Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted, finally revealing a fearful expression. He was not a fool. Yi Yuan's casual mood was not a pretense. This guy was really impressive. Clearly, before this, his spatial law had not reached grand completion yet. In a short 1 month's time, his spatial law actually reached the realm of rule. With sword Dao rule and spatial rule fusing, the current Yi Yuan was too strong. This kind of strength was simply unreasonably strong. At this time, Lin Chaotian finally wanted to back out. Swoosh. Plus Lin Chaotian urged his divine essence to the extreme, running into the distance. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it. His figure just swayed and he already blocked in front of Lin Chaotian. His teleport was much faster than Lin Chaotian's movement technique. Why? Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you want to unify the human race? Is our human race's sovereign running away? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lin Chaotian's expression was indescribably ugly. He thought that after he became a Dao ancestor, he would be able to tower above all of humanity. Who would have expected that in a short 1 month's time, Yi Yuan actually became strong to such an extent? Suddenly, his gaze flickered and he took out a small crystal. Tear of life. Lin Chaotian said in a stern voice, Yi Yuan, if you dare come over, this ancestor will crush it. The tear of life is a rule item. As long as it's shattered, it will return to heaven and earth. This ancestor knows that this thing is very important to you. Just try if you dare to kill this ancestor. This was his final trump card. Chapter 2503, Reaping What You Sow. Chapter 2503, Reaping What You Sow. Oh, is that so? Facing Lin Chaotian's threat, Yi Yuan was completely indifferent but moved closer forward instead. Lin Chaotian had a look of fear and repeatedly fell back as he said, Don't you come over. Walk over again and this ancestor will really crush it. Yi Yuan was completely unmoved, continuing to close in. Lin Chaotian, you've also borrowed the lesser Heavenspan mountain away for very long already. It's time to return to the original owner. Also, this tear of life, this ye will accept it too. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as if he was not afraid of the tear of life being crushed at all. Lin Chaotian fell back repeatedly. He was really frightened badly by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's various bizarre divine abilities made him not even have the possibility of running away. However, Lin Chaotian was a ruthless person too. Under Yi Yuan's coercion, Lin Chaotian suddenly laughed loudly and said, Is that so? Then if you have the ability, try taking the tear of life away from this ancestor's hand. Finished talking, Lin Chaotian gritted his teeth and exerted force with his hand, going to crush the tear of life. But right at this time, Yi Yuan spat a word out of his voice very calmly. Immobilize. Lin Chaotian's body suddenly froze there. He desperately used strength and even used the 2 great rules. But it was as if everything stopped. His power of rule could not be transmitted to his hands at all. All of his strength seemed to be restrained. Heavenly Tao true word. His time law also reached the realm of rule. Tian Qing had an inert look, feeling like all of his understanding was being subverted. Within a month, Yi Yuan broke through these 2 great supreme laws to the realm of rule. He was speechless. In his view, Yu Mengli should be a rare talent whose accomplishments surpass ancient and modern times. But Yu Mengli was nothing in front of Yi Yuan at all. Concerning time freeze, this move, Yi Yuan already had not used it for a long time. It was not that he did not want to use it, but that his opponents were too strong. This move already could not have much effect anymore. Although innate divine abilities were powerful, they also depended on who the opponent was. With Yi Yuan's previous strength, going to immobilize a Tao ancestor was equivalent to setting fire to himself. Under the power of rule, not only would he fail, it would even backlash back to him. But now, it was different. His setimi law had similarly reached the realm of rule. His fleshy body realm also reached the limit of rank 9. Under such circum stances, unless the Tao ancestor surpass said him. Otherwise, they would not be able to shake off his heavenly Tao true word too. At least, Lin Chaotian could not do it. Woos. Plus a streak of sword light flashed past. Lin Chaotian's arm was severed at the wrist. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, and the tear of life flew over. Getting the tear of life, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, I tried and seem to have succeeded. Lin Chaotian's eyes went from shock to astonishment, then to horror. Setimi law. Time, Space, sword, 3 great laws, stepped into the realm of rule at the same time. He finally understood why Yi Yuan was so calm and composed. Because Ha already completely surpass said the Grand Ancestor Setimi Shong hang back then. He was Saint Azure. He was the number 1 person throughout the ages. He was the true human race's sovereign. Humanity's sovereign had never been flaunted by oneself, but proved using strength. All of the powerhouses present fell into deep shock. Yi Yuan used his strength to astound 3 eras. At the start of this epoch, he sent a supreme Tao ancestor who had just reached the peak into the dust. I didn't expect that this heavenly Tao samsara actually had such an outcome. Lord Saint Azure is now really the number 1 person throughout the ages. Thinking about it now, Lin Chaotian's domineeringness previously was really laughable to the extreme. Everyone shook their heads one after another. Lin Chaotian used strength to terrorize everyone. Not long ago, he was still so insufferably arrogant and unparalleledly tyrannical. He felt that Yi Yuan was utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. Saint Azure was about to become history. But now, reality slapped his face brutally. He was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. Only then did they understand why Yi Yuan disdained to refine the rule crystals. Because he did not need it at all. 3 great laws fusing, this was indeed very amazing. But it was nothing in front of Dao ancestors. Because these 3 Daos stepping into the realm of rule was virtually something impossible. However, Yi Yuan did it. Now, he had time, space, and sword, 3 Daos, step into the realm of rule at the same time. What did Dao ancestors count for? Lin Chaotian finally broke free from the fetters of heavenly Dao true word. But his body was already drenched with sweat. 3 great powers of rule were ravaging within his body. His severed wrist was still bleeding, unable to stop at all. He looked at Yi Yuan with a horrified face and said, You're simply not human. How did you do it? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian and said coolly, Lin Chaotian, I won't kill you. Hearing this, Lin Chaotian was wildly ecstatic in his heart. He never thought that Yi Yuan would actually let him off. However, what Yi Yuan said next made him feel like he fell into an ice cellar. Today, I'll waste your cultivation. I'll suppress you in front of the 2 races realm boundary market, and let you suffer the reviling of humanity endlessly. This humiliation was written by you. So you bear it yourself. Finished talking, he did not wait for Lin Chaotian to react either. Yi Yuan executed the heavenly Dao true word again. Lin Chaotian was directly immobilized there. Then Yi Yuan smacked a palm towards his abdomen area. A terrifying power of law directly penetrated into his divine sea and shattered his small world into pieces. Yi Yuan struck extremely heavily. Lin Chaotian's small world had already been completely destroyed and it would be absolutely impossible to regenerate again. Lin Chaotian had despair written all over his eyes. He glared at Yi Yuan and bellowed, You're the devil. Yi Yuan, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he laughed in spite of himself and said, Then you'll have to be able to become a ghost first. Return. It was only to see him reach his hand out and beckon. The lesser heavenspan mountain directly broke away from Lin Chaotian's control and returned to Yi Yuan's hand. These few years, although the lesser heavenspan mountain had been in Lin Chaotian's hands, he was unable to refine it at all. A precious treasure like the lesser heavenspan mountain was not what anybody could refine. Concerning Lin Chaotian's outcome, Yi Yuan had long thought about it. His sins could not be paid off with a simple death. Facing the divine race's invasion, Lin Chaotian only thought of his own interests and nearly doomed the human race for all of eternity. This sin needed him to go and repay himself. Currently, Lin Chaotian was still a Dao ancestor, but he already did not have divine essence to display the power of rules. The current Lin Chaotian was like a baby walking through the downtown area while hugging a gold brick. In the crowd, there were already many people whose eyes turned green. Dao ancestor. Who did not want to become a Dao ancestor? But right at this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, You all can beat or scold him, but you can't kill him. I have another use for the fire rule crystal. This sentence immediately extinguished everyone's fantasies. Who dared not follow Yi Yuan's words? Killing Lin Chaotian was easy. But even if they became ancestor fire, so what? Yi Yuan could kill them like killing a dog. This fire rule crystal, Yi Yuan was saving it for Fiery. Ever since Fiery left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he had been in closed seclusion in his hidden place. Till today, he had not exited seclusion. But this fire rule crystal was naturally most suitable for him. Chapter 2504. Taking advantage of the situation to profit. Chapter 2504. Taking advantage of the situation to profit. Everything seemed to have already settled down. But right at this time, Tianqing moved. The divine race's 5 great Dao ancestors flashed and surrounded Yi Yuan tightly. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not seem to care and said indifferently, "You guys can't make me stay." Tian Qing said in a solemn voice, "I know. But this ancestor will use your human race's trillions of lives as a bargaining chip to force you to have a battle with the 5 of us. If you don't fight, the 5 of us will go on a killing spree." The air suddenly went quiet. The human race powerhouses had not caught their breath yet and their nerves were immediately wound up tightly again. Tian Qing's asphyxiating killing intent made everyone understand that this was not a joke. If Yi Yuan refused, Tian Qing would definitely go on a killing spree. The divine race's 5 great Tao ancestors combining forces, this lineup was too terrifying. Especially that there were also 2 great 10 marks powerhouses among them. What to do here? If it's Tian Qing alone, it's still alright. But they have 2 great 10 marks Tao ancestors. Despicable. Shameless. How? How can they use such a shameless method to force Lord Saint Azure? It's over. This time, it's completely over. To fight is to die, not fighting is also death. From start to end, the divine race's pressure had always been there. The 2 great 10 marks Tao ancestors, no one could ignore their existence. The divine race's top powerhouses were too strong, but no one expected that the divine race actually used such a despicable method to force Yi Yuan to answer the challenge. When Lin Chaotian saw this scene, he could not resist letting out a wild laugh as he said, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, this time, I see how you'll still be arrogant. Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very condescending? Aren't you known as the #1 person through the ages?" Ha ha ha. Lin Chaotian seemed to be in a crazed state, his face was full of delight. Yi Yuan crippled him, crippling all of his hopes. He hated Yi Yuan. He wished to eat Yi Yuan whole. Now, Yi Yuan aroused the divine race's dread, not scrupling to use the common people of the world as a bargaining chip to force Yi Yuan to face the enemy head-on. This result was what he would like to see the most. He was not Yi Yuan's match, but the divine race's 5 ancestor added together was. The strengths of these 5 ancestors were above Tao ancestors to begin with. Now that they corroborated their Tao to become ancestors, their strength could not be mentioned in the same breath even more. Yi Yuan would have to die. Noisy. Tian Qing gave a cold snort and conveniently flung a slap over. Lin Chaotian was directly struck until his mouth was full of blood. He wanted to laugh but could not laugh anymore. This scene seemed very comical. But No body laughed. Because they could not laugh. The pressure brought by the 5 ancestors was too great. Right now, as long as Yi Yuan said a word of no, the 5 ancestors would definitely go on Amar's sake. Being surrounded by 5 ancestors, Yi Yuan was still very calm and said indifferently, "Human and divine, 2 races, each occupying half of the world like this now. Is it not good?" Tian Qing frowned and said frankly, "You make this ancestor afraid. Each day that you're around, this ancestor will find it hard to eat and sleep." After becoming Tao ancestor, Tian Qing's imposing aura that showed disdain for all under heaven had returned anew. He was confident that there was no one who could threaten him in this world anymore. Even if Lin Chaotian was conferred ancestor a second time, Tian Qing's strength also skyrocketed. Lin Chaotian dreaded the latter too. But now, Tian Qing could not sit still any longer. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited had somewhat gotten out of his control. He did not know whether Yi Yuan would become even stronger or not. At that time, it would simply be a devastating blow to the divine race. Yi Yuan turned to Yu Mengli and said, "You want to fight too?" Yu Mengli hesitated for a bit, but in the end, she still nodded her head slowly. She was very agonized being caught in the middle. But she still chose to fight. Yi Yuan heaved a long sigh and said, "Since that's the case, let's fight then." Yi Yuan answering the challenge, the group of powerhouses heaved sighs of relief one after another. Sure enough, Lord Saint Azure's name of sainthood was not in vain. But it was also merely letting out a sigh of relief. Not that they had no confidence in Yi Yuan, but that the strength of the 5 ancestors was too strong. No way. Are you bullying our human race for not having anyone? Since it's a group battle, then count this ancestor in too. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets suddenly spoke up, his eyes sweeping toward the crowd, and he said with a cold snort, When are the few of you going to be cowardly tortoises until? If Yi Yuan is defeated, can you all stand aloof without paying attention to others? The direction that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was looking at was precisely where the few former Tao ancestors were at. They had their auras converged all along, hiding in the crowd. Among the previous generation Tao ancestors, Ancestor Fire was dead, Ancestor Water was dead, and Lin Chaotian was crippled. In the Heavenspan Mountain, because of fighting for the rule crystals, Tao ancestors Earth, Light, and Darkness were killed. But there were still 3 people there. They did not have that fate and failed to be conferred ancestor again this time. But they were former Tao ancestors after all. Furthermore, after undergoing the baptism of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain, they were Tao ancestor-level powerhouses too. At this time, how could they keep out of the affair? In the crowd, the few great former Tao ancestors were all silent. Suddenly, Tao Ancestor Destruction stepped forward and said smilingly, "Want this ancestor to take action?" "Can. But I have a condition. The Fire Rule Crystal is mine. Furthermore, you must swear a heavenly Tao oath that after this, you'll forgive this ancestor's past misdeed." Tao Ancestor Destruction was not stupid either. He knew that even after obtaining the Fire Rule Crystal, he was not Yi Yuan's match too. So he took a preventive measure in advance. With him saying that, Ancestor Lightning and Ancestor Wind lost composure. While the human race powerhouses were in an uproar. Shameless. Really shameless. This guy is actually taking advantage of the situation at this time to profit. Really are fine Tao ancestors. Why don't he and Lin Chaotian go and die? Taking a look now, it's better for Tao ancestors to be arranged by Lord Saint Azure. After all, the people that he brought out are all loyal and brave individuals. Tao Ancestor Destruction's actions immediately attracted a wave of scorn. It was just that he did not care. As long as he could be conferred ancestor a second time, he did not care what others thought at all, while Ancestor Lightning and Ancestor Wind were a little hesitant. After all, there was only a Fire Rule Crystal that was vacant. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression was livid as he shouted angrily, "Hu Sheng, you despicable villain. Already at this point and you actually still wanted to loot a burning house." Tao Ancestor Destruction smiled and said, "Every man for himself. Moreover, this ancestor taking action is also for humanity's cardinal principles of righteousness in itself too. Why not give consideration to both?" When Hu Sheng was talking, his face did not turn red and his heart did not race. He was actually not the least bit ashamed. His world outlook was different from Yi Yuan and the rest in the first place. The dissidence of opinion made it useless to talk. He was dead sure that Yi Yuan had to give in. That was why he said this. After all, no matter who it was, facing the divine race's 5 ancestors, there was only the path of retreating. A fight to the death would only be you dying. No need. None of you guys need to take action. Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who was in the midst of the 5 ancestors, spoke up calmly. And his figure also instantly left the encirclement, arriving in front of Hu Sheng. He looked at Hu Sheng with a mocking look and said with a smile, "You want the Fire Rule Crystal?" Hu Sheng's expression changed drastically and he fell back repeatedly and said stammeringly, If you dare to harm this ancestor, you absolutely won't be the 5 ancestors' match." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? To be able to put such vile and despicable words in such a dignified and high-sounding way, you're really impressive. Therefore, you can die already." A sword light flashed past. Blood sealed the throat. Chapter 2505, Universe Suppressing 5 Ancestors. Chapter 2505, Universe Suppressing 5 Ancestors. With this murder, everyone was struck silly with astonishment. Even the divine race's 5 ancestors were also dumbstruck with amazement. This plot reversed too fiercely. They thought that it would turn into a melee. But in the end, Yi Yuan directly one-shotted Tao Ancestor Destruction. What's Lord Saint Azure's doing? Killing Tao Ancestor Destruction at this time, isn't it breaking one's own arm and destroying one's own Great Wall? Sigh, Lord Saint Azure's personality is too staunch. What to do about this? A feeling of despair spread in the crowd. The strength of the human race was significantly weaker than the divine race to begin with. Now, There were even deaths and injuries. In the end, Yi Yuan even broke his own arm. But Yi Yuan ignored these. His gaze turned to Ancestor Lightning and Ancestor Wind, and he said coolly, "Do you guys still want the rule crystal? Don't want any more?" The two said fearfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Good that you don't. Remember, not killing you guys isn't because you guys aren't worthy of being killed. Pang Tian, you should thank Pang Zhen. Zhuo Yang, you once made a move to stop Tian Qing before. This time, I'll spare you guys from death. But there's no next time." There was thick fear in the two people's eyes. The oppression that Yi Yuan gave to them was seriously too strong. Finished saying, Yi Yuan ignored the two and turned around and left. Only then did Ancestor Lightning Pang Tian and Ancestor Wind Zhuo Yang feel akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. They discovered that their backs were already soaked through. The two exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of a bitter smile. The death of Dao ancestor destruction made them feel the grief of the fox mourning the death of a rabbit. The 9 great Dao ancestors were only left with the two of them now. They understood that the era that belonged to them was already completely over. Yi Yuan returned opposite of the 5 ancestors. Tian Qing frowned and said, "You're really going to confront the 5 of us with your power alone?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Why? Can't I?" Tian Qing said, "Of course you can. This isn't some fair fight, but the life and death battle of 2 races. Heh, you being so overbearingly haughty is precisely what this ancestor hopes for." Toward Yi Yuan's composure, although he felt a little nervous in his heart, he had absolute confidence in the 5 ancestors' strength. Although 3 laws fusion was troublesome, he was absolutely not the 5 of their match. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Well, begin then." His voice had yet to fade and he already turned into an afterimage, pouncing towards Tian Qing. The latter was shocked, feeling an astonishing plussing sword intent coming at him head-on. "Fine lad. Watch this." Tian Qing's reaction was extremely quick too, only to hear him yell out loudly, both fists directly slamming out like flood dragons heading out to the sea. One had a sword intent that surmounted heaven, the other had a fist that suppressed the 4 seas. In a breath, the 2 people clashed. Boom. It was only to hear a loud bang. Tian Qing's body flew out like a bomb. While Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, this blow that arrived unexpectedly was actually Yi Yuan's complete victory. At virtually the same time, the divine race's 4 ancestors also moved. Yu Mengli repeatedly pointed her dainty fingers, aiming straight for Yi Yuan's vitals. Her strike did not lose to Tian Qing in the least bit. Under the other 3 people's support via coordinated actions, it practically shattered even SPACE. Yi Yuan was indifferent. Universe suddenly blossomed, facing the 4 ancestors head-on. Both sides instantly fell into a fierce battle. Tian Qing only felt his innards in turmoil. Ignoring the shock in his heart, he rushed in again. Only when he confronted Yi Yuan head-on did he experience how strong the Yi Yuan who fused time, SPACE, and sword, 3 laws, was. At the same time, he was also secretly rejoicing that the divine race had an additional 10 marks powerhouse now. If it was just him alone, he would likely really not be able to suppress Yi Yuan. Tian Qing had fought Shang Hang once before and was deeply aware of the prowess of SPA Setimi law. It was just that Shang Hang's strength compared to the current Yi Yuan, it was simply one up in the sky and the other on the ground. Even if Yi Yuan only used SPA Setimi law, it was also completely not what Shang Hang could compare with, let alone talk about using time, SPACE, and sword, 3 great laws at the same time. That swift and fierce sword intent was practically poking holes in the sky. If not for him being conferred ancestor again, he would not have been able to block that sword just now at all. However, even if he rejoined the group battle, they were actually unable to suppress Yi Yuan after combining the 5 of their strength. The universe sword art that fused SPA Setimi law could be rated as perfect. SPACE and time, the 2 great laws, contained the meaning of universe in the first place. The universe sword art that Yi Yuan developed with sword Dao as the axis, time and SPACE as the 2 poles, was simply formidable to the extreme. His every move and style carried the aura of great Dao, almost reaching the extent of the limit of Dao. Not only did 5 great Tao ancestors joining forces fail to suppress Yi Yuan, but they were also completely suppressed by Yi Yuan instead. Even if the 5 of them activated Heavenly Tao True Martial, they were still unable to suppress Yi Yuan. Tian Qing and Yu Mengli were still alright. The other 3 progenitors were actually in the awkwardness of being in straightened cirque. Yume stances under the power pressure of universe. The 6 peoples battle fought until the sky rent asunder and the earth split open. The mountains and rivers in the vicinity were directly turned into nothingness. This battle could be said to be the supreme battle of the heavenspan world already. The power was unimaginable. At this time, regardless of whether it was the divine race or the human race, they all fell into immense shock. Only then did they understand why Yi Yuan accepted Tian Qing's provocation so calmly, and why he insisted on fighting 1 versus 5 calmly. His might was suffocating. What a fine universe. I feel that Lord Saint Azure is a mobile heavenly Tao. Strong. Too strong. Lord Saint Azure's strength already reached a realm that we can't imagine. It turns out that all of our worries were so ridiculous. Lord Saint Azure is already standing at the summit of the heavenspan world. From today onward, who can still suppress him? Shock, pleasant surprise, and fanatical whirs. HI plus P, all kinds of emotions interwoven together. Humanity's powerhouses felt an indescribable pride at this time. The divine race had 8 great progenitors that suppressed the myriad races. But humanity only needed Saint Azure alone and they could turn their noses up at the world. In this samsara, the human race did not need to be haunted with fear anymore. Because they had Saint Azure. Currently, Lin Chaotian with his mouth full of blood, his eyes were full of despair and shame at his unworthiness. He was posturing in front of Yi Yuan. He wanted to become the human race's sovereign. He did not even have the qualifications to force out Yi Yuan's true strength. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited now was truly suppressing the myriad races. Lin Chaotian was a joke after Heavenly Tao Samsara. Originally, he was still filled with hatred towards Yi Yuan, and still harbored a tiny trace of hope. But having witnessed Yi Yuan's strength, he understood that he no longer had hopes of making a comeback. This was not an era of heroes vying for supremacy. This was also not an era of duality. This was an era that belonged to Yi Yuan alone. This heavenly Tao Samsara, Yi Yuan would reign supreme by himself. Even the number 1 person who once looked down upon the world, Tian Qing, also had to submit under Yi Yuan's feet. Pew, pew, pew. After 1,000 moves, Tao ancestor Life Cheng Kuei was whisked into universe after a careless move. It was only to see countless streaks of sword light parsec through his body, directly garroting him. The power of rule flowed out, condensing into a rule crystal again, and arrived at Yi Yuan's hand. In the last epoch, 18 grand ancestors moving out together might not be able to kill a divine race progenitor too. But now, Yi Yuan killed someone under the pincer attacks of 5 ancestors. Still want to fight again? Yi Yuan held the rule crystal in his hand as he said indifferently. Chapter 2506, Number 1 Through the Ages. Chapter 2506, Number 1 Through the Ages. Tian Qing's expression was incomparably solemn. The divine race that stood high above the Ma.S. says was really trampled underfoot by someone this time. Furthermore, it was being subjugated forever that kind. After today, who could still be Yi Yuan's match? In the Battle of the Supreme, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 5, overpowering the divine race. This battle completely shattered the myth of the divine race. The divine race was not a mythical race. They could be trampled underfoot too. Do we still have a way out? Tian Qing's words were full of bitterness. He was somewhat unable to accept this current fact. To Tian Qing, he had always been the strongest in this world. He felt that he was this world's apex, no one could surpass him. But now, Yi Yuan, this peak, already completely surpassed said him. Yi Yuan nodded his head lightly and said, yes. Be more law-abiding in the future. Then I won't do anything to the divine race. You remember this. In the future, no race is superior to the others. All life is equal. You restrain the divine race and put away that lame sense of superiority of yours. Of course, Our human race also won't pose with the bearing of a ruler. Tian Qing had a look of surprise and said, "Do you really mean this?" Yi Yuan said, "Do you think that I have a need to crack jokes with you?" Tian Qing's expression became somewhat complicated. Honestly speaking, the pride of their divine race was born in the bones. That pride seemed to be deep etched in the depths of their soul, unable to change at all. The divine race seemed to be feared by all races the moment they were born. But now, Yi Yuan's words were like a form of charity. When had their divine race, or him, Tian Qing, ever faced such a humiliating moment before? But Tian Qing was not a fool. He knew that Yi Yuan was not pitying them. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could absolutely make the human race tower above all races, but he did not. Yi Yuan had the qualification of a sovereign. His word was gold. If he said that all life was equal, then all life would really be equal. It was just that he did not understand. Why? My divine race should have an irreconcilable hatred with you, Tian Qing said in puzzlement. You'll understand very soon. Before long, I'll go to the divine race. Now, you all go back. Yi Yuan said coolly. Tian Qing's expression changed. He recalled what Yi Yuan said before. Could it be that Yi Yuan was really going to deal with the 8 extreme divinities? But Yi Yuan no longer paid attention to him and turned to Long Yi and said, Long Yi, you've led the 8 clans to guard the abyss world for hundreds of millions of years, toiling hard and rendering great merits. This rule crystal will be handed over to you. In the future, your Tao ancestor life. Long Yi's entire body trembled, indescribable joy on his face. By the side, the leaders of the 8 clans were also happy for him. With Long Yi becoming an ancestor, no one was unconvinced by it. Many thanks, Lord Progenitor, Long Yi said respectfully. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and looked toward Ni Xian and said, Ni Xian, you, as humanity's chief commander, have rendered utmost contribution. Later, I'll lay down the inheritance arrays anew. You'll be the second person with the qualifications to enter the inheritance grand array apart from Wn Zhen. When Ni Xian heard that, he was also wildly elated. How could he not understand the significance of the inheritance grand array? One had to know, the inheritance grand array created 18 grand ancestor-level powerhouses. For him to be able to obtain this qualification, even if he did not enter Grand Ancestor realm in the future, he would also surely be a supreme powerhouse among Deva realms. Many thanks, Lord Saint Azure, Ni Xian said agitatedly. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, then surveyed the surroundings and said loudly to the powerhouses that filled the sky, Heavenly Tao Samsara has already ended. From now onwards, the human and divine, 2 races, will stay out of the other's business. If anyone deliberately provokes the 2 races to be antagonistic, I'll kill without mercy. Yi Yuan's words were said casually. But the majesty in those words, no one dared to disobey. The current Yi Yuan was the true blue sovereign of the myriad races. This myriad of races included the divine race. None dared to defy his word. Although they did not understand it. Very soon, the Heavenspan mountain battle spread throughout the entire Heavenspan world like the wind. The entire human race was boiling with excitement. Especially Saint Azure battling 5 ancestors and overpowering the divine race. Just listening to it made one feel their hot blood boiling. This battle achievement, one did not even dare to think about it before today. If progenitor Tian Qing battled 5 great Tao ancestors by himself, they would not be surprised. But, a human suppressed the entire divine race. This sort of thing was too heaven-defying, too impressive, really too awesome. Being able to see Lord Saint Azure once in my whole life, I can die without regret. The number 1 person through the ages. Lord Saint Azure is absolutely the well-deserved number 1 person through the ages. Lord Saint Azure is really akin to the noonday sun, illuminating through the ages. He alone created 3 eras, leaving legacies, suppressing the divine race, suppressing eternally. No body is able to surpass this kind of feat anymore. Following the divine race coming roaring into being, their might had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people already. Especially when Tian Qing returned back then, suppressing 3 ancestors by himself. That kind of shock was truly unable to use words to describe it. In everyone's impression, Tao ancestors were supreme existences. They were invincible powerhouses. But suddenly, a person appeared who could actually suppress 3 people by himself. This impact was really too great. But Yi Yuan suppressed 5 great divine race progenitors with his power alone, and it was even the progenitors after becoming Tao ancestors. In contrast, Yi Yuan was simply a god up in heaven. That kind of power could no longer be described using words. From now on, humanity would truly be able to live under sunlight. They no longer had any more fears from the rear. This huge mountain that suppressed 2 epochs was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan. Before this battle, people's feelings towards Yi Yuan were more admiration and idolization. But after this battle, Yi Yuan was thoroughly apotheosized. He was the divinity above the clouds. He was the god of war that suppressed all side. He was the sovereign who guarded the human race. From now on, he was a figure that lived in mythology. It was just that, with regards to these, Yi Yuan himself did not have much awareness. Not only that, the dark clouds in his heart grew denser and denser. Because he knew that suppressing the divine race was just the beginning, that 8 extreme divinities which created the divine race was the truly terrifying existence. Facing this existence, he did not have any confidence at all. Soon, he would be facing it. But before this, he still had one more thing to do. Saving Mu Lingxue. He went through all kinds of hards. HI plus PS and difficulties. It was in order to obtain the tear of life. Now, he finally got his wish H. Plus, but right before it, Yi Yuan's emotions became perturbed. The current Yi Yuan was no longer an ignorant person. His alchemy Tao already reached the acme of perfection, reaching the realm of rule. He naturally knew how dreadful Mu Lingxue's current state was. Regarding a trace of spiritual consciousness not extinguish. HI plus ing, actually, it was already equivalent to a dead person. Even he, this existence with invincible alchemy Tao, was also at a loss on what to do. Yi Yuan could refine Tao pills, but Tao pills could not save Mu Lingxue. The tear of life was a rule item with a powerful life force. This power was very magical and hard to describe. But as for the specifics of whether it was useful or not, Yi Yuan was not sure either. He was praying in his heart, praying for Mu Lingxue to be able to wake up. Carrying extreme fluid turd emotions, Yi Yuan injected the tear of life into Mu Lingxue's body. Chapter 2507, Despair and Hope. Chapter 2507, Despair and Hope. Yi Yuan's body was trembling slightly, his breathing becoming rapid. The sacred ancestor high priest who was by the side, it was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan so nervous. It could be seen what weight of this woman whose life and death situation was unknown had in Yi Yuan's heart. One dark green light halo after another emitted from Mu Lingxue's body. Yi Yuan carefully guided the power of the tear of life with the power of his divine soul, entering Mu Lingxue's sea of consciousness. There was only a trace of spiritual consciousness remaining. Yi Yuan forced himself to calm down. There was no room for the slightest error at this time. This final trace of spiritual consciousness could not withstand any accident. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing the tear of life. Even he was extremely amazed by the vast aura of life inside. This aura of life was extremely complex and profound, seemingly containing the great Tao of life and death inside. There was a myriad of great Tao. The great Tao of life and death was also one of them. Furthermore, it was an extremely profound one. Yi Yuan had cultivated the Nirvana Seal's life and death seal before and had a rather profound understanding of life and death Tao's attainments. But, even if he was presently revered as Heavenspan World's #1 person, he could not penetrate the secrets of life and death too. People were the most complex things in this world to begin with. In front of the great Tao of heaven and earth, people were insignificant like a drop in the ocean. But people themselves were also akin to a complicated and sophisticated instrument, running continuously. Logically speaking, everyone was within the operations of heavenly Tao. Everyone's life trajectory should also have been configured already. But Yi Yuan had gone through so much and had long already seen through a lot. The destiny of people could not be controlled by heavenly Tao at all. Just like himself, he had discussed his life with profound secrets before and could confirm that his heaven-defying rise was absolutely not within the operation of heavenly Tao. He broke free from heavenly Tao's control. Yi Yuan could also confirm that the heavenspan world's current situation already broke out of the control of heavenly Tao too. Yi Yuan had a feeling that even if one grasped life and death rule, they would not be able to truly see through life and death too. The tear of life contained the maxim of life. Feeling this power, Yi Yuan felt a bit more confident out of thin air. Under Yi Yuan's control, the power of life seemed to be like the spring rain, watering the weak spiritual consciousness. Time slowly trickled by. But Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness did not show the slightest signs of strengthening. After several devastations, Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness was already too weak. The power of life was unable to enter Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness at all. Yi Yuan could not help feeling a little more fretful in his heart. But he did not dare to be the least bit neglectful. Every pore on his body from head to toe became tense. 1 day, 2 days, a month later, just as Yi Yuan already completely despaired, that trace of spiritual consciousness suddenly grew stronger. Although it was only a little bit, Yi Yuan could see it clearly. This trace of change made Yi Yuan ecstatic. In this 1 month, Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness was immersed in the power of life. Finally, there was a slight improvement. With a trace, there was a second trace. Yi Yuan believed without a shadow of a doubt. Sure enough, in the following time, this trace of spiritual consciousness became stronger and stronger, increasingly stronger. Yi Yuan's heart was practically leaping out of his throat. He was too exhilarated. Experiencing untold hearts. HI plus PS and turning the heavenspan world upside down, what did he do it for? To become the heavenspan world's #1 person? To be admired by millions of people? For that eternal name? No. He only did it for Mu Lingxue, that strange woman with an ice-cold outer appearance, but dared to love and hate. Now, he finally did it. Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness was continuously strengthening. From feeble and dim in the beginning, to solid, and then turning into like centiliter US tears of flames. Finally, Mu Lingxue let out a soft murmur. This sound was very light, soft until it was almost inaudible. But when it entered Yi Yuan's ears, it was more beautiful than any music in the world. Lingxue. Can you hear? Lingxue. I'm Ji Qingyun. Yi Yuan completely forgot about himself and did not notice the tremor in his own voice at all. However, there was no response. After this sound, there was no more sound. And right at this moment, the light halo on Mu Lingshue's body dissipated with a loud bang. The tear of life also shattered with a loud bang at this moment. No, don't. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, desperately wanting to gather those fragments. But everything was futile. Those fragments gradually dissipated, returning to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's entire person was stupefied, instantly falling from great joy into great sorrow. Lingxue. Wake up. Don't scare me. I carried endless hope, that's how I walked until today, don't shatter all of my hopes. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan was practically saying it while crying. These thousands of years, it was the tear of life that supported Yi Yuan to come this far. But now, the cruel reality told him that the tear of life could not save Mu Lingxue too. This despair of shattered hope directly broke Yi Yuan. Lingxue, don't be like this. Why you give me a response, okay? I know. You're just pretending to sleep. Yi Yuan's voice became weaker and weaker. Until the end, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. His face dried up after being wet with tears and turned wet again after drying, no idea how many times already. He was unable to deceive himself anymore too. He knew that he really failed. But he was not reconciled to it. How he hoped that all this was a scam. By the side, profound secrets and sacred ancestor high priest were both visibly moved. They had never seen such behavior before from Yi Yuan. Only all the way until now did they understand that Yi Yuan walked until today step by step for this mortal woman in his arms. At present, Yi Yuan was already revered as supreme. But his feelings for this mortal woman never changed in the least bit. To a martial artist, there could be many women in their lives. Along with the increase in their strength and status, their mentality would undergo massive changes. How could a mortal match up to the Heavenspan's sovereign? How could her life or death be worthy of the sovereign being so heartbroken? This was a strange man who was most affectionate and sincere. Yi Yuan, and maybe, there's still hope. After all, the tear of life had an effect, right? One tear of life can't. Then we can find more tears of life. Wing hesitated for a bit but still urged. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were vacant without any spirit as he said, "You don't need to comfort me anymore. You and I are both Tao pill powerhouses. It's very clear whether the tear of life was useful or not. Spiritual consciousness was just a wisp of consciousness. This wisp of consciousness became stronger under the nourishment of the tear of life. Spiritual consciousness became stronger, but the divine soul did not show the slightest sign of recovery. This was the crux. Mu Lingshue's divine soul had long already dissipated. There was only this strand of spiritual consciousness left that was not extinguished. Yi Yuan had always been waiting for the tear of life to be able to let this wisp of spiritual consciousness recondense its divine soul. But no. There was not the slightest trace of anything. His despair did not lay with the tear of life shattering, but it lay here. Without the divine soul, it was useless no matter how strong the spiritual consciousness was. Wing's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Yi Yuan, didn't your divine essence already become a chaos origin divinity? This shows that the divine essence still has a higher level form. Maybe, there's still a way." Yi Yuan's body shook fiercely, the hollow eyes gradually recovering a bit of light. "Right. Why you rewrite? That fellow might know something. I can't give up hope." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said. His eyes recovered their resolution once again. Chapter 2508, Suffocatingly Strong. Chapter 2508, Suffocatingly Strong. The Tsungyan Mountain was located west of Heavenspan Mountain. It was originally Ancestor Fire's Bodhidharma. Now, Ancestor Fire already perished. Hence, the place became the Divine Race's new holy land. After the Doomsday Battle, Yi Yuan agreed for the Divine Race to enter the Heavenspan world. The Divine Race also started a great migration. And the Divine Race's totem, the 8 extreme divinities, was naturally also invited here. In this place with abundant spiritual energy, the 8 statues appeared even more lifelike, as if they were about to come to life. At this time, Yi Yuan already arrived outside of Tsungyan Mountain. The entire Divine Race was waiting in full battle array. "Yi Yuan, what on earth do you want to do?" Tian Qing looked at Yi Yuan from afar and questioned. "Today, whoever dares to stop me, I'll kill Gods if Gods block, and kill Buddha if Buddha block." Yi Yuan's words were full of indifference. Tian Qing's expression changed slightly. He felt tremendous pressure. The Yi Yuan today became incomparably ice-cold, giving people a chill that penetrated to the bones. Yu Mengli blocked Yi Yuan with a flash and said, "If I block you, will you kill even me?" Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, the expression on his face finally having some change. "Leah, don't force me." Yu Mengli did not back down in the slightest and said, "If you do anything for elder sister Lingxue, I have nothing to say. But if you want to destroy the 8 extreme divinities, no can do. It's the 8 extreme divinities that gave me a new lease on life." Yu Mengli understood Yi Yuan extremely well. He just obtained the tear of life, but became like this, he must have failed to save Mu Lingxue. And him choosing to come to the Divine Race straight away indicated that the 8 extreme divinities must have something to do with saving Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, "Bulls. Hi+T. Who said that you have a new lease on life? Only destroying the 8 extreme divinities can save you, and Lingshue's only hope also lies with it." Yu Mengli shook her head firmly and said, "If you want to destroy the 8 extreme divinities, then step over my dead body." When Tian Qing saw this scene, he could not help letting out a slight sigh of relief. He understood Yi Yuan. With Yu Mengli around, Yi Yuan absolutely did not dare to mess around. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said indifferently, "Since that's the case, then." Universe sword formation, open, boom. In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 miles with Yi Yuan as the center, everything was shrouded in the terrifying sword energy. Currently, the divine race's experts were practically all covered in this domain. Tian Qing's expression instantly showed that he was extremely surprised. This is a sword formation condensed from 4 great rules. Your formation Dao reached the realm of Rule 2? There were no words that could describe Tian Qing's shock currently. Being in the sword formation, Tian Qing did not even dare to move. The dangerous aura radiating from the surroundings almost suffocated him. Only all the way until at this time did he know that Yi Yuan actually already possessed the strength to instantly kill him. In the Heavenspan Mountain battle, Yi Yuan overpowered the divine race's 5 ancestors. At that time, it was not his limit. They were unable to force out Yi Yuan's limit at all. Facing 5 ancestors, fusing 3 power of rules was already sufficient. But now, under Yi Yuan's rage, he revealed his strongest move, shocking everybody. This move, Universe Sword Formation, was an Astonis. HI+ing sword formation created based on Universe. This sword formation fused the 4 great rules that Yi Yuan comprehended, and also incorporated his ultimate comprehension of heavenly Tao. It could be said that the power of each rule was unleashed to the limit. The might of this move already surpassed everyone's imaginations. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, activating the sword formation at once. One streak of sword energy after another pierced directly into Yu Mengli's body. It restrained her in an instant. Yi Yuan flashed and Yu Mengli just happened to fall into his arms. He knew very well how far to go and when to stop when he made his move. He only knocked Yu Mengli out and sealed the power in his body, and did not hurt her. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he naturally had the confidence to do it. Restraining Yu Mengli, Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold and he swept all around and said, "Now, who else wants to stop me?" Tian Qing opened his mouth, only feeling full of bitterness. The current Yi Yuan already completely exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan's might was suffocating. Swoosh. Plus Yi Yuan put away Universe Sword Formation, carried Yu Mengli, and walked straight into the mountain. No one from the divine race dared to stop. He did not need people to lead the way. He could feel where the 8 extreme divinities was at. The divine race's powerhouses all exchanged glances, their expressions indescribably ugly. Lord Tian Qing, how can he be so strong? Yeah, his power already says the scope of monstrous. I feel like his a god that's aloof from the Ma. Says. That sort of feeling is a little like facing the 8 extreme divinities. This Yi Yuan is too terrifying. With his monstrousness, the 8 extreme divinities wouldn't really have something happen to it, right? His voice had yet to fade when Tian Qing interrupted his words and said in a solemn voice, "Impossible. The 8 extreme divinities is a generous gift from heaven. It has the strength equal to heaven. No matter how strong Yi Yuan is, can he be greater than heaven?" Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense too. In the eyes of the divine race, the 8 extreme divinities and heavenly Tao were the same. Touching the 8 extreme divinities was touching heavenly Tao. How could heavenly Tao tolerate you? Tian Qing's gaze flickered incessantly, his figure HI+ing, following after. Ahead was a stretch of powerful restrictions, emitting powerful undulations. Whoosh. Plus Yi Yuan casually grabbed a sword of void and slashed a sword move over. The restrictions collapsed with a loud bang. Unable to stop even a single blow. When Tian Qing, who was behind, saw this scene, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching slightly. Rumble. Powerful undulations came out of the void. The 8 statues gradually revealed their true bodies. As if feeling the provocative intent, the 8 statues glared with fierce eyes, appearing extremely angry. That appearance seemed like they wanted to tear Yi Yuan to pieces alive. "Brat, you came again. To dare affront the majesty of heaven again, you'll definitely die this time." Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, a familiar voice came over. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to be long-winded with him. He just said indifferently, I'll ask, you answer. Of course, you can choose to be silent, but these 8 statues, I'll tear it down today. That voice said with disdain, Humph. Just based on you also want to demolish the 8 extreme divinities? You can come and give it a try if you have the ability. Clearly, he was very confident. But at this time, Tianqing arrived and said furiously, Yi Yuan, the 8 extreme divinities is an object bestowed by heaven. Affronting heaven's might, you'll die without a burial ground. Yi Yuan completely ignored Tianqing, lifting his hand, and it was a sword. Whoos. H. Plus sword light flashed past, aiming straight for a statue in the middle. But right at this time, the fork in the statue's hand suddenly burst forth with a terrifying to the extreme energy. Boom. Yi Yuan only felt his chest tighten, spewing out a mouthful of blood. That voice laughed wildly as he said, Ha ha ha. Saw that? This is the outcome of you offending heaven's might. Just the likes of you, an ant, also dare to resist heavenly Tao in vain. Death isn't regrettable. At the back, also came Tianqing's cold laughter, and he said, Yi Yuan, I warned you long ago, heavenly might can't be offended. Now, have you tasted a bitter pill? Withdraw now. Otherwise, you'll die very miserably. Chapter 2509, Retreat. Chapter 2509, Retreat. Heavenly Tao? This thing is also worthy of being called Heavenly Tao? Yi Yuan put Leah into the world-suppressing Steely's SPACE and said with a look of disdain. Yi Yuan did not know what Heavenly Tao was. But it was absolutely impossible for these strange-looking things to be Heavenly Tao. Only the divine race would treat this thing as a treasure. Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood, and slowly stood up. The sword intent on his body surged to the sky. Universe. Yi Yuan took a step out, flying straight for the statues. Whoos. H. Plus another terrifying surge of energy undulation. Yi Yuan did not back down in the slightest. Universe bloomed, directly welcoming it. Boom. The void shook violently. Yi Yuan was directly sent flying, smars. Hi plussing heavily into the ground. Facing the enormous statues, Yi Yuan was like the moth flying into the fire, being weak to the extreme. The ever-victorious universe seemed to also have lost its effect at this time. When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not resist sneering as he said, A mantis blocking the chariot, overestimating your own ability. A stubborn fellow who refuses to come to your senses. You really don't know life from death. Is heavenly might what human strength can shake? No matter how strong you are, you're also just a human. But Yi Yuan was oblivious, pouncing toward the statues over and over again. Boom. 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 Over and over again, Yi Yuan was directly blasted flying. But he rushed forward over and over again stubbornly, as if he did not know exhaustion. This energy undulation was extremely strong, strong beyond imagination. But Yi Yuan's universe was likewise powerful to the extreme. Coupled with his formidable to the extreme physical body, he forcibly pulled through. It was just that each time, he was blasted deep into the ground by that powerful force. But even so, his entire body was already dripping with blood, looking savage and terrifying. Under such intense shocks, even if Yi Yuan's physical body was astonished. Hi+ing, he suffered considerable injuries too. The strength of these 8 statues was indeed terrifying to the extreme. That powerful energy undulation completely had no problems killing at least one Tao ancestor. If the target was not Yi Yuan, they would have long died no idea how many times. That voice said with a scornful laugh, Ha ha ha. Ant, haven't you figured out the situation yet? With your strength, another 10,000 times will be futile too. Oh, is that so? Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest, continuing to assault, then get blasted flying again. Of course, I'm the heaven. The paramount heaven. All you ants are nothing in front of heaven. When the divine race powerhouses saw the Yi Yuan who was like a moth flying into the fire, they shook their heads one after another. This is the power of heavenly Tao. Although Yi Yuan is strong, he's merely a slightly stronger ant. That's all. This boy really overestimates your own ability to actually dare provoke the majesty of heavenly Tao. This brat had best be killed by the divinity. That way, Our divine race will be able to reign over the world again. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited previously, it deeply hurt the divine race's self-esteem. They knew that they would never be able to surpass Yi Yuan. They could not, but heavenly Tao could. The 8 extreme divinities could. Looking at the powerful universe, it was nothing in front of the 8 extreme divinities. That sort of delight was practically bursting out. Boom! Yi Yuan was blasted flying again, spurting out a large mouthful of blood with a cough. His aura already withered significantly. Boy, I'm already tired of this. I can't be bothered to carry on playing with you anymore. This strike will send you on your way. That voice held unspeakable banter. At the same time, the 8 statues actually condensed energy at the same time. Above the void, the wind and clouds surged, as if the end of the world was arriving again. Everyone present was crushed by this pressure until they were practically unable to breathe. Under this terrifying pressure, Yi Yuan's clothes fluttered madly. This is heavenly might. When a god is angered, heavenly Tao is angered too. Yi Yuan's provocation already affronted heaven's mighty. He's dead for sure. Tian Qing's expression changed abruptly as he said. Under this apocalyptic power, even he could not remain calm anymore. This was the true heavenly might. At this moment, he became incomparably devout, slowly kneeling down. God, please calm your anger. With him kneeling, all of the divine race knelt down. God, please calm your anger. Everyone lied prostrate on the ground, praying to heaven, incomparably religiously. Ant, do you see it? This God is heaven. This is heaven's might. Under heaven's might, your chaos origin divinity will turn to ashes too. You are too weak. The 8 extreme divinities looked at Yi Yuan with pity as it said with a loud laugh. Each of the 8 statues was holding a different weapon in their hands. But currently, extremely terrifying energy was condensing on each weapon. If this strike landed, the entire Tsungyan mountain would likely be leveled to the ground. In the area of 10 million miles, not a blade of grass would survive. It was just that Yi Yuan's expression seemed very calm. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Heaven's might? Perhaps. Extracting the energy of the heaven-span world to launch attacks can indeed be called heaven's might. It's just a pity that your technique has already been figured out by me. Over on the 8 extreme divinities side, he clearly choked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw through the nature of this trick. However, he did not care, saying with a laugh, Ha ha ha, you've figured out this GODS technique? A mere and also dares to utter such big talk. What a joke. Boy, no matter how glib your tongue is, you'll die without a doubt too. Yi Yuan slowly shook his head and held his palm out. The lesser heavenspan mountain appeared in his palm impressively. At the same time, an Astonis Hi+ing aura rose steadily from Yi Yuan's body. That was the aura of Great Tao. Feeling this terrifying aura, the voice of the 8 extreme divinities finally changed. He seemed to have seen an extremely terrifying thing and said in shock, You actually refined the heart of heavenspan. This is impossible. How can you, an ant, possibly obtain the recognition of the heart of heavenspan? The voice of the 8 extreme divinities seemed extremely panicky. Clearly, the lesser heavenspan mountain put tremendous pressure on him. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he said with a smile, So, it's called Heart of Heavenspan. Looks like you really know quite a bit. Coming to find you is indeed correct. It was only to see Yi Yuan hold both palms out flatly. The lesser heavenspan mountain rose up. At this time, heaven and earth seemed to be revolving around Yi Yuan. Retreat. Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Following that, those surging wind and clouds, the lightning flash, Hi+ing and thunder clapping, the fitful heaven's might, all retreated. One word made everything return to tranquility. The terrifying power condensed by the 8 extreme divinities directly dissipated with the wind. This was the might of Great Tao. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 statues and said with a sneer, Now, try executing your heaven's might again. The divine race powerhouses present were all completely stunned. No words could describe the shock in their hearts currently. What's going on here? Heaven's might was frightened away by Yi Yuan. This is also too exaggerated, right? He, a mortal, actually frightened heaven's might away? Could it be that Yi Yuan already reached the point where he's on par with heaven? This is impossible, right? At this time, they did not know what they should say anymore. Only a deep shock remained. Chapter 2510, 8 Extreme Divinities Shock and Terror. Chapter 2510, 8 Extreme Divinities Shock and Terror. The beating was naturally not in vain. The first time they exchanged blows, Yi Yuan felt that this power was not the 8 extreme divinities' own power. He extracted the power of the heavenspan world through some mysterious power. That was also the so-called power of heavenly Tao. This power was merely a drop in the ocean to the heavenspan world. But to martial artists, it was akin to heaven's might. It was just that, this kind of means could hide from others, but how could it hide from Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan refined the lesser heavenspan mountain. At present, he was even standing at the summit of the heavenspan mountain already. The undulation of heavenly Tao could not hide from his perception at all. He took the beating actually to figure this out. The means to mobilize the power of heavenly Tao. Thankfully, he did not fail the mission. He did it. These 8 statues were more like an array formation. Each time they executed that energy, they would emit a kind of mysterious undulation. At the same time, the heavenspan mountain seemed to be able to feel this undulation, and lend him its power. Yi Yuan was in possession of the lesser heavenspan mountain. He naturally sensed this undulation even more distinctly. After many times, he finally grasped this undulation. Hence, that was why there was the scene of repelling heaven's might with one word. And this scene was really explosive to the extreme. It gave the divine race powerhouses a feeling of beholding a great mountain. Boom! Terrifying sword intent instantly covered a radius of 1,000 miles. Universe sword formation. The 8 statues were directly enveloped in the range of the sword formation. The 8 extreme divinities said in terror, what do you want to do? Don't you know what I want to do? Yi Yuan said coolly. Why you dare? These 8 statues are deposited with a wisp of my true self's origin divinity. If you dare destroy the statues, my true self will detect it. If he descends, you'll die without a burial ground. The 8 extreme divinities threatened. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, thinking to himself that he indeed guessed correctly. There was indeed an extremely terrifying existence behind the 8 extreme divinities. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know just how strong this existence was. Yi Yuan's silence made the 8 extreme divinities think that he was afraid. Hence, he led him on skillfully with patience as he said, young man, you're an ant, but you're a powerful ant. Presumably, you already have some guesses that this world isn't the end point. The outside world's powerhouses aren't what you can imagine at all. As long as you let this God plant an origin divinity will and become this God's slave, then in the future, this God has a possibility of bringing you to leave this world. Do you know, without this God's guidance, no living thing in this world can leave? The 8 extreme divinities felt that this temptation was too great. Yi Yuan definitely would not be able to resist. Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, what other pursuits were there still? Since he knew that there was an even grander and magnificent world outside, how could Yi Yuan not be moved? Yi Yuan was still silent. I know what you're thinking. However, you're probably thinking too much. You can't imagine my true self's might at all. You think about it. To be able to toy with all of the heavenspan world's living creatures in the palm of his hands, how great is his power? Therefore, give up on this. If he descends, this world will be annihilated. The 8 extreme divinities increased the weight again as he said gloomily. At this time, he recovered to that high and mighty appearance again, seemingly already regarding Yi Yuan as his servant. And right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth. Want me to become a servant? It's also not that you can't. But I have a condition, Yi Yuan suddenly said. The moment the 8 extreme divinities heard, he was overjoyed. But he still suppressed his emotions and said indifferently, there's nothing that can't be done to my true self, based on your worldview, his God. An omnipotent God. He is a true God. Not false gods like you all. What conditions do you have? Feel free to state them. With your insights, he can accomplish it with utmost ease. The 8 extreme divinities said it very calmly and collectedly as if everything was under control. This attitude gave people an extremely convincing feeling. Yi Yuan said calmly, I have a friend whose soul had disintegrated, only left with a final wisp of spiritual consciousness that isn't extinguished. Wonder if your true self can help her to regather her divine soul? The moment these words came out, over on the 8 extreme divinities' side, he paused briefly. But very soon, he said very calmly, this God said before, my true self is a real God, there's nothing that can't be done. Regathering the divine essence is harder than ascending to heaven to you all, lower realm ants. But to my true self, it's merely a matter of lifting a hand. Boy, open up your origin divinity and await this God to plan my origin divinity will. I'll naturally be able to help you. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said with a cold snort, Humph. You don't know what's good for you, really take this Yi to be so easy to hoodwink. Looks like you don't be honest. Since that's the case, I'll use force then. That slight pause betrayed the 8 extreme divinities. Yi Yuan deliberately baited his words to inquire indirectly whether or not that person behind the 8 extreme divinities could regather the divine soul. But unfortunately, it disappointed him again. The 8 extreme divinities attitude clearly showed that that person could not do it. A piercing cold sword intent suddenly erupted. The 8 extreme divinities' voice sounded extremely horrified, and he said, do you not want to live anymore? If you destroy the statue, all of you will have to die without a burial ground. My true self will really descend. The current Yi Yuan already could not be bothered to talk with him anymore. He was in a bad mood. Is that so? If he comes, then I'll make sure he doesn't return, Yi Yuan said coldly. Right at this time, Universe Sword Formation suddenly launched. That sword intent that pierced the horizon rushed toward the 8 statues frenziedly. The 8 statues were not easy to deal with either. Their material was extremely tough, even the sword intent which fused 4 great rules was actually unable to break them within a short time too. Ha, lower realm ant. Do you think that based on your bit of strength, you'll be able to break the statues? Dream on. When the 8 extreme divinities saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed. He was very fearful of Yi Yuan. But at this time, he calmed down again. As long as Yi Yuan could not breach the statue's defenses, he would consume the power of the origin divinity and break the barrier of the world, transmitting the news back to his true self there. At that time, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a burial ground. The threat that Yi Yuan brought to him was too great, it already escaped his control, therefore, he had to request for his true self to descend. But right at this time, Yi Yuan said indifferently, Oh? Is that so? Dual polarity. Sword formation. As soon as his voice faded, the universe sword formation that was originally neutral and calm suddenly became unparalleledly swift and fierce. Bang, bang, bang. One streak after another of terrifying sword intent directly ruptured the void, bombarding onto the statues crazily. Universe sword formation was born from universe. It could naturally evolve into dual polarity sword formation too. The offensive power of dual polarity sword formation increased more than 10 times when compared to universe sword formation. It was only to hear a series of terrifying sounds transmit over. Under the countless bombardments, the 8 statues finally could not endure it and cracks began to appear. How did you do it? This is impossible. How can an ant possibly touch the boundary of a heavenly stratum powerhouse? This is absolutely impossible. 8 extreme divinities' voice carried an extremely horrified emotion. Chapter 25:11, Farewell. Chapter 25:11, Farewell Boom. Finally, the 8 statues could not withstand the berserk sword energy anymore and directly exploded, shattering into countless pieces. That 8 extreme divinities' wisp of origin divinity also shattered along with the statues, turning into nothingness. Golden rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. Like, the void was shattering. Finally, that region of void directly shattered apart. Countless white light dots gushed out. These light dots scattered elegantly as if looking for something. A portion of the light dots drifted and entered the bodies of the divine race powerhouses. The eyes of those divine race powerhouses gradually became confused. There seemed to be too much confusion. Just now, what an intriguing feeling. Heavenly stratum powerhouse, is it? Yi Yuan looked above the sky, seemingly recollecting the aftertaste of something. Just now, his offensive power layered on top of each other under the catalyzing of the sword formation, reaching an inconceivable realm. That kind of realm was what Yi Yuan had never imagined before. Yi Yuan immersed in it in intoxication. However, just as he was about to cross over to that realm, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking him outside. Yi Yuan knew that was the realm gap. He had not broken the shackles yet. Perhaps that was the limit of the heavenspan world. Wonder how one can become a heavenly stratum powerhouse? Maybe the one behind him knows the answer. Leaving that wonderful state, Yi Yuan's eyes became confused. He had been constantly fumbling about how to break the shackles. But this step was like it was a short distance away, but far away in the horizon, making him feel like he had no way of getting started. This feeling was the same as the scenery when he reached grand completion origin deity. It was just that now, it was harder than back then. What he wanted to break was the shackle that no one in the heavenspan world had broken for countless billions of years. How difficult was this step? At this time, a streak of white light merged into the world-suppressing Steely's SPACE, entering Yu Mengli's divine soul. Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred and he let Yu Mengli out. Big brother Yuan, I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself. Yu Mengli said tearfully. She knew how much damage her actions and behavior these few years brought to Yi Yuan. Self-reproach, guilt, all kinds of emotions welled up in her heart, making her heart ache endlessly. She was not feeling sorry for herself, she was feeling sorry for Yi Yuan. Only she knew how much pressure Yi Yuan had endured over the years. Yi Yuan took her gently into his arms and said calmly, "Silly girl, it wasn't your fault either, apologize for what? The main culprit is already dead, you don't need to blame yourself." Leah nodded her head slightly, but tears still could not stop flowing. Big brother Yuan, elder sister Lingxue Shi. Yi Yuan sighed slightly, shook his head, and said nothing. Leah's expression dimmed and she bit her lips lightly and said, Why is heaven so unfair? Elder sister Lingxue is so nice, by heaven made her endure such suffering? She was indignant, she was unwilling, she felt sorry for Yi Yuan. Accompanying Yi Yuan along the way, no one understood Mu Lingxue's position in his heart more than her. Regarding Yi Yuan walking out of the immortal grove world, from an ant to heavenspan's sovereign currently, it was all in order to be able to save Mu Lingxue. But he failed. The current Yi Yuan was very calm, but she knew how painful Yi Yuan's heart was. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep, looking deep into the blue sky, and he said firmly, "It's fine. The heavenspan world can't save Lingxue. Then I'll go beyond the heavens. Even if I smash the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I'll also let Lingxue recover." Yu Mengli's entire body trembled and she said, There's really a world beyond heaven? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "The heavenspan world is a caged world, everything is under the control of the powerhouses beyond heaven. 8 extreme divinities, doomsday battle, fight for Tao ancestor, it was merely just other people's games. In their eyes, we're just ants." Yu Mengli's heart shook, her eyes seemingly full of disbelief. All of a sudden, Tian Qing bellowed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're lying. Our divine race is the race favored by heaven. It's the supreme race. How is there beyond the heavens in this world? If there is, why has no one ever broken the shackles? You're lying." He could not accept this fact in front of him and also did not want to accept this fact. Being enslaved for billions of years and suddenly waking up, he would rather be immersed in the past too. Because he knew in the deepest corner of his heart that reality was too cruel. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Whether I'm lying or not, you're clear of the truth, aren't you? Of course, I don't need to explain anything either. Because very soon, you'll know that you have to face some things. Leah, let's go." Yu Mengli nodded slightly and followed Yi Yuan and left. Watching the two people's departing back view, Tianqing's fingers were almost crushed by himself. Lord Tianqing, what on earth are we? Beside Tianqing, Origin Smile said with a blank face. Finally, Tianqing loosened his fist and said with a bitter smile, what he said was right. We're just a bunch of pitiful people, that's all. I finally understand now why he would let the divine race off. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, in the Great Hall, Yu Mengli, Wn Zhan, Lu Fiery, Wn Zhan, Pang Zhan, Profound Secrets, and the rest, everyone was shockingly present. Everyone's faces carried thick solemnness. Yi Yuan's expression was calm, without joy nor sorrow as he said coolly, everyone, please forgive this Yi's selfishness. The disaster was caused by me alone, it should naturally also be borne by me alone, it's just that after I go, it will likely bode ill rather than well. Everyone, take care. What's your excellency saying? This isn't your matter alone, this is the matter of all the martial artists in the heavenspan world. Wn Zhan is willing to follow your excellency to the death. Wan Zhan said in a deep voice. Your excellency, Pang Zhan is also a Dao ancestor now. I can help out a bit no matter what. If your excellency is fighting against a powerful enemy, how can I, Pang Zhan, be missing? Pang Zhan already became Dao ancestor Lightning, he was naturally unwilling to hole up at home. Among those present were several Dao ancestors, plus Yi Yuan, this sovereign. This was the heavenspan world's strongest combat force already. Everyone was not willing to yield to others and insisted on following Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you all don't know what kind of existence you're facing. My strongest attack will likely be unable to even shake him in the least bit. If you all go, it's just to deliver yourselves to death. Everyone trembled all over, all feeling incredulous. How strong Yi Yuan's strongest attack was, nobody knew. They only knew that it was very, very strong, because no one could measure it. Yi Yuan's sword was already the heavenspan world's strongest. His full-strength attack was actually unable to even shake the other party in the least bit. Then how strong was the other party's strength? The Chaos Heavenspan Cannon and Inheritance Grand Arrays, I've already left them in the Immortal Grove world. Some things must be done by someone. If I'm defeated, I also don't hope for the Heavenspan world to be caged by people forever. In the future, if a fated individual can reach my realm, they will naturally have a chance to break the shackles and break this sky. This matter, I don't feel at ease handing it over to others, better that you guys go and do. Yi Yuan said coolly. Big brother Yuan, go then, I'll wait here for you. Yu Mengli said with a calm expression. But her eyes revealed determination. Yi Yuan just smiled and nodded, and did not say much. He understood Leah's feelings. If he died, Leah absolutely would not live on by herself. Chapter 25:12, He came from the sky. Chapter 25:12, He came from the sky. On Heavenspan Mountain, everything felt the same. Many martial artists were cultivating here, comprehending Tao. Above 1 million miles, many Deva powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were currently gaining enlightenment of Heavenly Tao. This place was the Heavenspan Mountain's limit. Even Tao ancestors were unable to go further too. Further up, cloud and mist coiled, no sun could be seen all year round. If anyone walked beyond that point, they would be executed by Heavenly Tao and absolutely could not escape by any fluke. After the Heavenly Tao Samsara battle, Tao Ancestor Storm had nowhere to go and simply returned to the Heavenspan Mountain and continued comprehending Heavenly Tao. Although his realm was unable to improve any further, the power of rule could. Suddenly, he sensed something and suddenly opened both eyes, looking up the mountain fixedly. There was actually someone walking down. Storm opened his mouth wide, shock written all over his face. Not just him, the Deva powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor powerhouses below, all saw this scene. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. How is this possible? Who is he? T2 actually come down the mountain? Is it possible that he's actually from heaven? Storm roared wildly in his heart. He did not know how he felt currently in his heart. Shock. Scared. Happy. Or all at the same time. Someone came from the sky. It showed that above the Heavenspan Mountain, There were really gods that kind of existences. Therefore, he had hope too? Even if this hope was bleak to the extreme. But what kind of existence was this person? Fear of the unknown was innate to humans. Gradually, that figure slowly became clear. The outline of his face also gradually became clear. That was a young man dressed in blue Taoist robes, looking elegant, luxurious, and too high beyond reach. Tao Ancestor Storm could not see through this young man. He was too mysterious. Mysterious until he was like heaven. This feeling made him afraid. The young man walked straight towards him. Tao Ancestor Storm's heart thumped wildly. A warm but distant smile hung on the young man's face as he opened his mouth and said, "Let me ask you. Who destroyed the 8 extreme divinities?" "8 extreme divinities?" Tao Ancestor Storm shook his head blankly. Clearly, he did not know what the 8 extreme divinities was. The 8 extreme divinities was the secret of the divine race. Apart from Yi Yuan, even Tao ancestors were not aware of it. No one could fight until the heaven lineage central region and see the 8 extreme divinities. Except for Yi Yuan. Therefore, no one knew what the 8 extreme divinities was. Seeing Tao Ancestor Storm shake his head, the young man had a look of disappointment and said, "Sigh, communicating with ants is really boring. Since you don't know, then you can go and die already." Only to see the young man flick his finger lightly, a streak of invisible force vanished after a flash. Bang! Before Tao Ancestor Storm could react, his entire person already turned into nothingness. Everyone was transfixed. They were shouting madly in their hearts, "That was a Tao ancestor." Although it was a former Tao ancestor, his strength when compared to current Tao ancestors was also not a lot worse. But he actually did not have any strength to fight back in front of this young man. In fact, he could not even react. How horrifying was this person? Even the present Heavenspan World Supreme Being, Lord Saint Azure, could not do it so casually too, right? What was even scarier was that they could not feel the undulation of power at all. No earth-shaking great battle, no energy undulation. With just a flick, Tao Ancestor Storm was gone. His entire person was gone. Strong. Unreasonably strong. Suffocatingly strong. Furthermore, wasn't it impossible to attack while being on the Heavenspan Mountain? Why could he? The young man had a bored look, shaking his head as he muttered under his breath, "And our ants, really too weak." To him, it was as if he had done a trivial thing. His gaze swept slightly, landing on that group of Deva powerhouses. The group of powerhouses immediately felt their hair stand on end. The young man thought for a moment and walked straight in front of a Deva fifth blight. He was called Wei Feng. He had just experienced the battle of Heavenly Tao Samsara and obtained a considerable lucky chance on the Heavenspan Mountain. His strength also made great improvements. It was just that at this time, he did not even dare to move, almost suffocating. The young man still had a warm smile on his face as he asked, "These ants probably don't know about the 8 extreme divinities." "Ah. Why not change questions? Do you know who's the strongest in the Heavenspan world?" Being able to shatter the 8 extreme divinities and destroy his trace of origin divinity, it was definitely this Heavenspan world's strongest person. Not everyone had the qualification to break the 8 extreme divinities. Strongest? Wei Feng's brain could not quite wrap itself around it. The impact that the scene that happened before his eyes brought to him was seriously too great. A powerhouse that came down from the sky, eradicating a Tao ancestor with a flick of a finger. He was talking to him. "You don't know either?" The young man's face was rather disappointed. All the hair on Wei Feng's body stood on end at once. His brain instantly switched back on. I know. Didonti kill me." Wei Feng practically roared it out. "Who is it?" the young man said. "HHE's called Yi Yuan," Wei Feng said. "Yi Yuan." The young man ruminated on this name for a while, feeling that it was very ordinary, and said, "Where is he?" How could Wei Feng dare to hide it? He hurriedly said, "HHE's at the southern borders Heavenly Eagle Bodhid Hama." The young man nodded slightly and took off, flying out. Boom. The Heavenspan Mountain shook fiercely. A human-shaped large hole was actually burst open in the layer of barrier outside. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with incredible shock. This. The Heavenspan Mountain's barrier exists only in name. Who on earth is he? Why can he come down from the sky? Too strong. After the young man left, Wei Yifeng gasped heavily for air, his body like he was hauled out of water. He was almost fainting. The pressure that this young man put on him was really too great. Furthermore, he instantly killed a Dao ancestor, and he ignored the barrier of the Heavenspan Mountain. Such an existence, he could not imagine at all. By the side, another Deva Fifth Blight roared, "Why you actually betrayed Lord Saint Azure? You deserve death." Wei Yifeng had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "If it were you, would you say or not? Even if you and I don't say, can it guarantee that the people on this Heavenspan Mountain all won't say?" The moment that person heard, he fell silent. It was this logic. If the young man set his mind on inquiring about it, he could find out no matter what. Yi Yuan, this strongest person, no one did not know. Wei Yifeng had a conflicted look and said, hope that Lord Saint Azure can pull through." These words, he said them without any confidence at all. The pressure that this young man put on him was really too great. That person opposite suddenly sprang up and roared, "Still cultivating for what? Hurry up and follow him. That young man came with bad intentions. Another BLOODY storm is likely coming again." Wei Yifeng's entire body trembled and he also stood up quickly. But his legs went soft and he almost fell. But he immediately recovered and swept over in the direction of the transmission array. The others were the same too, not caring about cultivation at all, and followed suit. Chapter 25:13, One Finger. Chapter 25:13, One Finger. Above the void, a figure flickered, moving 100,000 miles in an instant. Leaving Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan headed to Heavenspan Mountain at the fastest speed. He judged that if that person behind the 8 extreme divinities came to the Heavenspan world, the greatest likelihood would be Heavenspan Mountain. Ahead, the Heavenspan Mountain was faintly visible. Swoosh. Plus suddenly, an extremely fast figure brushed past him. At virtually the same time, the two people's figures suddenly came to a pause. Following that, the two people each turned around and looked at the other person. Opposite Yi Yuan was a young man in blue Taoist robes. It was precisely that person who came down from the sky. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. He could not see through this young man. Actually, the blue-robed youth did not deliberately apply pressure on him. The smile on his face was also very warm, as if harmless to man and beast. But it was precisely because there was no pressure that Yi Yuan's pressure was akin to a mountain. The him who was already invincible in the Heavenspan world saw another tall mountain. The blue-robed youth sized up Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "If I didn't guess wrongly, you should be the Yi Yuan that they were talking about." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said with a nod, "You're the 8 extreme divinities' true self?" The blue-robed youth smiled and said, "Who, that's right. Looks like the one who destroyed the 8 extreme divinities is you. No mistakes. Grand completion mortal stratum, low-grade chaos origin divinity, 5 power of rules. You're indeed somewhat different from the other ants. In this abandoned world, you actually fumbled out the method to advance to heavenly stratum yourself. You have the qualification to be my servant. Kneel down and receive the gift. In the future, the Heavenspan world will be managed by you." Unexpectedly, the blue-robed youth did not make a move to deal with Yi Yuan but wanted to take him in as a servant instead. The tone was so natural and logical. But Yi Yuan felt his hair stand on end. He seemed to be stark naked in front of the other party. There was no secret from head to toe. The blue-robed youth casually spoke and saw through all of his trump card. Terrifying. Although Yi Yuan was mentally prepared long ago, at this moment, he was still shocked to the core. He really wanted to know what kind of existences were above the Heavenspan Mountain. The blue-robed youth said coolly, "Amen? You're not willing? You should know the outcome of showing unwillingness." Yi Yuan frowned and said in a solemn voice, "You made use of the 8 extreme divinities to impart Tao teachings. Then you collected those things in the divine souls. What is it for?" The blue-robed youth stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, "Looks like you know quite a bit. No harm telling you either. Although you all, these ants, are of little use, the essence of your divine souls are still a little useful. It can help me cultivate the origin divinity. The heavenly Tao that the divine race cultivates is actually just the Tao teachings that I Pares said down. When they cultivate heavenly Tao, they will offer their own divine soul essence to me. And the people they killed, the other party's essence of the divine soul will be absorbed and will enter the 8 extreme SPACE. This is the glory of you ants." At this time, a large number of powerhouses already gathered around in the distance. Hearing this, they were all extremely indignant. Only then did they understand that they were merely wild animals being reared in pens. In the eyes of the blue-robed youth, they were nothing more than a grain of dust, their life or death insignificant. Angry but also powerless. They all, these powerhouses that came down from the Heavenspan mountain, had already witnessed the blue-robed youth's might. Really damn it. The Heavenspan world's trillions of living things are actually being toyed with in the palm of his hand. What doomsday battle, what war between two races, really a joke. It's really laughable. Lord Saint Azure, the Heavenspan world's everything will be relying on you. At this time, all of the powerhouses put their hopes on Yi Yuan. They knew that the only hope was Yi Yuan. Even Tao ancestors did not have the strength to fight back under the hands of the blue-robed youth. Who else could they still count on? But at this time, the corners of the blue-robed youth's mouth curled slightly, and he flicked his fingers. Only to hear the sound of air howling. Pew, pew, pew. Several hundred Deva powerhouses, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, directly vanished without a trace. Who? Ants don't have the right to be angry. All you need to know is that I'm heaven. The supreme heaven. You all can only grovel at my feet. The blue-robed youth had a faint smile as if he had done a trivial thing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, a suffocating pressure coming at him head-on. Too strong. A flick of a finger eradicated hundreds of Devas and heavenly emperors. The crux was that he could not feel the slightest trace of divine essence undulation, and also could not feel the slightest rule undulation. It was just a flick of a finger. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, these Devas and heavenly emperors were naturally nothing. But he absolutely could not do it in such an effortless manner. Seeing Yi Yuan's shocked eyes, the blue-robed youth was very satisfied. He said with a faint smile, "Saw that? It's not the disparity of strength between you and me, but the disparity in life order. In front of Heavenly Stratum Powerhouse, all are ants. You're the sovereign of a world, proud to the extreme. But in front of me, you don't have any capital to be proud of. I only need to move a finger and I'll be able to easily kill you. Taking you in as a servant is your highest glory, understand?" The blue-robed youth paused for a while and said, "Now, kneel down and accept the gift." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and forcefully dragged himself back from shock. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I refuse." The blue-robed youth was not very surprised. He just smiled faintly and said, "You'll die." He was really calm and collected. Nothing could make his emotions fluctuate. How could an ant possibly cause a celestial deity to have fluctuations in emotions? Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turned cold and he said, "Before fighting, who knows?" He, Yi Yuan, had never lowered his head in front of a powerhouse before. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Back then, he was just Empyrean realm but dared to face off against the powerful Nine Origin. This kind of battle, he had already experienced no idea how many of them. This time was no exception either. However, the blue-robed youth did not get angry. He still had a faint smile as he said, "Very well, I'll give you this chance. I'll use one finger against you. If you can force me to use a hand, you'll have the qualification to know my name. One finger." These words were rampant to the extreme. The Heavenspan world powerhouses in the distances were similarly astonished to the extreme. Yi Yuan was the Heavenspan world's sovereign, the well-deserved number one person. Now, this blue-robed youth was actually going to use one finger to fight. Was this showing contempt? No. Everyone present could feel that this blue-robed youth was not the least bit complacent. He was not overly conceited like a young genius. He just showed contempt for all life. He looked at Yi Yuan with the eyes of looking at an ant from beginning to end. Would heaven bother about ants? No. Because they were unworthy. Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became cold. Boom. A fearsome sword intent instantly enveloped the area of 1,000 miles. Universe sword formation. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was his strongest move. Because he knew that hiding his strength in front of the blue-robed youth was equivalent to courting death. He had no retreat at all. Situated inside the sword formation, the blue-robed youth still stood with his hands behind his back, using a scrutinizing gaze to look at the universe sword formation. He nodded his head slightly. Chapter 25:14, The Pride of Ants. Chapter 25:14, The Pride of Ants. Not bad. Developing a universe with a sword formation, it has quite the implication of great Tao. This move is not bad. The blue-robed move nodded with a slight smile, making frivolous remarks about Yi Yuan's universe sword formation. Facing such a powerful sword formation, he seemed to be in his own backyard, not caring at all. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he activated the sword formation fiercely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword light flashed, turning into streaks of rainbow, heading straight for the blue-robed youth. However, the blue-robed youth did not have the intention of retaliating. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the arrival of the countless sword lights. In the next second, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Those terrifying sword lights, no matter from which angle, no matter how powerful, as long as they approached the blue-robed youth, they would all automatically change direction. Bang! 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 The ground, the void, all were directly bombarded by the sword lights until it was reduced to fragments. But not a single sword light landed on the blue-robed youth's body. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. His divine sense was actually unable to lock onto the blue-robed youth. Once those sword lights arrived in front of the other party, they directly skidded out like skiing on a snowy day. No matter how he tried to control it, he could not do so. But the other party clearly did not do anything. This means was simply inconceivable. His heart shook wildly. It was really his first time encountering such a powerless battle. Even back then in the Immortal Grove world, when he had not entered Divine Tao, he had never felt so powerless before too. The opponent was too strong until there was no opening to look for. Strong beyond understanding. Yi Yuan could not even fathom the other party's means. So how to deal with him? At this time, the blue-robed youth finally moved. He extended a finger and tapped inside the sword formation just like that. Boom! In an instant, the sword formation collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan only felt a tremendous force transmit over, his chest seemingly being hit by a giant mountain, fresh blood spurting wildly as he flew out backward. This was the power of one finger. The entire world fell deathly silent. Those powerhouses far away were collectively rendered speechless. Are my eyes failing me? This is impossible. Lord Saint Azure is actually like a child in front of him. Where in the world did he come from? How can he be so strong? The impact that this scene brought to them was seriously too strong. It was Yi Yuan's first time displaying the universe sword formation in front of everyone. But everyone could tell that this move fused together four great rules. Compared to when battling the 5 ancestors alone previously, this move was more than a level stronger. However, it was like a joke in front of the blue-robed youth. One finger and it broke. The Heavenspan world's #1 person was actually so weak in front of the blue-robed youth. Only after retreating several miles away did Yi Yuan barely manage to stabilize his figure. And the current him seemed to have crawled out of a pool of blood, seemingly wretched to the extreme from head to toe. The blue-robed youth smiled and said, "I told you, our disparity is in life order. You're no different from them in my eyes. At the very most, you're just a slightly stronger ant. That's all. Dealing with you, one finger is enough." Yi Yuan's breathing became labored, his opponent was seriously too strong. However, his gaze was unprecedentedly firm. "Your COC, Kai appearance is really despicable, so what if ant? Do ants have to be toyed with in the palm of your hands? Ants have to be fish on your chopping board, life and death at your whims? Ants have to be at your mercy, being cruelly oppressed forever. Today, this Yi will tell you that ants have dignity too. Yi Yuan strode out step by step, the imposing aura on his body becoming stronger and stronger. Universe sword formation revolved without ceasing and already gradually underwent changes. Dual polarity sword formation. Toward Yi Yuan's fury, the blue-robed youth did not care at all. He still smiled and said, "What dignity do ants need? Who? This changed sword formation is a little interesting. This is sword Dao, revealing the sharp edge, sword intent soaring to the sky. It's just that ants will always be ants. Very soon, you'll understand that your fury can't change anything." Swoosh. H. Plus the moment dual polarity sword formation released, that swift and fierce sharp edge penetrated the firmament. The entire world seemed to be trembling. "Kill!" Yi Yuan shouted fiercely, then urged the dual polarity sword formation frenziedly. At this moment, there were only sword lights that filled the sky. Kai, Kai, Kai. Countless sword energy exploded in front of the blue-robed youth. Under his fury, the power of the dual polarity sword formation was more than 10 times stronger. It was just that no matter how he controlled, his sword lights were unable to land on the blue-robed youth's body. But Yi Yuan discovered that his sword lights got a little closer to the blue-robed youth. This discovery made him ecstatic with joy. The other party was not invincible. At least, one finger was not enough. The chaos divine essence within his body gushed out, urging the sword formation frenziedly without heed for his life. The power of the dual polarity sword formation was continuously superimposing. His sword lights got closer and closer to the blue-robed youth, increasingly nearer. Really the wishful thinking of an ant. "Who, do you think that this degree of attack can hurt me?" The blue-robed youth smiled slightly and pointed a finger out again. It was still one finger. However, this poke could poke a hole in the sky. A finger pointing out, an invisible force directly exploded with him as the base point. "Conceal. True dragon profound armor." Yi Yuan roared repeatedly. All of a sudden, the sword lights that covered the sky disappeared without a trace. This finger landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. Pewalk. Forcibly receiving a finger, Yi Yuan vomited large mouthfuls of blood. But he did not take a single step back. Appear. The sword lights that covered the skies appeared once again. Kai, Kai, Kai. The sword lights were finally only an inch away from the blue-robed youth. Just an inch short. The blue-robed youth's brows raised up, revealing a hint of surprise. Following that, his finger turned into a palm, and the void shook. Boom. The sword lights that covered the sky could not bear it anymore and collapsed with a loud bang. Pewalk. Yi Yuan could not withstand it, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood again. Even if there was the true dragon profound armor coupled with the perfect 9 transformations golden body, forcefully receiving this finger, he almost died. This finger was far too strong. What was even scarier was that the blue-robed youth did not exert any effort at all. A casual finger could seriously injure Yi Yuan and put him on the verge of death. The blue-robed youth said coolly, "Not bad, a little interesting. As an ant, you can be sufficiently proud to be able to force me to use one hand. You have the qualification to know my name. Listen up. I'm called Jun Tian, and I am from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven." It was as if Yi Yuan knowing his name was a supreme glory. But Yi Yuan only had bitterness in his heart. Proud. He used his strongest attack and even forcibly received a finger at his own expense. In the end, it could only force him to use one of his hands. This was humiliation. Now, you should know the disparity between us, right? Why haven't you knelt down to receive the gift? This is the last chance. Jun Tian's tone was calm but exuded a majesty that brooked no refusal. The powerhouses present all choked. Lost all hope. The Heavenspan World's sovereign was actually too weak to stand up to a single blow. Heavenspan World's #1 person was actually only fit to be someone else's servant. Everyone shut their eyes painfully, feeling unprecedented humiliation. Who? Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's mouth was full of blood when he suddenly burst out laughing. Kneel my ass. Your grandpa Yi will only die standing and will never kneel to live. So what if heavenly stratum powerhouse? If you have the capability, come and kill your grandpa Yi. Chapter 25:15, Tragic. Chapter 25:15, Tragic. IIT's over. Sigh. Lord St. Azure's pride rises to the sky. How can he stand such humiliation? Really unwilling. But the opponent is too strong. The heaven-span world's powerhouses were full of sorrow. Weakness was the original sin. At this time, they were so powerless. Even the powerful Lord St. Azure also ended up in such a plight. And the smile on Jun Tian's face was finally reined in. He was unhappy. Not angry, because ants were not worthy of him being angry. But this did not mean that ants could scold him, impervious to reason. I've already given you the chance. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then pay the price for the destruction of the 8 extreme divinities. It was only to see his figure sway and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He was actually face to face with Yi Yuan already. Yi Yuan's world domain had always been open. Jun Tian directly said through his domain. This was the first time. Yi Yuan only felt that every pore opened up. He used teleport without the slightest hesitation. Swooze. Plus in an instant, he left Jun Tian's range. However, in the next second, Jun Tian appeared in front of him again. It was still that distance, a look of indifference and disdain. A small chiliocosm's spatial law? It's really quite good. Unfortunately, it's too weak. A faint smile hung on Jun Tian's face, a finger already pressing on Yi Yuan's chest. PFFFT. A blood arrow spurted out of Yi Yuan's back. His chest was pierced right through by a burst of energy. His body flew towards the ground like a cannonball, smars. I plussing heavily into the ground. The ever-victorious spatial teleport ceased to be effective too. Yi Yuan's teleport through his small world was actually unable to escape Jun Tian's control too. This Jun Tian was simply too strong. Jun Tian slowly unleashed his palm. A powerful suction force transmitted over. Yi Yuan, who was underground, was actually directly sucked up. It was only to see him shake his head slightly. He said with a sigh, "An ant also dares to fight for glory with heaven. You really don't know life from death. Do you know that if I wanted you to die, you'd have already died 10 times over?" Tui. Yi Yuan used all of his strength and spat fiercely. It was just that mouthful of blood already turned into nothingness before touching Jun Tian. Jun Tian's gaze turned sullen. Another finger pointed at Yi Yuan's knee. PFFFT. Yi Yuan's knee was directly crushed. Ah! Yi Yuan could not refrain from crying out miserably. An ant should have the awareness of an ant. Offending heaven, wanting to die, won't be that easy too. As Jun Tian said indifferently, he gently pressed a palm on Yi Yuan's chest. Bang! Yi Yuan spurted another mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. That speed was even faster than many Deva powerhouses. It could be seen how terrifying this light palm was. Yi Yuan only felt that from top to bottom, there was no piece of flesh that belonged to him anymore. Jun Tian grasped his sense of propriety very well. He did not give Yi Yuan a fatal blow. But the agony inflicted on Yi Yuan's physical body was extremely intense. Bang! 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 A palm, another palm. Yi Yuan just felt that his skeleton was about to be dismantled by Jun Tian. The whole place was deathly silent. Everyone looked at this scene blankly, not knowing what to do. Bang! Another palm. Jun Tian flattened Yi Yuan on the ground. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Yi Yuan indifferently, and said, "Speaking of which, being angry with an ant like you is beneath my dignity. It's just that you destroyed the 8 extreme divinities beforehand, and you insulted afterward. I can't tolerate you. However, I've grown tired of playing. You can go and die already. Before you die, I'll let you see the true strength of a heavenly stratum powerhouse." Jun Tian flipped his palm over. An aura that made people shudder rose to the sky. That was the aura of heavenly Tao. Everyone's countenance changed visibly, including Yi Yuan. This aura was too strong. This was the true heavenly Tao. Jun Tian flipping his palm was like flipping the sky over. That power was practically going to break the heaven-span world. This is a heavenly stratum powerhouse? Could it be that the next realm is heavenly stratum? It's just, how the hell can I break through? A hint of helplessness flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart. Before coming, he already made the resolve to die. It was just that he did not expect that he was actually unable to even touch the corners of Jun Tian's sleeves. Good for nothing. Unwillingness. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus. All of a sudden, several figures sprang out, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, opening his hazy eyes, and his pupils constricted. Yu Mengli, Pang Zhen, Fiery, Profound Secrets, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Ni Xian, and the 6 Great Tao Ancestors, all came. Apart from them, Tian Qing led Origin Smile and Bo Yi 3 Great Tao Ancestors as well as the other 4 Great Progenitors, and all appeared. 9 Great Tao Ancestors had all arrived. Why you guys? Yi Yuan's breath was weak as he said. Yu Mengli turned her head and said with a smile, "Sorry, big brother Yuan. Leah can't watch indifferently without lending a hand. What elder sister Lingxue can do, Leah can do it too." Profound Secrets said with an indifferent look, "Yi Yuan, the Heavenspan world isn't your Heavenspan world alone. What you said is right. We've been frogs at the bottom of a well for too many years, just like the human race back then, being afraid to even face the outside world. Today, we'll face it together." At this time, the vacant look Tian Qing's face had already been swept away fully. He had his back facing Yi Yuan and said with some melancholy, "Yi Yuan, I'm the Heavenspan world's sinner. Today, this ancestor is here to atone for my sins." Tian Qing's back view was indescribably lonely. Sometimes, the truth was this cruel. For countless years, he had been nothing more than Jun Tian's chess piece. He was an executioner. How many Heavenspan world compatriots had he butchered? Ever since recovering, he had fallen into deep self-reproach. He knew that it was Yi Yuan who liberated them and let them return to themselves. He was deeply grateful to Yi Yuan. So, he came. He was going to atone for the divine race. Suddenly, Jun Tian put down his palm. That Astonis. HI plusing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Who, these, are all people around you, right? If they die in front of you one by one, you should be in agony, right? Jun Tian looked at everyone behind Yi Yuan and said with a slight smile. It was just that that smile exuded a cruel smell. Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly and she said in a solemn voice, "You're really a cold-blooded and heartless person." But Jun Tian did not care at all, smiling as he said, "Ignorant ant, don't you know that heavenly Tao is heartless?" Tian Qing snorted coldly and said, "Attack together. How can our Heavenspan world's Tao ancestors have anyone who cravenly clings to life instead of braving death?" Everyone nodded one after another. The 9 Great Tao Ancestors plus 4 Great Progenitors charged toward Jun Tian with Astonis. HI plusing imposing momentum. It was just that Jun Tian still stood with his hands behind his back, moving back and forth indeterminately among the Tao Ancestors. No matter how powerful their imposing momentum was, it could not touch the corners of Jun Tian's sleeves. Who, Tao Ancestor? How ridiculous. You guys are merely J-True Heavenly Sect's toys, that's all. Do you really take yourselves to be supreme existences? Ants are ants. As he spoke, Jun Tian stomped his feet. Boom. The group of powerhouses was directly sent flying. Each person suffered serious injuries. Jun Tian's haughtiness rose to the sky. It was just that he did not notice that the light in Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter.